everyone. A question I get asked a lot is if I script any of my shit, and I don't write scripts for anything. It takes away some of the fun, in my opinion. Doesn't feel as natural when shit's scripted out, so I don't really partake in it. However, occasionally when I think of a story I want to tell, and I tell some Shakespearean tales, so there's, first act, second act, climax, and ejaculation point. So there's a lot of I want to express in a story. So sometimes I'll write down little cliff notes or spark notes on my phone, just as a little reminder to jog my memory of what things I wanted to talk about with the story. And Tiana stumbled across one of my notes. The thing is, she read some of the notes, and I thought it'd be kind of fun to look at a little behind the scenes. So here's the notes I wrote for the story I told a couple days back about how I almost turned Christmas into Shitsmas. Go ahead, Tiana, take it away. Read the notes. Show them a little bit of the creative magic.
Well, he wrote in quotation marks a line for me to say, tell me about your big shit that almost ruined Christmas.
That's a line that starts every good Christmas tale. Took a page out of Robert Frost's playbook on that one.
And then it goes, a Christmas tale Dr. Seuss wouldn't tell you. Not religious wubba-lubba-dub-dub to enlightenment.
That's a very important point I needed to make.
That he shit out all of his Christmas spirit. Didn't mean to disrespect House of Lord, but for just a moment I let the devil into my colon. Santa exercised my asshole. I was Santa, and my only present was shit. The toilet will remember that one. Jesus, babe.
I don't think you understood that line. See, the toilet will remember that one as a Telltale Games reference. Oftentimes in those awful games, it would say, X will remember that. So I kind of
Oh, like when we played, Walking Dead.
Yeah. So instead of like a character remembering some trivial decision you made, it was the toilet remembering me putting fat shits in it.
Grinch shit on Christmas. Grease and whatever found in dumpster slapped between bread, but I was so hungry I'd have eaten an asshole off of a farmer. Her dad pumping ass to church, drifting around corners. Wasn't a church, it was a battlefield.
That one is actually a play off of Alan Wake's ending. You see, when Alan Wake, it's a video game, and when it concluded, he said, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. So it only makes sense. You're not an enlightened being.
Oh, sorry, I have to play the game first.
Yeah. It's a fat, beautiful reference, though.
No poop, Christmas miracle. I'm assuming that was the grand finale, the end.
Yeah.
The be-all, the end-all be-all.
That one's closing the chapter on that story. So there's a little behind-the-scenes look of how that story came to light. I don't do that for every story, but if there's a story I think of and I don't plan on telling it for a little while, I'll write down little notes to remind me of some of the things I wanted to talk about. What is the luckiest thing that can possibly happen to a person? I'm sure there's a legitimate, verified answer to this question using statistics and probability to calculate it. But hooey with that. Just like a Twitter user, I'm plugging my ears and I'm closing my eyes and I'm going to make something up. I'm pulling something out of my ass. I'm making the assumption that the luckiest thing that can ever happen to you is winning the lottery. The odds of you taking home the jackpot in something like the Powerball are so unbelievably low. So teeny tiny, itty bitty, that it is incomprehensible to even imagine winning the lottery. I'm sure everyone's tried playing at least once or twice. It's never going to be a good idea to play the lottery, but it's just one of those things where you're sitting at the gas station, you're like, fuck it, I'll let it rip. Let's just see if all the stars have aligned. And I think the best I've ever done, my PB, is maybe 2 numbers that I got correct, which of course is nothing. Like, that's not even enough to get a government agent to spit in a cup and feed it to you. You get nothing for that. To get all of the numbers is just, it has to be one of the most unlikely things you can ever do. And that brings me to today's topic. A story that I've wanted to tell but just haven't yet. I told it on stream last night, so I'll play the clips from it. But I want to break it down because this is a story that defies all of the odds. And it involves a buddy of mine and his girlfriend and her mother. Now, many of you know I'm in a band, the Gentle Men. It is myself and my friend Troy from New Zealand. Troy does all of the music, I do the lyrics and vocals, and Troy also does vocals as well. We're responsible for some of the most iconic boner jams of the 21st century, things like 2019 Guy, which was the first of its kind, a cuck-core anthem, which has never been done before or done since, and then things like Skynut, 2004 Breakup, Your Boyfriend Doesn't Scare Me, most recently Filthy, which actually lost me a brand partnership because the song is such a banger. And point is, Troy is a good friend of mine as part of this music project that we're in, The Gentle Men. Quick side note, since I'm already on the topic, this is a question I've been getting asked a lot, so I'll briefly address it. We are making more songs. In fact, we have a new EP dropping within a month, probably a little less than a month now. So there is more The Gentle Men music on its way. Now, that wasn't relevant to the story at all, so let's get back to the story. Troy has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend's mother plays the lottery every single week. And recently, something miraculous happened. When is it story time? Okay, you know what? I'll tell you a little story. Lie down in your bed, I'll tuck you in, snug as a bug in a rug. So, Troy, the other half of the Gentle Men, our band, his girlfriend has a mother. She plays the lottery every week, and has played the lottery every week for, I think it was 20 years. She plays the same numbers every single week, and has done so for about 2 decades. Now, Troy and his girlfriend are in New Zealand. The mother is also in New Zealand. And for 20 years, she has played the New Zealand lottery with the same numbers. A month ago, those numbers came up. And Troy and his girlfriend lost their fucking mind. They went crazy celebrating. Holy shit, your mom just won millions. I don't know what the jackpot was, but millions. So his girlfriend calls her mom ecstatic, super happy. And it turns out her mom, in one of the very rare times that she does this, did not go get lottery tickets with those numbers because it was raining and she didn't want to make the trip. A legitimate once-in-a-lifetime opportunity missed because of a light drizzle. And Troy and I were talking about it. Troy said to me that he wouldn't be able to live with that guilt if it was him. He'd probably kill himself. And I said, same. I don't know how I would go on living knowing that the luckiest possible thing that could happen to you would have happened to you if you just followed the routine. But her mom took it like such a champ, such a fucking warrior, that she just said, guess it wasn't meant to be. And I believe she went back to playing the same numbers again, and is still currently playing every single week. Same numbers, even though they've already come up and will never come up again. It's like a story out of an anime. There's a little story for you. That's one I haven't told yet. Troy told me that about 3 weeks ago, and I was flabbergasted. I felt so bad. Like, I felt bad for them. The mom's totally fine with it, I guess. But, man, that was crushing just to hear. The real story will be when the numbers come up again and she wins. That'd be the good ending, but I really don't see that happening. Has there ever been a case where the same lottery numbers have come up more than once? Let me see. I'm going to look that up. Here's a crazy story from October. Same New York lottery numbers drawn twice in one day. Yeah, I don't see anything about repeat numbers. Like any data on it. I'm sure it's happened though. It has to have happened at some point. But the likelihood of that is super low. How much would it cost to buy every possible outcome in the lottery? I looked that up. There is data on it. It's an incredibly high number. But the biggest thing actually isn't buying every number. Let's assume you had the wealth for it. Here. The biggest problem is you would have an incredibly difficult time locating the ticket with the winning numbers on it because you'd have so many tickets. The Mega Millions and Powerball lotteries in the US can have jackpots that exceed $1 billion. And each lottery has odds about 1 in 300 million, and each ticket costs $2. Theoretically, you could buy all combinations of numbers for 600 million and guarantee that you will win $1 billion for a profit of 400 million. Wait, but you already know that's not how it works, which they're about to get into. So 600 million to buy every combination. The reason you don't actually profit is because there's tax on it. So if you win $1 billion, you keep, I think, 300 million. So you would have lost 300 mil through this. Mr. Beast did something similar. He bought scratch-offs, but he didn't make money. He lost money. He had some winners, sure, but he still ended up losing more than he won. 70%. I think so. Did I get the math wrong? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure if you win $1 billion, you keep about 330 million. If a winner emerges from Wednesday, they'll have the option to choose between $1 billion spread out across 30 years or a lump sum of $516 million. The lump sum will face the mandatory federal tax withholding of 24%, leaving the winner $392 million. And depending on the winner's taxable income, their winnings could drop to as low as $325 million. So yeah, you'd lose money if you bought every possible combination. 325 million is still good. Hey, she ain't bad, but the reason we're talking about that is because we were looking up how much it would cost to buy every combination, and it's roughly 600 million. So you'd lose money. You'd lose a lot of money. Oh, another great point. Also, more than one person can win, and then you'd have to split it further. So yeah, you would just lose money. A ton. You're so wrong. I am looking at the numbers. What are you talking about? What am I wrong about? What? It's all right here on what you take home on $1 billion win. Let's just assume you get the lump sum, and for some reason they say, you know what? Listen here, Bubba. I'm not taxing that. Uncle Sam said, you keep that $516 million, not subject to tax. You'd still lose $100 million. So if you buy all the combinations here, you would need the jackpot to be well north of $1 billion, because $1 billion wouldn't be enough to cover what you spent. Was your name in the credits for Hunger Games? I actually never checked. Wait, was it? It should be, actually. I should be in, like, I should be credited as District 8 Hospital Helper. Because initially I did have lines, which means I should be, well, maybe I'm not here because I didn't make Final Cut. I'd be somewhere here, right? D8, that's District 8, another patient, female patient, that wouldn't be me, male patient, could have been me. Old woman, probably not me. Well, we've got a bit of a controversy on our hands here. Not only am I not here, but the kid that actually did make the Final Cut I don't think is here. The kid who said, are you here to fight? Are you here to fight with us, Katniss? And then he does the thing. His name's not here, I don't think. Unless he's listed as something else. Keep looking. Well, no, this is where we'd be. Because this is District 8. Before we get blown up. What's the criteria for being listed here, then? I guess I can't be shocked that I'm not here, since none of my shit's in the Final Cut except for my arm. But, I mean, that kid had a couple lines. So what's the criteria? You're not going to be 10 names down from Stanley. Why? They are. Fucking District 8, another patient? I would be here too. I'd be District 8 Hospital Helper or something. But you appear on the IMDb. That's fucking worthless. I'm not in the goddamn end credits here. There's probably more District 8 spots. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, Jesus, they have District 13 Systems Operator 2 here. Come on. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm listed as something more than just District 8 Hospital Helper. Maybe they're listing me as, like, District 8 Hero. So I'll be down here somewhere. After stunts, perhaps. That's so fucked up. Yeah, actually, I never checked. At least I don't remember. According to the IMDb page, it's District 8 medic, but uncredited. Son of a bitch, those assholes. And they didn't even ask me to come back for the other Hunger Games movie that's coming out soon. The industry's so fucked up, man. I wasn't an extra. I was an integral piece of the Mockingjay Part 1 narrative. Did you check to see if you were credited ahead of the director? Oh, true, yeah, that must have been it. That's probably where it was. You should review your IMDb page on how accurate it is. I already did that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or something. It's highly inaccurate. It lists me as 2 centimeters. Like, my height is listed as, like, actually 2 centimeters. It's a farce. It's an outrage. They fixed the height. Alright, you know what? Here, it's been a couple years. I'll check out the IMDb. This is still so fucked up. They did fix the height, but it lists me as 5'5" and 3/4. This is some wacky shit. Okay, let's see. What credits does it put me at? It has deep dive on here. A 2-episode things we did like 3 years ago. Writer. Oh, Godslap, nice. As a TV series, nice. Optimistic. Skynet has its own IMDb page? It's so hype. Where's my acting credits? Alright, upcoming. Neither of these ever happened to my knowledge. Officer Greg, though? What the fuck is the Garden of Wonder? Oh! Wait. What? Wait, what is this? When did I co-star with George Takei? I can't even find anything on this. This seems like it's all just made up. Someone must have just shown up to set and they're like, hey, I'm Charlie. And they're like, okay, cool. We got Moist Critical on set. Hive Mind. Why am I credited in Jacksepticeye as just appearing in 2 videos? Nice. Yeah, they got everything in here. Anytime I ever appeared on like anything, even for a second. Some voice acting stuff from Lucius, yep. Helsing, yep. Star Control, yep. Anima, Team 6, yep. This is thorough. Butter Lover. Uncle Gareth, what a throwback. Hunger Games, District 8 Medic, baby. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty thorough. It even has something that not even I knew I was in. Is an acclaimed chess player taught by Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. At the peak of his chess career and later became the winner of the 2020 Chess PogChamps tournament. Cool. Awesome trivia. His favorite actor is Brendan Fraser, and when White was 18 years old, he was involved in a car accident and got sued by one of the passengers. That's the kind of trivia that's fun for the whole family. Awesome. Expand on that, please. Hey, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. I was 18, I got in a little fender bender, and one of the ladies involved faked an injury and then sued me for it. Because I was very honest. I was like, hey, this accident, you know, I'll take responsibility. I wasn't paying enough attention, and I was just like making sure everyone was okay. I was like, I'm sorry, you know, I should have been paying more attention. And the lady was like, she was like my age, maybe a little older, maybe like 20 or something. She's like, oh no, it's totally fine. Like, it was a really like slow collision crash. You know, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Paramedics came just to check on everything. They're like, yeah, everyone's all good here. And then when my dad got to the scene, he was like, Charlie, please don't tell me that you said that you're sorry. And I was like, no, I did. I mean, it really was kind of my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, oh my God. He knew it was coming. And then that lady sued me. She had the dollar signs in her eyes the second I said I'm sorry. Who won the case? Well, she did. All in all, I think it was like $10,000 settlement. So she spent significantly more money just getting a lawyer to sue, going to a doctor to pretend that she was injured. She went to a very corrupt doctor who's well known in the area for doing ambulance chaser garbage. So she spent much more than she made. So, kind of an L for her too. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's about raising my insurance premiums. Yeah, fucking awesome. Even my insurance was like, Yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do. We know she's not actually injured, but we're just going to do the minimum settlement. So I was like, whatever. Then they raised my insurance rates. Why can't you apologize? Yeah, so apparently you are never supposed to admit fault. Ever. I hit someone and apologized, but he checked his car, there was no damage, so he said don't worry about it and left. Yeah, since then, I've been in 2 little fender benders, neither of which was my fault. One of them I got rear-ended leaving the parking garage of my apartment. Dude just came up and blasted me, and he was like, oh, I'm so fucking sorry, man. Shit. He's like, we need to exchange insurance, and I just checked the back of my car, and I was like, brother, it's not that big of a deal, don't worry about it. Like, it's just not that big of an issue. It was barely even a dent, it was easy, this shit'll buff out. And then the other one was a lady rear-ended me leaving a parking lot, and then she got mad at me. Well, actually, better yet, what happened is, I was about to leave the parking lot, and this lady was about to turn on to the road. And for some reason, she fucking cranks that bitch into reverse and just, like, shoves her whole ass in my face. So, like, I see it coming too, so I start reversing to get away from her. I'm like, oh my god, no. No. But she was a little faster than me, and then, yeah, little bumper tap. That was another one where it was just like, she got upset, and I was like, no, look, this is not a big deal. You did this, but I'm not mad, so just go about your day. How Gears of War almost didn't have a multiplayer. That got recommended to me out of nowhere, and that hit hard. Gears of War is where I started making videos. That game changed my life, unironically. The multiplayer of it specifically. My life would be so drastically different if multiplayer didn't happen for Gears of War.
Generally speaking, somebody who is a level...
That's such a crazy thought. Just something as simple as a multiplayer component of a game actually changed my entire fucking life. I almost didn't even get Gears of War either. It was 2006, and this was when I was still, like, shopping for games just based off of how cool the cover was. And I was back and forth on if Gears of War's cover was cool enough to be a good game. So I ended up just, like, holding on to it while walking around GameStop for a bit while my mom was shopping in the mall. And then I eventually just decided, why not? I mean, it wasn't my money anyway. My mom was buying it, so I didn't really have anything to lose besides time. And the rest is history. Ended up loving the game.
Seriously, it's, you know, it's some guy with
God,
a
the
chainsaw
chainsaw's
going,
so good.
and slicing someone in half, and it was gross as like the Gears.
I need to
were.
replay
We
the
never
Gears
really wanted to
series,
make
even though Gears
queasy,
1 is the only
violent
one I ever
stuff.
really liked
It was
that
always
much.
about being. You would have like
The
a
characters in
low-poly
Gears were
character
some of
that
the
had
most
just what
remarkable
color is it? You know,
muscle
there's one texture
mountains
that's mapped on there.
ever.
It's like, this guy's got brown hair. And
That
he's
shit
got
was
this
just
colored
so
skin, and he's wearing a
over-the-top
cloak that's this
manly.
color. But as soon as we started doing stuff that there's like
God, just
all these
look at
different facets of
Marcus's
texture.
neck. It's like an actual tree trunk with a face on it. He looks like the goddamn Deku tree. So good. So fucking good.
As they go on to more than that, we weren't really having a whole lot of fun playing.
The maps were
multiplayer.
so good
we
in
were very
Gears.
much on the fence that like I don't
That's
even know
Clock
if
Tower
multiplayer was
right
gonna
there.
make it in Gears.
I haven't
at the
played
time,
Gears
and
in
we were, you know, at the start of
12
summer, and
years
this
now.
thing is shipping in
I
fall.
think I still remember
There was
every
a
map.
very specific moment where we
Where
were having
every
those
weapon is.
discussions of or whatever. It just organically happened, and Gridlock allowed
Man, they
every
had the
example of that
IGN
to just
reviewer
happen
playing this game
naturally.
right now.
We had just finished.
Well,
the
who is
playtest,
playing
and
this?
Everybody was super excited about it.
You're hurting my
And
feelings.
it was a very like,
shotgun from that
open
distance.
discussion in that room with the people who were playtesting that. As to
God, is the
whether,
guy who couldn't complete the
is
Cuphead
this
tutorial?
enough
What is going on?
There was a fair amount of freedom, kind of like how Unreal Tournament had maps from all different.
What?
flavors
Oh,
and
what
genres.
the fuck am I looking at?
Really
He wasn't
recall
even
ever a
moving.
Specific moment when we were like,
Gears of War 1 is still unmatched in that franchise. There is no Gears game that has the same feel as the first one. There's such a drastic difference in the gameplay. So, like, even Gears of War Ultimate Edition is trash compared to Gears of War on the 360. Like, they changed it. It's just such a visceral impact to old Gears of War 1. Whereas in, like, Gears 2, 3, 4, 5, it just feels like everyone that you shoot is just a balloon of meat that just pops. In Gears 1, it feels like you actually murder somebody. Let's do, like, a... What's, like, an old-school montage? I'm trying to think of a really cool one. I think a Fallen Tree used to have some cool ones. I used to know him on Xbox Live. Okay, I'm not trying to get DMCA'd. but you need to hear the sound, because the sound design in Gears is also what made it so special. The headshot sound in Gears 1 is still one of the most satisfying things in gaming. It just has this beautiful little... There's a little pop, and then like blood flying out. It's so good. So much better than the other Gears games. I remember Dreams No Evil had some bangers. Started as well. Nick Merckx used to be a pro Gears of War player. I don't know how many people knew that, but yeah. I remember hearing about Nick Merckx when I was younger, because if I remember correctly, he had a Game Battles account where he was kind of nuts. This game just, it bred champions is what it did. Oh, MLG. Quality's top tier. All we had back then were Dazzle Platinum capture cards, and then eventually Half Hog, which was worse.
That's going to be now a 4-on-3 situation. We do have right now in the lead Maze going back towards C2.
But you see how no one uses the Lancer? Because the pistol was better. You could pop heads from a distance, whereas the Lancer, you could only down them. Man.
If you got the accuracy going in and
I've been feeling real nostalgic recently. What he just did there is called a weapon slide. So typically when you pick up a weapon in Gears, you stand still to pick it up. But if you hit the pickup plus cover, so X plus A, you slide your thumb X to A, you'll pick up the weapon while sliding to cover so you don't get punished.
And that's huge. Every kill matters.
There are so many glitches in Gears that also just increased everything and made it even fucking wilder, like Kung Fu Flip, Crab Walk. It was so good. Is there any Gears of War gamer rage? Bro, that whole community was nothing but gamer rage. It was amazing. I remember there was a guy in the community called It's Milkbone, and he was like the #1 1v1 sniper battler, and he had a YouTube channel with just a picture of him and his girlfriend on it, and the community was so mean to him. He wasn't even like a bad looking guy or anything, he was like a skater or something, but all the comments were like, I can't believe that girl's with you. She must just use your face to wipe her ass with it and shit like that for no reason. For no reason at all. This shit went so wild. Oh, I used to be friends with Demon Punisher. Yeah. Did he... I don't really remember his montages too well, though. I remember this guy because when I was like 14, he was like 19, and he told a story to us where he had sex with his girlfriend at a church, and I thought for sure me hearing that was gonna send me to hell. I wish I still had my montages. This thing he used right here, this was Sony Vegas 7. So the community, what we did is we'd pirate Sony Vegas 7. Allegedly would pirate Sony Vegas 7. And what you would do here is you'd crop out the guy for no reason and then add the TV noise sound effect to him and just move him around a little bit. And this was considered good editing. So I had to learn this technique. And it took me hours. It took me hours just to do some shit like this. And I used to put it in my montages randomly, and I was so fucking proud of it. A lot of these editing techniques you'll see here are shared across the entire Gears community because we all communicated with each other and did the same shit when it came to editing. Shit through voice messages on 360 hits different. Talking shit hits so differently back then. This wasn't Gears, but back in Halo 2 on the original Xbox, the shit talking there was next level. I got Xbox Live, I think, in 2004, because I would have been 10 years old at the time, and I started it at 10. And I will never forget one fucking guy when I was playing Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon 2, Summit Strike, I think, when that came out. One guy got so fucking mad at me, or it might have even been Halo 2 actually, I don't recall now. But he said like, he called me out, my name was Fast Fighter. He said, Fast Fighter, your mom's gonna get it hardcore tonight for you being a little dickhead. And I didn't know like what that meant. So I thought he was going to like assassinate my mom. So I left the game and like with tears in my eyes told my mom what happened. And I was like really worried for her safety, so I was just so fearful of this fucking dude from Ghost Recon coming and beating my mom's ass because I was beating him in the game. Oh, what a fucking wild time, man. So innocent, so innocent. Did you have a cool YouTube intro for your montage videos? Yeah, actually. Some of my montages still exist, but not all of them. I had like 1,000 videos I deleted, but some of them still exist. So like my Torque Bow Ricochet montages still exist. You can see some of my old intro in here. I used to only use Christian music as well because I was afraid if I used regular rock, I might go to hell. It needed to be music that worshipped God. So this is Pillar. I used to be though, like very much so. Like I said, I got baptized twice because I was worried the Lord might have missed the first one. Like he was just busy that day. So I had my parents get me another baptism when I was like 11. What made you stop being religious? I was fucking miserable. I was always afraid of everything. In two of the stories I told, in two of the stories I've already told tonight alone, one of the themes was I was afraid I'd go to hell. From just A, hearing about my friend having sex, and the second one, not listening to Christian music. I fucking hated it. I was so scared all the time. Were your parents understanding, or were your parents understanding, or were they not okay with you becoming non-religious? Bro, my parents were never religious. I fucking forced them to go to church and shit against their will. Like, they hated it. I was the one trying to convert them aggressively. How the hell did that happen? One of my neighborhood friends was the son of a pastor, so when we'd hang out, he'd always be talking about religion and shit, and it stuck. So then I got like real like wild with it. I'm still holding on to hope that somewhere, someday, an old YouTube employee from 2009 or 2010 for some reason has a backup of everything that existed on the site as of that moment, so that way I can finally have all my old videos back. Or one old subscriber for some reason downloaded every single one of my videos just to have them. I'm just praying for that miracle to happen someday. I want to show those so badly. I even made some Gears of War skits once. So I had some of that too. Ugh, I want it so bad. My first montage has me, because I used to use a camcorder, it has me when I was 11. At least I would have been 11 for Gears of War. And some guy had called me a loser. So when I ended up killing him for my montage, I said, like, take that, loser, or I'm not a loser now, or something like that. And it was like the crux of the montage. It was so cool. Hey, you, what's that stink? It smells like brave boy in here. That must mean that there's a courageous man in this room. And I don't mean to alarm you, but he's sitting right in front of you. You notice anything different about me? Be honest. I know you do. I faced one of my biggest fears this week. On Saturday, I got on an airplane. A real airplane. Not like a flight simulator or anything like that. I'm talking a legitimate bird-in-the-sky flying machine. God bless the Wright brothers. And I took it to Texas. And I had so much fun on that flight that I decided to take a flight back home today, on Monday. I know that doesn't sound impressive to pretty much any of you, but to me, this was a huge deal. You know how people have like phobias of spiders and no one gives them shit for it? Well, I get shit all the time for being afraid of flying, and you know what? I said, fish paste with this. Dirty barnacles. I'm getting on a plane. I've had a fear of flying for as long as I can remember. I think prior to this flight, I'd been on about 10 planes total. The last time was in 2016 to California. And I've always hated it. It's always been terrifying to me. Yes, I already know there's people on the keyboard right now, fucking steam and smoke coming off their fingers, furiously typing about how safe they are and all the statistics. And I know that. I get it. It's a phobia for a reason. It doesn't have to be rational. Everyone has some kind of fear that they can't really rationalize super well. And for me, it's flying. I just find the whole idea of a plane terrifying because if something goes wrong, the stakes are so high. Plus, you're also trapped in this giant metal tube in the sky for hours. So if you have an emergency, like you break your arm, start choking on your bubblegum, you can't like get medical attention. Well, aside from like the Heimlich maneuver, but like you see what I'm saying? Like, if you have a medical emergency, they can't exactly just pull over to the nearest air hospital. You know, it's not BioShock Infinite. We don't have like just floating buildings that you can pull into or anything. So you're just trapped on there until you touch down on the ground whenever the flight is done. So it's just the whole idea of flying has been scary to me for as long as I can remember. But this weekend was a very special weekend. There was a massive event that I didn't want to miss. I needed to be there. It was the RLCS World Championship, the Rocket League World Championship, a $2 million tournament where our esports org, Moist Esports, was competing. We had locked in top 8, and we were starting on Sunday to try and take home the grand prize and the big trophy, the big clams. And I wanted to be there in person to support the squad. I would do pretty much anything to support Moist Esports. I am so passionate about it. I absolutely fucking love it. So I knew I had to be there for our team. Rise, Joyo, Vatira, and Noah make up the Moist Esports Rocket League team, and I think they're the best in the world. Unfortunately, they didn't win the World Championship this weekend, but I still couldn't be more proud of them. Next season, for sure, they'll be hoisting the trophy. There is no one more deserving than them, and no one wants it more than them. And being there was super special, so I'm glad I decided to face my fears and actually get on a plane for the first time in 6 years. Not only was it really great to be there for the team, but also just meeting the community was amazing. I met so many fucking awesome people at the event. It was beautiful. The fans chanting "Let's get wet" was unforgettable. Them chanting Rise, Joyo, Vatira, absolutely iconic and memories I will always cherish. The Psyonix team, Psyonix is the developers behind Rocket League, put on the best esports event I could have imagined. It was a 14,000 seat arena, massive jumbotron, even got to stream from there for the watch party, so you're welcome to check out that VOD. I'll post it on YouTube at some point too. It was just such an incredible experience, and it was absolutely worth the panic attack that I experienced on the first flight. So the flight wasn't smooth for me. The first flight to Fort Worth was absolutely miserable. I brought like 18 different drugs, like legal ones. I'm not talking like shooting up heroin in the back or anything. I brought like Dramamine, Afrin to like open up my ears and everything. Just tons of different fucking things. I was damn near ready to start bringing in shungite, get like real spiritual with energy crystals, because I was just panicking. And unfortunately, on that journey there, within the first 15 minutes, I had a full-blown panic attack. I thought my throat was closing up. I had shot like 6 squirts of Afrin into my nostrils, so I thought I was just gonna like OD in the back of the plane. The flight attendants come by with the cart of snacks and just find my corpse, wondering what the fuck happened, like I just got attacked by a nasal decongestant. I flew with friends, of course, and they did a great job of helping keep me calm and get through the panic attack. So that was very helpful. Ended up watching a movie and simmering down a bit. But yeah, the journey there was not pretty. It was not pleasant. It was pretty traumatizing. I didn't think I was going to make it. And it was entirely in my own head too. Like, it had nothing to do with the actual plane or anything. It was me overthinking it and just, again, falling to fear. But got through it, made it to Fort Worth, and had a wonderful time. And thankfully the flight back was a lot calmer. No panic attack or anything. Just buckled down, watched a bit of a movie, even took a nap. And that was all she wrote. We landed, everything was nice and smooth, so that one was fine, but the first one was absolutely rough. I think the question on everyone's mind now is, will I fly again? And I'm super happy to say, fuck no. No, nope. I don't plan on flying very often. For the next Rocket League World Championship, maybe I'll hop back on the plane, get back in the saddle, and get out there. But I think I'll probably just stick to like ground transportation. Even though the second flight was a lot calmer than the first one, I still wasn't happy or comfortable. I was still very scared out of my fucking mind and nervous. And the entire week leading up to this was nothing but stress and anxiety. I think across the 72 hours prior to Saturday, I slept maybe 6 hours total. Maybe. And that's being generous. So it has been fucking miserable. So I don't really plan on becoming a frequent flyer, but at least I faced my fears this week, and I know I can do it for like big events, you know, that really, you know, get my engine revved and get me wanting to get out there as quickly as possible. I know now that I can at least face them. So I think this was a fucking great week all around. I'm super proud of Moist Esports Rocket League team, and I can't wait to see more from them. I think the future is very, very bright. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a bit, and that's it. So yeah. I just took a shower because I needed to cleanse myself of sin. I witnessed something extremely dirty and disgusting today. A scummy, popular One Piece mobile game just ran a massive ad campaign using me to promote it without my knowledge. And you would think that they like deep faked me endorsing it or something, which would be kind of cool, but they didn't even deep fake me. They just dubbed over my face saying nice things about the game in a completely different voice and accent and everything. It is outrageously low effort. And it's actually a sanctioned, official, licensed One Piece game published by Bandai.
Luffy is really cool and powerful. His AoE skills can hit all enemies. Generally, as a front row role in the lineup, he has outstanding defense and attack. This is my lineup. I like all the characters. There are Solon and Ace. Ace can make me pass the customs faster in the early stage and fire A damage. It is very easy for him to obtain.
Yeah, like I said, not a whole lot of passion or tender love and care went into this ad campaign. It's just me cropped out and dubbed over poorly. Like, the Annoying Orange puts more effort into their, like, dubbing and lip-syncing and shit than this. And this is a big ad campaign. They put a lot of money into this. This is running all across Facebook right now. I got so many emails and messages about it, it's unreal. And I was curious, so I logged into my Facebook to see how long it'd take me to see it. Almost instantly. It's fucking everywhere on Facebook. They put a lot of money to get it out there, and this is the ad. Now, I went over it on stream, and I was under the impression that I was initially under the impression that this was some, like, low-budget indie studio student project just doing its best with zero marketing budget. But it turns out it really is an officially licensed game from Bandai and is extremely popular in China. I understand One Piece is all about pirates, but come on, this is too far. You're besmirching my good name. Like, I'm not even a big One Piece fan. I'm like 100 episodes in and I find it to be pretty mediocre. I'm gonna keep watching it until I catch up and finish it, but goddamn, you know, at least wait until I like the show to pretend that I'm a big fan of this fucking mobile game. Like, have some dignity. Is nothing sacred anymore? I'm gonna go ahead and show you some stream clips from when I was going over it with chat, and then I'm gonna go into it a bit more. Hey Charlie, did you know a mobile game company used your face to make an advertisement? Yeah, I saw that today. That was kind of wacky. And show it. Let me see if I can bring it up. It's on Facebook, and I think I need to be logged in for that. What is it? It's like One Piece Burning Cross. Man, no, that's definitely not it. I don't remember what it was. Burning Will. Burning Will. Yeah, this is the one. It's not like a big game or anything. I think the idea was to use me for an ad and hope that it would, like, drum up controversy to get some, like, curious clicks, perhaps. You get paid for it? No, man, obviously not. It wasn't a sanctioned ad. Like I said, I do want to get into, like, those awful mobile game ads where they're, like, they have, like, crazy chaos happening and everything's acted poorly. I'd love to be in those. But that's not one of these, unfortunately. Will you do something about it? Man, no. What the fuck am I going to do about it? Take them to court? They're not even a popular game. They have 6 goddamn reviews on the Android store. I'd be suing them over like jelly beans.
Lineup, he has outstanding defense and attack. This is my lineup. I like all the characters. There are Solon and Ace. Ace can make
it's pretty convincing.
Faster in the early stage and fire A damage. It is very easy.
I also think it's a nice cherry on top of the shit cake that it's for One Piece. When I'm not really a One Piece fan. It's getting a little better, but I still wouldn't call myself a One Piece fan. I will say it's like extremely low effort. I think they could have found like a much more fitting clip here. Like one where I'm getting excited. Like there's plenty of videos where I'm like pumping my arms, even dancing. They could have had me dancing like I'm dancing because of Luffy in One Piece Burning Cross. Or whatever dog shit this is. I don't know the name. Yeah, not even in a white tee either. They found one of the rare black shirt videos. So obviously I'm pretty upset about this, and the emotional damage has really taken its toll on my mental health as of late. So I demand an apology, not only from Bandai, but from One Piece in general. This whole phony ad campaign with these things I never said being displayed all over Facebook for a game I've never heard of is beyond disgraceful, and I just won't stand for it. So I think what's only fair is the next arc in One Piece is the Apology to Charles arc, where the characters lament the fact that a terrible mobile game based on them had the gall to use me, my innocence, to promote it without my knowledge. And I want Bandai to say they're sorry. There's no reason this has to go to court. We can settle this like gentlemen, come to an accord, you know, make a deal. Maybe I get written into One Piece directly. I could be like a small side character in an episode. Stinky D. Charles. I get like thrown overboard or fucking blasted into oblivion. I don't give a fuck. But this, you know, they went real far with this ad campaign right here, and I needed to talk about it. I don't want anyone to get it twisted. I've never played this game, and I probably never will. The things they're saying with my face on them, it's not me saying them. Those aren't my words. Don't let them fool you. All right? I'm not promoting One Piece burning. Fuck, what? One Piece, Feel the Burn. What? I cannot remember. One Piece Burning Will. I could not remember this game's name. I'm not promoting it on Facebook, alright? In all honesty, I am extremely curious how this even happened. Usually, this kind of shit happens with projects from really shady, scummy, like, pseudo-companies where they're not, like, real businesses or anything. Like, on TikTok, this is really common. There's already an NFT scam that uses my face and dubs me over promoting their scam. Like, that shit happens all the time. It happens to Mudahar as well. But this is actually a licensed game. So, usually with a project, like an actual project like this, one that generates a lot of money, their marketing is crucial. And there's a big spin on it and a huge emphasis on good marketing materials. So how did something like this even slip through the cracks? And not only did it slip through the cracks, they put a lot of money behind it. Like I said, this is actually all over Facebook. When I don't even go on Facebook, and it only took me like a couple of minutes to encounter this ad. So how? How did this happen? This had to be made by like an intern. This is something anyone could whip up in like 30 seconds, if that. The only thing that'd be remotely time consuming is cropping me out of a video, because I don't use a green screen, so they would have had to like manually do that. But other than that, this is no effort or work whatsoever to promote an actually popular game. At least it's popular by every metric I can find online about it in China. So I don't know how this happened. It's obviously not a mistake or anything, because this clip they're using here isn't exactly some kind of like royalty-free stock clip of me. Like I can't find this anywhere else online. So this is something they did in-house. They made the decision to take me from whatever video they used, I don't even know what video this is from, and use it to promote the game. It's just not something they found in like an assets folder on their hard drive or anything, or off the assets store somewhere. They just made the conscious decision to use me for this. And I don't even get why. Because it's not like they're trying to make it seem like it's me, you know, it's not like they're trying to convince people that I, Charlie, love One Piece Burning Will. You know, it doesn't start with, "What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I love Luffy in One Piece Burning Will. He slaps people's nipples off, and it's fucking awesome. You should download the game." Like, it's nothing like that. They're not trying to make it seem like I, Charlie, like this game. I'm just like a fucking random head here promoting the game. But why? How? This whole thing is just so peculiar. I can't even wrap my head around how something like this not only gets made, but then promoted so excessively. Because that's a decision that has to be made higher up the food chain, I imagine. Like, hey, we're putting marketing dollars behind this. We're going to pump this out across the platforms. Just such a weird situation. But anyway, yeah. I just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. If you've been around the channel for a long time, you might remember that I used to make one video a year where I'd address all of the most common questions that I'd get for that year. It was a big event, you know, people looked at it like a second Christmas if Santa Claus was a greasy, gamer-gunked little goblin. And I don't do that anymore these days. I've buried that tradition because I stream every day on Twitch, so I'm always answering the most common questions anyway. And since it's Twitch chat, I'm always answering the same 3 questions over and over again. It's like in fucking 51st Dates with 10-Second Tom. But just like last year, I thought it might be fun to do it on YouTube as well, because obviously not everyone's going to the streams. It's their loss, they're missing out on a few extra inches on their penis, but what am I gonna do? You know, I'm not their dad, I can't force them. So why not just answer those common questions in a YouTube video so that way everyone's caught up on the lore. We'll start with the one that's been getting asked a lot recently, which is about the kitty. Yeah, I recently got a cat, and not because I'm a bandwagon follower. I know a lot of other YouTubers also got cats. This was actually a cat that was left behind outside of a PetSmart in a box that Tiana and I just decided to help nurse back to health, and eventually just decided the cat's too cute to not keep. And a lot of people have been wondering if we finally decided on a name. The answer is no. And that's because we still don't even know the gender of the cat, which has been making it pretty hard to come up with a really badass name that would strike fear into the hearts of other animals. As I mentioned before, the cat was unfortunately born with a birth defect in its ass. I forgot the name of it, but fundamentally, like, the colon doesn't really connect to the anus, or it's extremely narrow, and it's a very serious problem, but we did get the surgery and the cat's been doing better, but because of that, it's been really hard for any vets to properly gender the cat. I didn't know this, and maybe because I'm a big fucking stupid idiot, but cats don't have, like, visible testicles when they're that age. I just assumed all cats were hanging dong, but I guess that's not the case. The proper procedure is to go into the ass to figure out the gender of the cat, which, because of the problem the cat was born with, has made it really difficult, so we still don't know the gender, so still haven't really decided on a name. This next question is one that I've been asked every year, a million times a year, since I became a little more open with all of you with my face and a little bit about me. It's, why are you so short? A real brain-bustin' goofy one. Yeah, I don't know, I guess I'm just cursed. I got unlucky. Osmosis Jones stunted my growth when I was 14. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know why I'm short. It's not like I enjoy being short. I'd prefer to be taller. I think that'd be great. But it's something I have absolutely no control over. Someone gathered all 8 Dragon Balls and made a wish that I'd be 5'6", and god damn it, that's where I've stayed since I was like 16. It is what it is. Me going outside and angrily shaking my fist at the clouds isn't gonna do anything to help me get taller. I don't know why so many people ask so many questions about me being short. Yeah, I suppose I'm just a circus freak at 5'6", I don't know. But I've answered this every single year for like 6 years now, and I can't wait to do it again next year. While we're on the topic of repeat questions, this is one that I also always get asked is, why am I so negative? I just disagree. I'm not negative, pussy. You're the Debbie Downer, not me. I'm not negative about things. I just am not like a completely brain-rotted zombie consumer who just accepts everything with a big smile on my face and like says it's perfect. The things I like have flaws. So even my like favorite things, like The Mummy, my favorite movie, I know is not the best movie ever made. There's plenty of things wrong with The Mummy, which I can point out and still appreciate the movie as my favorite. Like, I just subscribe to the belief that nothing's perfect, and you can always talk about the shortcomings or flaws and things that you might like. You don't have to just write off, you know, any problems with something you enjoy because you enjoy it. You can still talk about them while also still enjoying it. I just don't think I'm negative. I really don't. I'm not looking for the bad in things. I just talk about the good and the bad in things as much as possible. Unless, of course, it's an extreme case like Fantastic Beasts: Secrets of Dumbledore, the newest one, then it's all bad and there's nothing good. Despite my best efforts to locate even just a single iota of decency from that movie, there's nothing. Not even the Lord could forgive that cinema sin. That goddamn movie is a stain on Hollywood in general. That movie is fucking atrocious. The best thing that can be said about the new Fantastic Beast movie is that it ends. So, besides that, I'm just not negative. Yeah, maybe I can admit that in the heat of passion I may rant about things I don't like the Halo show, another extreme example. But even when I'm playing in the pig pen and rolling around in the septic tank that is the Halo TV show, I also do find a couple of things to compliment, such as a few action scenes. So again, I disagree. I just don't think that I'm negative or always looking for the bad in things. Next question's a little rapid fire round here because it's a quick one. What's in the Pokemon frame behind me, and what are in these two frames? In the Pokemon frame, it's all of the first edition base set Shadowless, so all 16 holos there, including Charizard. I got all of them damaged, so they were super cheap, which was great, but I think they look wonderful in the frames, and I think grading cards is a scam, so I don't care about their condition. And then in these two Yu-Gi-Oh frames over here, these are all the Ghost Rares first edition, and these are all the Starlight Rares first edition. Next question's another one of these in the bar bathroom quickies. It's, will Godslap ever have an anime? So as you know, we posted the Godslap animation, which is basically just the first 15 pages that we had animated by Sikowski Studios, the same studios behind Skynet, and we did it as just a promo piece and proof of concept, and a lot of people have wondered, will there be like an actual full animation for it? And the answer is, we hope so. As you might recall, we did mention that we had a pitch with Netflix at some point, which is still on the table, and I guess we'll see how that goes. We'll probably also take it elsewhere, and let's be honest, Netflix is desperate for something that's not dog shit. And I promise you, Godslap is the furthest thing from dog shit. So if you're watching this, Mr. John Netflix, perhaps Godslap could be your savior. I know the stock prices aren't doing amazing, but they could be with Godslap, perhaps. But back to the core question, we want it to be a fully animated series that runs adjacent to the comic books. However, we can't do that ourselves. We don't have that kind of budget, so we're hoping that we can partner with a streaming service in order to do that. The next question is about Moist Esports. It's, what is Moist Esports' grand plans? Like, what are we trying to accomplish with the org? And I think a lot of people are still under the naive impression that Moist Esports is just a joke throwaway project, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Moist Esports is something that I and the entire team are taking extremely seriously. We want it to become an actual legitimate Tier 1 org. And I honestly think we're getting pretty close. We're knocking on the door. We are the danger. In fact, just today, our Rocket League team won both their series and guaranteed themselves a spot in the London Major at the end of the month. We have one of the best Rocket League teams in the world. We're also guaranteed a spot in the Rocket League World Championship coming up in August. So we have one of the best squads in Rocket League. We have some of the best fighting game players, best Smash players, best Guilty Gear, best Brawlhalla, and we recently got a Splitgate team who's also one of the best. So we've got a whole fucking lineup of superstars here, and yes, we do want to expand into other games like CSGO, Valorant, Dota, League, all of those big staples, the games we enjoy watching and would love to be in, but right now it's a little too expensive for us, but we do have those plans down the road. It's something we want to do. We're extremely hungry, and the only thing that can satiate our appetite is giant fucking Dubskis, huge world championship wins. And this leads directly into the next frequently asked question, which is, can I join Moist Esports? Absolutely fucking not, you swine. Moist Esports will find you. We're like Nick Fury. We recruit in the shadows, and only the best in the world. But I do always really appreciate people that get excited about Moist Esports and show interest in like wanting to compete for us. It really is meaningful. This next question is one I'm also pretty sure I answered at some point, but I can't remember if I ever did it in a YouTube video, so I'm just going to do it again to be safe. Why is Moist part of like my name on everything? And it all started in college. I got a Wii U. Yes, I was one of those fucking suckers that was scammed into buying a Wii U, and I bought it for my friends and I to play at our dorm. And I had to come up with a cool name for our little me avatar, and Nintendo has extremely strict profanity filters, so I couldn't make anything too, like, outrageous, and I eventually came up with Big Moist, because I thought it sounded silly and stupid, which was the vibe I was going for with the name, and I ended up just really liking the name Big Moist. So then I ended up making my personal Snapchat account Big Moist, and so my friends would use that name when talking about like the Wii U and me sometimes, and then I just ended up just really liking the word moist for everything. So that's how that spawned what it currently is today. This next one's actually kind of deep, and it involves a time in early college that I've talked about a lot where I pretended to be a mysterious anime character and it failed me socially. I became such a weirdo that people were afraid of, and I'm asked, how did I finally get out of that? How did I, achieve self-awareness and leave that disgusting arc in my anime behind? How did I get over it? And the answer is I surrounded myself with actually socially adept people. So in my early college days, I commuted to college. I used to just go from my house, my parents' house, to college. And I didn't spend a whole lot of time around a lot of people because they were rightfully fearful of me because I adapted such a weird image where I wouldn't talk to people and I'd scare them. I'd put the fear of God in them. But coming around into like late sophomore year, I decided I was going to live on campus because I thought it would be good for me to be constantly surrounded by other people so I could absorb their social information like a fucking sponge. And it worked. I got lucky enough to room with random roommates that all happened to be like actual party-going, popular people, and I was able to learn from them. Fucking taking notes in the bathroom like a dweeb, coming up with how partying works, and it ended up breaking me out of this anime zone that I had trapped myself in. So I was able to escape it, not under my own power, but because I made the decision to learn from other people and surround myself with people that were better at socializing than I was. And they were actual angels. They were nice enough to take me to parties with them as like their little Padawan, and I was able to suckle from their bosom and learn from them. I'm forever in their debt for being nice to me and actually taking me to parties and to meet people and stuff. Because without them, I would probably still act that way in public, like that loser I was in the first year and a half of college. Let's pick up the pace here, increase the BPM. Will I ever fight in a YouTuber boxing match like Creator Clash 2? No. I don't feel confident fighting anyone over the age of 12. I don't want to get hit. I'm afraid of getting hit, but I'm confident that I could beat anyone 12 and under because I think I could just have a flawless victory where I would be able to brutalize them without them actually being able to land any hits on me. Next up, why am I afraid of flying? Well, it's because if something goes wrong and the plane crashes, everyone dies, and that doesn't sound turbo cool to me. It sounds pretty awful. And I understand the statistics. It's pretty rare for something like that to happen, but it doesn't change the way I feel about it. I'm still afraid of it. Another easy layup here, why am I not afraid of horror games? And it's because I've played so many of them, I just never really get unnerved anymore. I never get startled by jump scares, except for very rarely. But that doesn't mean I don't enjoy them. I still find horror games to be silly and fun sometimes, but yes, I don't get scared by them because pretty much every modern horror game that gets released is a carbon copy of every horror game before it. Almost all of them these days are walking simulators where you're collecting different pieces of lore or different keys or different pieces of a puzzle in order to escape something while being chased by something. It's all the same formula that I've seen a million times, so by now I'm just pretty numb to it. It just doesn't scare me, and it never really has, except for when I was younger. I'm sure there's quite a few questions that I missed, but these are the ones that were top of mind for me, so I imagine these were the most common ones. But if there's anything I didn't get to, I'm sure I'll answer it on stream tonight anyway. So anyway, yeah, just wanted to do one of these again because I think it's always at least fun to just go over questions that people have. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I don't know how many of you know this, but I actually have really bad motion sickness. If I ride in the passenger seat of a car for more than 5 minutes, I get a tummy ache, I start feeling yucky, like I want to puke. If I bend down to pick up like a dog toy too quickly, I'll get immediately sick. Like my motion sickness is awful. But I wasn't always such a weak, fragile, tarnished specimen that I am today. And it's not something that just developed naturally. We all understand that aging is cringe. There's nothing more embarrassing than getting older. Because as you get older, things just start breaking down, shit doesn't work the way it used to. You know, it sucks. But I didn't develop motion sickness just because I started to become like a geriatric old man or anything. I can trace back the day I developed motion sickness, a day that changed my life. It was a day spent at a theme park with a friend of mine named Andrew, a friend that you probably know from YouTube as Hugbees of How It's Actually Made fame. Him and I have been friends for about a decade now, and back when I was around 18 or 19, we decided we'd have a little fun out in the sun for a day, and we took a trip to Busch Gardens, Tampa, Florida. For those that don't know, Busch Gardens is an amusement park, kind of like Universal Studios or Disney World. It's just like a giant theme park with roller coasters and shit. But the theme is Florida Man. And it's a pretty fun park, actually. I used to love Busch Gardens. They had all kinds of like weird and wacky foods back in the day. And I used the term food lightly. There was one spot in there that would sell basically just fried grease. Just like actual fried motor oil. So you just take a bite and it was just nothing but oil and grease that just blew up your mouth. I used to love that kind of shit, just little grease pops or whatever. Just a scrumptious little treat. One time I even saw a dude full-blown cranking his hog in the parking lot, just really jerking his meat, pretty tough out there. So Busch Gardens could get wild, but it was a park I always enjoyed going to. But the main appeal of Busch Gardens was roller coasters, as well as animals, because it kind of like doubled as a zoo. They had a lot of animals there, so there was a lot to do. It was a very interesting theme park. It still exists. I just don't go anymore. We'll get to that in a second. But the thing is, the main appeal of the park was thrill-seeking. It had some really cool roller coasters, especially for its size. Busch Gardens isn't like massive or anything, at least not compared to the big boys. It's a pretty small, relatively speaking, amusement park, but it had some dope-ass roller coasters, and I was an adrenaline junkie when I was younger. I used to love roller coasters. I used to think that shit was amazing. They had one at Busch Gardens called Montu, where it had you going like 90 miles per hour the entire time. Felt like you were traveling through different dimensions. Felt like I was Barry Allen about to turn back the clock on the world, going backwards in time. It was nuts. It was so fast, and I loved it. I used to be a huge roller coaster guy, and Andrew was too. And so when we went to Busch Gardens, Andrew had this great idea of riding like every roller coaster there twice or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was riding every roller coaster there an absurd amount of times, which to me wasn't anything uncommon because I'd done that before. Busch Gardens never really had huge lines or anything. It was never like Disney World where things had a 40, 50-minute wait. You could usually just line up and be on the ride within 10 minutes. So I used to ride roller coasters multiple times. Like SheiKra was their big one. It has like 90-degree drop and you just go straight to hell. It had a lot of big roller coasters and I'd ride them multiple times in a trip. So when Andrew pitched this idea of like, let's go absolutely fucking Insano style, let's get outrageous today with the amount of roller coasters we were gonna do, I was like, yeah, I'm gung ho, I'm down. Let's get crazy, let's get wacky. Little did I know that decision was gonna change my life forever. So it's about 3 hours into the day. We've rode a ton of roller coasters and we're still planning to ride more. And I, at this point, had never really experienced bad motion sickness. Occasionally, I would get, like, sick in a long trip in the car or something if I was trying to, like, read a book or whatever. But I never actually got motion sickness. And around this time, like, my stomach was feeling a little weird, so we got some food in order to try and, like, settle my stomach. Didn't really do much, but I didn't want to ruin the day, so we kept riding roller coasters. It kept getting worse. But then we decided to ride the wooden roller coaster. I think it was called Gwazi. It was this roller coaster made out of the oldest wood imaginable. I wouldn't be surprised if it was wood used on Davy Jones' ship back in the fucking 1400s or whatever. Just like this old driftwood, they made a roller coaster out of it, and it was cool. You definitely felt that sense of danger, like anything could happen. It could collapse at any moment. That shit looked like plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy. It wasn't like high quality wood. It was terrifying, but I liked the ride. Andrew liked the ride, and we rode it, I think, once or twice. I don't remember. But after riding it at either the second time or it might have even been the first time now, I don't remember, I got so unbelievably sick. I was stumbling out of the roller coaster exit. I didn't puke or anything. I couldn't puke. My body wouldn't let me. It was holding on to like any bit of nutrient or anything that it could. I was stumbling, falling over myself, like slurring my speech, telling Andrew like something's wrong here. And Andrew was like, no, I'll tell you what's wrong. It's called you being a pussy. We still have to ride Scorpion next. So I was like, yeah, he's probably right. That's probably what it is. I'm just suffering from a bit of sore butthole from being a sad piece of shit. So I was like, I was just following him the best I could, the Scorpion, while I'm very much struggling to keep my balance. We finally make it to Scorpion, which is another roller coaster. It's a really small one. It's like a 45-second roller coaster at most. And I was like, I can do it. I can muscle through this. So we're walking towards the entrance, and I fucking collapse. I fall to the ground onto my knees, and I'm fucking delirious from how sick I feel. Andrew was like mad at me. He's like, Charlie, you're ruining my day. What are you doing? Stop with this tomfoolery. This is childish. Pick yourself up. We got a roller coaster to ride. And I am struggling. I told him to like just ride it without me. Like, don't let me ruin your day. Go have some fun or whatever. And he's like, okay, I'll go ride it myself. So Andrew just fucking leaves me there on the actual pavement outside of a gift shop near Scorpion. I didn't make it all the way to the entrance. There's like a little gift shop on the way. And I'm just lying there, literally, like, almost face down. I'm on my knees, hunched over, and no one's even stopping to check on me. I'm sure employees could see me. I'm right outside of a gift shop. I am over there, like, clinging to life the best I can. The world is spinning. I am absolutely having a rough go of it. And I eventually do lay down, like full blown just lay down out there on the pavement, and I took a nap. I don't think I like blacked out or fainted or anything, because I distinctly remember like putting my arm out and like laying down and going to sleep, hoping that when I wake up, Andrew would be off the coaster and I'd be feeling better. So I take a nap. I just KO for like, I don't know, however long it took Andrew to get there, maybe like 10 minutes. He wakes me up, probably thinking I was a corpse at this point, but no one even bothered to check. I mean, I guess it is Florida, so you shouldn't be surprised to see corpses just on the side of the road and I guess in amusement parks, because no one bothered to look after me or make sure I was okay. So I'm just laying there. Andrew wakes me up, and luckily I did feel a little bit better, and he had enough of his roller coaster rides for the day. He's like, okay, we can just go now. So we left, and later that night I started feeling better, but what happened as a result was a lifelong change. I developed severe motion sickness from that. I never really had bad motion sickness before that day, but afterwards, I got it bad and still do have it bad. I can't ride roller coasters anymore at all. I can't even ride like the kiddie coasters. I get sick if I try and like skateboard a little too fast or like try and do like quick movements on a basketball court or something. I'll make myself really dizzy and feel yucky. Like I said, riding in a car for like more than 5 minutes as a passenger, I get sick feeling. Driving doesn't really trigger it for me, but when I'm a passenger in the front or back, I just start to get sick just when we're moving for too long. And all because of one day at an amusement park where a friend of mine and I decided we're going to ride a lot of roller coasters and go crazy. So yeah, I just wanted to share this story because I recently got reminded of it by Andrew. He brings it up like once every year, just like, hey Charlie, remember when we went to Busch Gardens that one time? Now you can't ride roller coasters anymore. Yeah, it kind of fucking sucks, doesn't it? I was actually riding a roller coaster like 2 months ago. Yeah, you would have loved it. So he brings it up occasionally and it reminds me, and I just thought I'll share the whole story here, and maybe someone can learn something from it. Like, hey, don't push yourself too hard, right? You don't want to go too hard in the paint. Maybe just, play it a bit easy. Listen to your body. Nature will tell you what needs to be done. Maybe you don't need to ride a roller coaster 100 times in a day. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Today I was feeling awfully nostalgic, so I rewatched the classic CNN clip where they asked the hard-hitting question, who is the mysterious hacker known as 4chan? And I realized it's been 8 years since this happened. This was back during the fappening.
Do we even know who is this 4chan?
He may have been just a system administrator who knew his way around and how to hack things.
And in my head, it feels like it's only been a few years since this happened. This brief period of time where all of these like octogenarians were freaking out about this 4chan guy who could hack anything. He'll hack into your grandpa's pacemaker. He'll go right into your bank account through your digital alarm clock. Sleep in fear. Just this omniscient cyber boogeyman treating 4chan as if it was some tiny goblin that existed in the cyberspace. And I got a little teary-eyed thinking about how quickly time's been moving, and I decided I wanted to go back in time a bit and appreciate some of the classics from the internet, more specifically some 4chan ones like Pools Closed, the time they found Shia LaBeouf's flag based on like trail patterns from planes that were flying overhead. Just some of the wildest and best adventures and stories from the internet. And this one's not exactly old, but I want to talk about it anyway because I also dove back into this because I just really appreciate it. It comes from 4chan as well. This was last year. 4chan convinced some of QAnon that JFK Jr. had been revived and was going to be driving down some road in Dallas to announce his presidency with Donald Trump. And for over a month, no shit, over a month, people camped out at that road, waited at that road with like signs and shit, waiting for JFK Jr. to cruise through and wave to them and talk about him being the next president. It was fucking amazing. They full-hearted believed that JFK Jr. got revived by the fucking Dragon Balls or something and that he was coming through to say hi to them and announce his presidency. It was amazing. I'm getting sidetracked though. The point is, I went on a nostalgic bender going through like classic internet moments, and this of course led to me going back down the old rabbit hole of the shock sites that used to be so popular on the internet. Goatsy, Two Girls, One Cup, all the classics. And that got me thinking about one that not many people seem to remember because I brought it up on stream before and people always hit me with question marks. It was a shock site that was really big when I was in middle school and really big in particular on Gears of War. It was a site called Rate My Poo. As the name indicates, it's a site where you have the ability as a user to rate shit. There's no false advertisement there. There's nothing misleading. It is as plain and simple as it gets. No clickbait. You are rating pictures of shit. And the pictures come from other users from all across the globe. It was honestly pretty touching to see people from all across the world put aside their differences and just appreciate poop together. Rate My Poo was truly the thing that unified this planet. Nowadays, everything's a competition, so I definitely think there'd be some gamification of the rating system, people giving 1 stars to clearly really great shits and just tanking ratings, and it just wouldn't work anymore. But back in 2006, there was honor and integrity, and it was golden. Now, it was a site to rate poop, don't get me wrong, but it also was a shock site. Not just because you're like jump scared by so many pictures of feces, but because it was also part of like the 2 Girls 1 Cup network and everything like that, where all of these shock sites kind of fed into each other in a certain way. So on Rate My Poo, it would also be a portal to all the other shock sites. And Rate My Poo worked almost like a hub. It was basically like the main overworld in like an MMO, where it like feeds off into all the other side quests. Somehow Rate My Poo became the place where you would reach all the other shock sites with only like 1 or 2 clicks after rating a poop. And it would get a lot of people that way. Like you'd go on there to rate a couple poops and shits, but then you'd accidentally go to, like Mr. Hands or something without ever meaning to, because things would change. Like things kept moving around when you would like rate shit. And of course there were pop-ups, and ad block wasn't super prevalent back in those days, so you'd accidentally click on something that would take you to one of the more extreme shock sites. Now the way that people would enter Rate My Poo was pretty simple. No different than like a Rick Roll, even by today's standards. People used to always go on Gears of War forums. There was a lot of different ones. But the main site I remember Rate My Poo claiming so many victims just taking their souls was the Gearsopedia forums. And on the Gearsopedia forums, they even had like a live chat with all of the users that you could all talk to each other back and forth on. So people would just slip the link in sometimes when they were talking to each other, and then they'd go there and be like, hey, dag nabbit, you got me. I looked at poop again, and I even rated a couple of them. I couldn't help myself, damn it. Or like in text posts on like the official Gears of War forums, they would leave like some post about a new glitch they discovered or something, and in the text post where it was going to be the proof, they would hyperlink the proof to be like, and here it is, and here it is would be hyperlinked, and you'd click here it is, and you'd go right to Rate My Poo. It was just a classic joke, so some good laughs were had with it. And I even remember one time when I first heard about the website, I was playing a ranked game and someone was talking about Rate My Poo, and I asked what that was, having a pretty good idea that it's a site where you rate poop, but they actually convinced me it wasn't. I was really big into the montage scene and like sniper montage and clips like that, and they convinced me that it actually stood for Pop-Offs Only. So Rate My Pop-Offs Only. And they convinced me to visit it to check out a couple of their pop-offs on there. And I did, and that was my first exposure to Rate My Poo. At least I think it was my first one. I can't remember for sure, but I can't imagine that I would go to Rate My Poo twice by accident. You only really go there once by accident, and after that you're going there just to have fun and rate poop, I guess. But anyway, the thing is, this is a site that I will always remember fondly, just because of how prevalent it was in the community that I spent so much time in, and also because it was such a gateway to all the other shock sites. And I think it's downright criminal that not many people remember this site. Maybe it wasn't as popular as I remember it being, but god damn it, put some respect on its name. God rest its soul. From everything I've seen, it closed officially in 2019. So it actually had a pretty good ride. Though I did see a couple other reports that it constantly changed over the years, and it wasn't always Rate My Poo, so it would like direct to other things. But I think officially it closed in 2019, but who knows how mutilated it was before then. It may have lost its identity well before that point. But anyway, rest in peace, Rate My Poo, and I just wanted to share this story of a shock site that not many people remember, but I remember fondly. That's about it. See ya. You ever watch a video that just makes you feel nostalgic? It feels like you transport back in time. That's what happened to me today. It felt like Jimmy Neutron had built a time travel device that took me back to the most embarrassing era of my life. my first year and a half of college. This was the real goofy goober era of my life where I tried to emulate a mysterious anime character and was just genuinely creepy and uncomfortable to be around. I have no doubt my fellow peers were reporting me to the student body as just someone to be aware of as a potential threat. It was scary. Like, it was such a bad idea. I was built on awful Reddit advice and delusion of anime characters. I thought it'd be a good idea. I've talked about it at length before. And today I watched a video that served as a reminder of my shame. And this had to do with a couple of times I went to parties, which I've talked about a little bit. During this period, I did try and socialize to the best of my ability, and I'd argue I was the life of parties when I went out. And by that I mean I made people scared for their lives when I went out to parties. Let me show you a little clip of the video and then dive deep into what I mean. Yeah, so this lady's really busting it wide open on the dance floor here of this local dive bar. She's just going hog wild. I don't know if it's drug related or just the spirit of music has taken over, but she is transformed into the demon of dance. Her eyes are like glossed over, and thanks to the camera, they're like glow in the dark, so it's really intense. And she's throwing out all kinds of advanced maneuvers right there. That's like a million dance moves in 10 seconds. It's like she's trying to go for a high score combo in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 here. But what it reminded me of is how I used to act at like bars and parties back in the early college days, because there was a couple bars near our campus that didn't ID check, so we would go there and I'd try and do shit like this because I thought by trying to be the center of attention, it would be good in helping me get laid. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. But I'd go fucking wild. I'd start popping and locking. It was like I was doing Wing Chun on invisible enemies, because I didn't really know how to dance super well, but I kept trying. I'd hit like sloppy body waves and shit. And I made a video a while ago talking about how I tried to learn to breakdance to impress girls. So, you know, I'd drop to the floor and hit them with like the 6-step shuffle or whatever. And of course, you know me, I'm famous for the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance hot dog. But I'd drop to the floor and just like get after it. Like this. Give them some of that shit. It's just, yep. A little out of breath already. It's been a while since I busted that bad boy out. But yeah, you know, I'd just fucking serve it out on the dance floor there, and no one stopped me. Like my friends that I'd go with, and they never told me it was a bad idea, because I think they just liked laughing at it. So I'd spend like an hour doing this shit on the dance floor, looking like I was on bath salts, and I'd never learned my lesson. So when I saw this video today, seeing her go after it like this, I was like, damn, it's like looking in a mirror 8 years ago. Watching her dance is like watching a dog with the zoomies, where they just start like running in circles and going crazy. I mean, hats off to her. Like, the confidence to do this and really just go wild at it, I think is fantastic. I always enjoyed doing it back in college, even though I know it made me look very odd to most people, but I still did find it to be enjoyable at the very least. But goddamn, the people next to her are gonna be leaving this bar with scars. The way she's whipping her hair like that shit is an actual weapon. That's some like actual Bayonetta shit, using her hair for offensive attacks. This right here is my favorite moment in the routine. I definitely think this would win, So You Think You Can Dance. She hits him with like the praying mantis up here, and then into like a T-Rex arm combo. It's very rare you see a move like that executed so fluidly. So I thought she did a wonderful job there, and I really think it just helped put a nice bow on the entire choreography here. Unfortunately, that's where the video ends, but I'm sure the dancing continued for a couple hours there. She was definitely just getting started. This was only Act 1 of the performance. I think it's great all around. It seemed like she was having a good time. The people around her also seemed to enjoy the show. And I just wanted to talk about it because it reminded me of a silly time during my college days that I thought would be fun to share. That's really about it. I still think I'm one of the best dancers on the East Coast. And yeah, see ya. Last night I was ambushed. It was a surprise attack that I never saw coming. Honestly, I'm lucky to be here today. If it wasn't for my extensive training and black belt in Taekwondo I got when I was 12 years old, I might not have survived. Last night at approximately 11:30 p.m., I was the victim of a senseless attack. It all happened on stream, no less. At twitch.tv/moistcritical. I stream every day. Please feel free to stop in and put a few extra inches on your penis. I was blasting through Elden Ring and was fighting a new boss. He was pretty difficult, named Commander Nile, but nothing out of the ordinary, just business as usual. And there I sat on my throne of swamp ass in a really good run. I had the boss down to like the last 3 or so hits. And out of nowhere, a fucking terrorist wasp comes in and attempts to do harm. That was very close. God damn. No, not now! No, there's a wasp! Ah, fuck! Not like this! Ah! Ah! Oh, God, please, fuck it! Ah! Ah! Luckily, I maintained my cool and didn't panic, so I was able to not only defeat the boss, but was able to evacuate the area just in case the wasp called for reinforcements. I was able to go look for nearby improvised weapons, like a brick, or anything I could get my hands on, really. I tried to find a fly swatter, but that was like trying to find fucking Excalibur. I couldn't find it, so I was looking for pretty much anything I could find in order to combat this adversary. And I actually think this event speaks volumes to the difficulty of Elden Ring. Not only will it challenge you in-game, but it will challenge you in real life when it presents real-world bosses for you to fight. So not only do you have to adapt to the game, you as a human being have to adapt to your surroundings. I have no doubt Elden Ring summoned this wasp, and I was up for the challenge. Now, for those that don't know about Elden Ring or Souls in general, Souls games in general, it's not like I could pause the game. I had to continue playing while being attacked. So it was like in the movie The Wicker Man when Nicolas Cage sticks his head in that thing of bees and he's like, ah, shit, the bees. That's what happened here. I had no choice but to continue while the wasp was still on the hunt. So there was no pause feature. I had to push through, and god damn it, I did. I stepped up to the plate. Alright, well, we got the boss. I don't know where the wasp went. I need something to like hit it with. I can't find a fly swatter. Oh, they just put the fear of God in you. Did you guys see the size of it on stream? It went right by my fucking head. That thing was massive. It looked like something out of Earth Defense Force. That was like a bio-mutant wasp, like a technology-enhanced super mutant. Alright, well, nothing to do now but wait. Thanks to Prime Rabbit. Actually, just give me a second. I'm gonna find a fly swatter. Last thing I want to do is get caught with my pants down again by this guy. He clearly understands war tactics. He literally came at me right when I was about to deal the final blow to a tough boss. Let me level up first. Hey, I got some good news. The Fearless Warrior got it. It wasn't as big as I initially thought, but we fucking got him, baby. You see it? We fucking took him down. That'll teach you. Tell your friends. This is not a safe spot. I hit it with this Charizard Jumbo card. That's how I got it out of midair. This is not a safe spot for wasps, baby. No siree. Not in my dojo. Alright. What an eventful Elden Ring night. I fought 2 bosses just now. One in real life and one in the game. Because it was pretty big. Not as big as I thought initially, but... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. God, look at the size of that fucking thing. Bro, I fucking slayed Mothra. That is an actual kaiju. Jesus Christ, yeah, that was close. Tough battle. I came out on top, though. How many runes was it worth? I think that was a mosquito hawk. What are you, some type of zoologist? No, that was a blood-sucking vampire wasp. Often considered one of the deadliest things in all of America. No doubt. I'll be honest though, I think you're right. I actually think it was just one of those giant mosquito hawk things. This was a triumphant victory not only for me, but for gamers everywhere. Last night, I showed what we're capable of. You can challenge us, you can push us, and sure, maybe we'll yell and scream, perhaps even shit and poop ourselves, but in the end, the gamer will always come back, stronger than before, and secure the Dubsky, that fat victory royale, and fell the great enemy. They will funge the non-fungible. God damn it. And that's what I did. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, when you look at me, the first thing you probably think to yourself is, man, this guy likes to party. This looks like a guy who's not only super tall, but also breathes life into any hootenanny that he attends. And you'd be right to a certain extent. I used to enjoy the old shindig back in college. I'd go out pretty often. And I saw a video today that reminded me of an extremely sad and embarrassing tale that I haven't thought of in a long time. So I'd like to show you the video that brought about this Winter Soldier episode within me, and then go over the video as well as this story that I'd like to tell.
Joe Burrow! Joe Burrow! You didn't even come close.
That's where the video ends, but I imagine he ran down the stairs, ran behind the house, started crying, and then just buried himself. Just fucking died there. It was so sad to see a man super excited to be getting tossed a beer. The local frat dudes were like, hey, this guy needs a fucking brewski. So they, you know, fucking Amazon primed one. Now, it wasn't a great throw. That was definitely not a Joe Burrow caliber toss. And it nearly killed the guy. Fucking sent him over the rails for it. Because that guy was thirsty, right? And the only thing that quenched that thirst was butt chugging a Miller Lite across the street. So yeah, dude went ass over face, falling off the balcony, then hitting the deck and flopping like a fish down below. I'm gonna go ahead and toss this instant replay up on the Jumbotron, because I'm pretty sure this man exploded midair, like Mr. Potato Head. Just bits and pieces flying all over the place. His hat just got blasted off. I'm pretty sure he lost both of his shoes there. The G-forces damn near tore his clothes off as well. He was almost butt-ass naked by the time he hit the ground. Like, I don't know what went wrong, but there's just like so many clothing items that get lost on the small fall. But anyway, this brought out a repressed memory deep within me. It's something I haven't thought about in a while, and it made me very yucky feeling. I just cringed and thought it'd be something worth sharing with all of you before I once again locked that away forever, never to think about it again. This happened back in college, before I retired from partying. I now no longer believe in fun at social gatherings, I guess. I just don't really party or anything anymore. And it was one of the first parties I had went to after getting to college. And I didn't really know anyone, of course, and I had already established myself as the weird, mysterious anime character, so I'm sure people had recognized me as a fucking psychopath before going to this party. So the fact that I showed up there probably already made people uncomfortable. I would have been in my sophomore year here, I imagine. I can't quite remember, but it was one of the first parties I went to, and that was like the only time I started going out. So I'm at this party, it's a house party, and there's a pool. They have a keg, they even have like a live band performing inside. It was just some like butt rock band that I'm assuming the members were students at the school. It was you know, going all out, and as the night continued, I didn't really interact with many people, pretty much anyone aside from Andrew, who I went with. And, you know, wasn't getting a whole lot done, wasn't drinking that much or anything, but towards the end of the night, as people started getting a bit sloppy, they started doing beer-catching trick shots. And it was cool. And I, at this point, thought, this is my chance. This is my time to shine. I can stand out and make friends by being the guy that makes a cool beer catch. Even though I'd never, like, caught a fucking Mach 5 thrown beer, because they were going hard. They're doing like behind the back tosses, behind the back catches, and just fucking throwing that shit as hard as they possibly can and seeing if someone could catch it. And I was like, this is it. This is how I finally make a name for myself here. And one of the tricks that they did that I thought would be, you know, my time to hop in is they were doing it over the pool. So they were doing like cool between the leg tosses over the pool, and someone would go in, do like a 360 and catch it before hitting the water. Then they'd come out, pop it open, and chug it like Stone Cold. They didn't shotgun it, so kind of pussy shit, if I do say so myself now. You know, hindsight's 20/20. But anyway, I thought, this is it. I know I can front flip into this pool. I knew I could do it, and I thought it'd be the coolest thing those eyes had ever seen. I thought everyone would be like uproariously cheering me, going wild, like, holy fuck, this dude just front flipped into the pool and caught a beer. I was running through this fantasy in my head. I was like, yep, this is how I do it. I'm gonna be the coolest fucking dude on campus. So I teed up at the end of the pool, you know, I'm queuing up, I'm ready. Everyone's still around the pool, cheering on cool catches, booing misses, and I knew that this was my time to shine. No one's paid any attention to me up until this point. No one is looking at me on the end of the pool there. So in order to get their attention, I start like clapping, you know, like, hey, I'm ready. Toss me the pigskin. Give me the rock. I'm ready. Feed me. So I'm clapping, trying to get like their attention. The dudes that are tossing the beers, like setting up the trick shots. And then eventually one of them does look at me. And without a second thought, the second we lock eyes, I just do a front flip into the pool. Barely, mind you. And I have my arms straight up, and I don't finish the whole rotation, so I end up on my ass with my hands up in the air, and no one throws a beer. So I just fucking shittily front flip into the pool. It looks like I'm probably drowning, like a ship going down as the sail slowly keeps sinking, because my arms are above the water. I've already failed my front flip, so now I'm just sinking in shame. I pop up, there's no beer, and no one's even looking at me. I don't even get a boo. Nobody cared at all. It was the saddest fucking moment of my life. Like, if someone had just given me, like, a pity, woohoo, or like, aw, something, I would have been like, okay, not all is lost. But I got literally nothing. Straight up crickets. And then some other dude did a trick shot into the pool, and they loved that. Meanwhile, the fucking socially inept turbo virgin on the other side gets fucking nothing. And I don't remember exactly what happened next, but I can't imagine we stayed much longer, because I do remember getting into the taxi soaking wet. So I didn't have a whole lot of time to air dry. I imagine what happened is Andrew felt my pain and was like, Charlie, let's get the fuck out. But I guess I just blacked out from cringe at that point, because I can't complete the story. I just remember that, and man, it was sad. So yeah, this video really brought that demon back, brought that evil out of me, and I just wanted to share it with all of you, because, you know, I don't want to think about it again past this point. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, I wasn't always this fearless, hulking testosterone tyrant that I am today. It's embarrassing to say this out loud, but actually at one point in my life, I was a child. And as a kid, I was really afraid of horror movies, if you can believe that. Nowadays, I find them to be enjoyably bad. I really like horror movies a lot, but mainly because they're so bad, they're good. But this wasn't always the case. When I was in middle school, just some Lunchables eating, algebra studying little idiot, I couldn't stand even the idea of a horror movie. I used to cover my eyes during the commercials for horror movies during football games, or I'd just leave the room till the horror movie advertisement was over. It was too much for me. And I did finally nut up one day, and I went to the mall with my friends in probably 6th or 7th grade and saw my first horror movie, One Missed Call. It's widely considered one of the worst horror movies ever made. I think it still has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, but it was a movie that scared me to my very core. It changed me. It's probably the reason why I'm not afraid of horror movies now, because I got all of the possible fear one could experience across their entire life out within those 2 hours of watching that film in theaters. It was traumatizing to me. And to make it even worse, I saw it with a girl I had a crush on at the time, and I was like, okay, this is going to be big for me. She's going to see how strong and cool I am when I'm not afraid of this. I'll just fucking buckle down and make it through it, no problem. Pretend it was easy. But that plan fell apart, went straight in the shitter almost immediately. I was screaming at every jump scare. I was even tearing up at one point. My blood pressure must have been at 500, and my heart was probably close to exploding with how fast it was beating. It was miserable, and there's no way she thought I was cool. She probably thought she was going to need to call 911 or something. Like, my whole group was probably concerned. I was the only one reacting this way. I was going nuts. From outside that theater auditorium, people must have thought there was a kid being tortured in there. It must have sounded like that scene in Casino Royale when James Bond is getting his nuts fucking blasted by the villain. I was going crazy. And the horror movie, like, looking back on it, wasn't like a good idea or anything. One missed call is basically you get a phone call, they leave a voice message, and it's the sound of you dying. And then as the movie goes, the person who receives that voice message does die in that same way that they heard on the phone. Not the scariest of ideas for a horror movie ever, but this was during a time when the Motorola Razr was still new and I had one. So I had like my own custom ringtone, which was Let Your Shoulder Lean by them Franchise Boys. And, you know, technology was this like weird and wacky new thing. So that idea was enough to scare me. And then the movie itself had a lot of jump scares, which also, like, I'd never experienced a jump scare before, so when that shit was happening, I couldn't contain myself. So I found a video that I actually recorded, I think almost 2 years, maybe even 3 years ago with Jackson, where we went back and watched One Missed Call, kind of like as a way of going back and conquering my fear, because you know, it was time for revenge. Like, you know, this movie scared me one time, but not this time. So Jackson and I went back and watched it. He wanted to see what movie actually scared me, and I wanted to see if the movie was even scary to begin with. So I'll just show you some clips from that.
So wait, were you scared because of the contents of the movie, or did the quality of the movie scare you? Which one?
It was definitely the movie itself. Like, it set out to scare people, and it certainly worked on me. It wasn't like an ironic thing.
Tell you how you die, but it plays your last few seconds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing. They always leave behind that little ball.
Why is no one helping them?
They're not paid to help.
I swear every one of these movies ends the same way.
They really do. Today I wanted to tell a story I recently told on stream about the time I got scammed for all of the money I had at the time. I must have been 18, maybe 19. I was definitely still a virgin when this happened. Not that that's pertinent to the story, but just a little bit of lore there, a little side note. And my friend Andrew had come to visit me so we could party at my university. But unfortunately, when he came up, there were no parties, and if there were, we certainly weren't invited. The Lacrosse Bros did not want the gamer nerds coming in. So I've got my buddy Andrew over, and he's just eating fucking Reese's cups as we're doing nothing except playing like Tekken Tag Tournament 2. And then eventually we decided to find something else to do, and we found a carnival that had rolled into town. It was like one of those pop-up shop carnivals where they transport everything in on like a dilapidated school bus. So they scooted in and they set up shop nearby and were like, well, fuck it, we're not doing anything else. Let's go to this carnival. And I swear to God, when we got there, it looked like something out of Courage the Cowardly Dog. This place looked haunted. And we were basically like the only customers there. There was like a few children, or at least the spirits of children that were there, like hanging out, and they were riding the only ride at this carnival, which was one of those spinning rides, that it was like this giant horrifying metal contraption that just looked like a medieval torture device. It looked like a fucking transformer that had gotten hit with a stick of dynamite. It looked so rusted and gross. I have no doubt that was just a tetanus disaster waiting to happen. I don't even know if those kids are even alive anymore if they rode that fucking thing. But that's about all they had. They had that one ride and then a ton of shady carnival games. Not like the fun, goofy ones that you can actually win, you know, like the basketball one or shooting water into a target. They had only the rigged ones that you can't win under any circumstances. So this was less of a carnival that came in and more of just like a rolling scam that travels. But of course, I'm 18, 19 years old at the time. I'm a virgin, so all I'm really thinking about is titties and how I'm not seeing them. So, you know, I kind of disregard that, and I'm going around with Andrew, and we're playing a few of the games. Of course, we're not winning anything. Not even like those tiny stuffed animals. We're getting nothing. The closest thing we're getting to a prize is stepping on a used condom in the parking lot. Like, there's just really nothing that we're accomplishing. We're just wasting money and wasting time. To reiterate the location, it was literally in a parking lot in between two condemned buildings. That was the location. This fucking barren wasteland looked like something out of the Fallout universe. It would have been less gross to just wander through catacombs, because at least then we wouldn't have been losing money doing it. But I came to this with like $200 in my wallet or something like that, and we were playing through these games, not winning, and I'd gone down like 50 or 60 bucks, I don't remember exactly what, but it was a lot. Like, we were spending a lot of time just indulging in this filthy sin. Now, before I get to like the actual meat here of when I lost all my money and how this all happened, I want to drive home a point. I'm not exactly like a super gullible person, I don't think. I like to imagine like I'm a grizzly, chiseled man with hair on my sack, because as an avid RuneScape player, I know how to recognize a scam. I started playing RuneScape in 2005, and I got used like a fleshlight on that game. I was falling for a lot of scams. I once gave my fucking password away to a guy who said that he didn't think my password was cool. So to prove him wrong, I just gave him my password in order to impress him. And then I lost my account to him. Like, I was scammed a lot. And it was an invaluable lesson it taught me. When someone's trying to take advantage of me, how to recognize a scammer, and just like all of these red flags that should go off in people's heads when they're faced with a scam. I think every child should be scammed at some point. Teach them a valuable lesson. They don't need to lose their house or anything, or like get wrapped up with a crypto gambling scam or whatever, but maybe just like a small scale scam for candy. Teach them a little something. That I always believed that the lessons I learned in RuneScape through getting scammed would be very helpful, and so far they have been, but on that day, nothing could have prepared me for the scam that I was going to encounter at that godforsaken carnival. The game was the toss a ball off a backboard, make it land in a bucket, and you win one of the jumbo prizes, like the fucking wumbo-sized unicorns and bears and shit. So for those that don't know, the game is a wooden backboard, it's a big circle, and it's at an angle, slanted this way. Underneath it is a basket that's poking out just enough for a ball to bounce off the backboard and fall in the basket. And you only have to do it one time and you win the biggest prize. So this carnival's not very big, obviously. Andrew and I had passed this a few times and it wasn't like there was some heavenly glow on it, like this is the game for me, this is the one I want to play. But as we passed it for like the third or fourth time, the dude finally calls over. He's like, you guys are just wandering around. Come over here. Let's just like talk and hang out. And, we weren't doing anything, so we'll come flirt with this guy, whatever. And he's just so charismatic. We're just talking, shooting the shit. I think he brought up sports. And at the time, I was like a sports fan, so we talked a little bit. And then he just started talking about his game. He's like, if you guys want to play, you can just like play this game. It's $5 for 3 throws. Might as well. And we'll just keep talking. I was like, that's a good deal. $5, 3 throws. And it looks really easy. And he's like, well, I don't want you to think that this is like rigged or anything. I want to show you that this can be done because, he must have seen us losing. So he demonstrated that it can be done. So he walks up. He's like a little off to the side of where I'm standing, where I have to stand to shoot. And he bounces it off the backboard, first try, right in the bucket. He's like, yeah, I can do this all day. Picks up the ball, does it again, picks up the ball, does it again. He does it like 3 times in a row. And it's like, okay, this game looks really easy. So then he hands me the balls. It's an absolute disaster. I'm sticking my dick in my own ass. I can't get a single ball even close to the bucket, no matter how lightly I throw it or where I'm hitting the backboard. For some reason, it's like it's being shot out of a cannon once it hits that backboard. And it's not making any sense to me, because I'm doing like the exact same thing he is. I'm putting a little spin on it. It's just not getting the job done. Nothing's working. And then he hits me with this proposition. For $10, I'll give you 10 throws, and I'll give you your money back from this round and the previous round, and still give you the big prize. I was like, what in tarnation? This is the nicest guy on earth. What a great deal. 10 throws, $10, and I get all of my money back plus the big prize? What am I waiting for? I'm fucking losing money not playing right now. How am I going to say no to this? That right there is a huge red flag. I didn't know this until well after the fact, but this is a well-known carnival scam. When they start saying you could win your money back, they're doing that because they know you can't. The game is rigged. He shows me again, he's like, hey, let me just make sure you know that you can do this. Just do it just like this. So then he just makes it 5 more times right in front of me. Like, he just shows that it is very easily achievable. Hands me the balls. I go through all 10 balls. Nothing even close. Like, sometimes you can get it to bounce off the backboard and hit the basket inside, but the ball's so light that it bounces right out, like, every single time. So now I'm $15 in the shitter and I'm feeling really bad. Andrew's trying to be like the guardian angel on my shoulder, like, Charlie, let's just go ahead and leave. You're not going to make this. It's clearly too difficult and there's some trick to it you don't know. And I took that as a challenge. I'm like, excuse me, motherfucker, what did you say to me? You say I can't do this? Sign me up for another round. Let's ride. And it's the same deal. He doubled the price again. So $20 for 10 balls but I can win my money back. So for $20, I can win my $15 back, and then I'm back where I started, and everything's good, and I get the big prize. So again, I go through all 10 balls, nothing. Nothing at all. Now this is a lot of money. Again, this was $200. That's everything I had in my wallet. That's everything I had at the time for spendable cash. So this is a lot of money that I am juggling around here. We didn't go to the carnival with the intent to spend a lot, but just getting wrapped up in boredom and just like the will to not keep being a loser at the carnival just kept me spending. So after the $20, I'm like, Jesus Christ, what is going on? You know, it's definitely a me problem. I've seen this fucking guy do it, 10 times now. Now let me paint a picture of the guy for you, because it's not like he was some kind of athlete where it's like, oh, this guy, he probably plays in the NBA, he's just got real talent. No, this guy had a body like a bag of hot dogs. Like, he is not some guru of backboard bouncing or anything. So clearly, if he can do it, I should also be able to do it. Anyone should be able to do it. So he demonstrates it's possible again. He's like, bro, look, I really hate to see you lose this much money. I'm not going to double the price this time. Look, just give me another $20. I'll give you 10 more throws, and you can win all your money back, and I'll still give you the prize. I'm like, thank you for being such a nice guy. Damn near wanted to lean over and pat him on the ass. I was like, man, this guy, what a saint. So I give him another $20, and I do my 10 throws, and you know how the story goes. It doesn't go in. None of them go in. They're not even close. So at this point now, what am I, $55, $60 down almost? And it's been like half an hour of just this. Andrew's sitting there watching this whole train wreck happen. And it's not getting any better. The guy's gone from charming to full-blown scam mode. He like completely drops the facade of being nice. After like the second time I did $20 for 10 throws, he's like, yep, you want to do 20 more? You can win your money back. You probably want that money back. So he starts guilting me into it, and I'm like, he's right. I need that money back. So I give him another $20. I go through the balls. It's not even close. I lose again, and I'm sweating. I am sweating so fucking hard. Andrew is begging me not to keep playing the game, but I'm seeing red now, and I can't stop. I have to. So I do 20 again for another 10 throws to try and win my money back. I don't do it. I fail again. This fucking, like, this guy is still just prodding, still trying to squeeze every cent out of me. I'm just this dude's little dirty cum rag that he's wringing out and getting some money from. So we continue for another, like, 15, 20 minutes or however long it was. It felt like an eternity, and I'm down to my last $20 in my wallet. And, you know, I'm praying, you know, fucking give that $20 a kiss, and I spend it. I rolled the dice, I went for it one more time, and I don't win. I'm now completely out of money. I tell him that, and I start to just ask if he could just give me some of it back. I'm desperate. I wanted some of it back. I needed some of it back. And he's like, bro, I just can't do that. My boss would be really mad at me if I let that happen. But look, there's an ATM over, like, it was like a couple blocks away. He told me the location. He's like, just go to the ATM, get some more money, come back, and I will absolutely show you the perfect tricks. You're just not getting the technique right, and I'll show you what you're doing wrong. So this piece of shit tried to get me to go to an ATM to get more money out to keep playing his game, which was rigged. There was no way to win from the start. I'm shocked he didn't try and get me to sign some kind of contract with blood, this fucking demon. And I strongly considered it. I did, because that's a lot of money. It was like $140 that I spent on that game. $200 in total at that fucking carnival, but on that game in particular, there was $140 right in the goddamn toilet, right into that stinky dumpster. And I needed that back. Like, I really wanted that back. But Andrew talked me out of actually going to get more money from the ATM, like from savings or something. And I didn't go back. I ate the loss. That, to date, is one of like the most shameful moments / scams of my life. Now, it wasn't until way after the fact, in fact, even on stream is where I learned how he was actually able to do it. I thought that I remembered on one of those shows that bust carnival games that are rigged, I thought the reason he was able to make it and I wasn't was the angle he was able to throw from. He was able to throw much closer than I was. In this game, there is a line that you have to throw behind. There is like a little barrier that you have to throw from behind that in order to participate. And I thought that was the key. He was closer than I was, and that's how he was able to ricochet it off every time into the basket. But it's actually deeper than that. That does play a role, but he actually used a heavier ball. He didn't use the exact same balls that he gave me. his ball was weighted more, so when it bounced off the backboard, it didn't fly as far. So he was able to get it off the backboard into the basket and have it stay in the basket. And that's why mine couldn't do it. It was something I never noticed at the time, that he wasn't using the same balls he was giving me. He had a heavier one, or a heavier set to use. So even if I went and somehow found $1,000 to put into that game that night, I would have never had a chance of winning my money back, despite this guy showing me how it was done and promising me that if I just made one single ball in that bucket, I'd get all my money back and all the problems would be solved. I still absolutely despise that guy. I hold a grudge on that shit. It takes a lot to scam someone right to their face, especially like an 18-year-old college student who is telling you how much the money means to him, and for you to knowingly keep misleading them and make them believe they can win it back and that you're a good guy. Like, you're a giant piece of shit. Besides the obvious lesson I learned from this experience, I also learned how to fuck them in the ass. The games that aren't rigged, I mastered. I decided I wanted to win all their big prizes because fuck them. I'm able to win their biggest prizes on my first try, and I just give those prizes away to people at the carnival so I never feel scammed again. It's definitely petty, but it's a little bit of revenge for what the carnival took from me on that night. So I posted this video a few years ago, and it's showing me winning like the basketball game and the beer bottle game for the giant prizes. Both of these games are also rigged in favor of the carnival, but I was able to master the way of doing them. So the basketball game, the rim is an oval instead of a circle, so you have to have an absolutely perfect high arcing shot in order for it to make it. And for the beer bottle game, you have to lean at the right time and the right like distance lean, and you can stand it up every time. So I master these games, I get the big prizes, and I give that shit away. Just that way they lose a little bit of money on those prizes, a little bit of pettiness from Charlie. I'm like the fucking Batman of carnivals. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this story. Maybe it'll be like educational for someone out there, but at the end of the day, I just thought it was a fun story. I'm over it now. I still don't like the guy who did that to me, but yeah, I just thought it was worth sharing. That's about it. See ya. Of the 26 years I've spent on this godforsaken space rock, I've never had an experience as terrifying as what I just went through. I'm still fucking shaking from it right now. This has always been one of my worst nightmares, and it just came true. 2021 has been ruined for me now. This story starts like any other war story you'd ever been told. I was taking a shit, and I'd let my guard down because people are most vulnerable when they're shitting, you know, pissing or shitting, but shitting more so because you're sitting down stationary and you're at the mercy of nature at that point. So I was defecating, and I got ambushed. I got fucking attacked, but not by man nor machine, something much more terrifying. An insect. A killer insect. A wasp. This is the second worst thing I could have been faced with, second only to a cockroach. A wasp wasn't just buzzing around me trying to scare me or put the fear of God in me or anything. It was a wasp that had a coordinated assault plan drawn out. This wasp fucking flew in sideways, drifted right onto my right ass cheek, and started crawling towards my hole. I saw it at the corner of my eye, but I actually thought it was just my long hair because I was watching a video on my phone, so my hair was in front of me. So off of my peripheral vision, I thought it was just my hair that was kind of getting blown by the air that sucks out stink, the stinky air sucker, whatever that's called, the ventilation system. So I didn't think anything of it, but then it lands on my right ass cheek, and I'm like, well, that's a little weird. So I look down, and there I see him. I lock eyes with this bitch. This little bastard knows exactly what he's doing. He picked the perfect moment to strike. I am mid-shit right now. There is a loaf that I am trying to pinch, and it is still in the station. I am still carrying this cargo, and it has not been dropped off yet. So I can't do anything. I'm defenseless right now. All I can do is just wiggle, try and fucking hips don't lie the guy off of me, so I'm just shaking violently, hoping that the earthquake will scare him away and get off my ass cheek, giving me time to finish shitting and then attack myself for a counterplay. I was faced with two very difficult choices right here. This was the Gordian knot that I had to cut. I either stand up and I shit on the floor because, again, the shit is still in my butthole. It hasn't been, you know, completely severed. The umbilical cord is still there. So I either stand up to attack this guy and shit all over myself and the floor, or I sit here, grit my teeth, give some gyrations to try and stagger him, and just pray that this is enough to scare him or at least make him, you know, rethink his plan here. But it's not. He has been very well trained. This is a seasoned veteran here. It's like the John Wick of wasps. I'm over here shaking and squealing and screeching like a prisoner here, just begging for the torture to stop. And he's taking this opportunity to progress further. He is crawling as fast as he can down my ass cheek, trying to get to my asshole. It was then at this point that I realized what his mission was. The hole was the goal. He was trying to get into my rectum. God only knows what kind of havoc he wanted to reach once he got there, but this is when panic really set in. I fucking shook side to side like a kaiju trying to like break out of chains that puny humans put on it. So I'm fucking shaking, and eventually my shit breaks free, which sends me straight up off the toilet. I was like, oh my god, finally, the shackles have been lifted. So I spring up off of the toilet as this wasp is approaching closer to the finish line, going for the touchdown. My chocolate starfish is in jeopardy. I'm fucking panicked, so I shoot up off the toilet. This makes the wasp fall down onto the toilet seat because this was a huge motion. Like, I went really quick, and no doubt it was traveling at speeds that my body's never seen before. So I shoot up, he falls down onto the toilet seat, and I sprint out of the bathroom. There was nothing in the bathroom for me to use as a weapon. I'd already analyzed the terrain. The only thing I had there was a Manscaped razor, so unless I wanted to shave his pubes, I wasn't exactly going to be able to kill him with that. So I've got to think on my feet. I'm sprinting around my house with a poop-crusted anus. I'm over here fucking poopy butthole. I run into my room. I know I have fly swatters here, but I don't remember where. So in just a clouded frenzy, I grab the closest thing I could find, a pink ukulele. And then I run into my bathroom and give it to Tiana, because I was too fucking afraid to do it. So Tiana takes the pink ukulele and clobbers him with it. There you can see the blood of that heathen right there. So she fucking slams and jams on it, and the wasp is defeated. Completed the boss battle with only minor emotional injuries sustained. And I'll go ahead and put a picture of the wasp on screen right now so you can see what true evil looks like. This is actually masterful photography for me because I was able to take a picture of the wasp without getting any of the poop in the toilet there. This was only centimeters away from becoming an EDP picture here with a shit pic, but I was able to, you know, get all of that out of frame so you can just see the glorious triumph here. So yeah, from now on when you look at me, just know you're looking at an actual fucking champion. A gladiatorial warrior of legend. I was able to, in the weakest state man can exist, in the mid-shit state, I was able to defeat one of nature's finest killers. I don't think I got stung, but I'm full of so much adrenaline right now, I don't even know if I would feel it if I was. So I guess I can report on that later, but for now, I just feel like a real hero. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. It won't show up if I remember correctly. Alright, let's see my friends list. I have 5 friends online right now. Oh god. No fucking way! Bad Magic still plays? Why am I still getting notifications? What the fuck is going on? I don't remember this guy, I don't remember this guy, I don't remember this guy. But Bad Magic and I used to play the fuck out of Gears of War. Him, myself, Demon Punisher, and Riot Punisher used to stack ass on Gears of War. Okay, let me try changing this again. Okay, let's see who else we got. Arctic R, we used to do a lot of Gears of War videos together back in the day. Only one of them still exists. It's a one-on-one we did with the melee only. I vaguely remember Booty Tap. He used to sell drugs, and he used to take pictures of how much money he made that day and send it to everyone on his friends list in a message. Not to out the guy. I don't know if he still sells drugs. I don't know. He probably doesn't. Dark Venom, we used to do Halo 3 content together. I used to post videos of his best matches to songs like Adema's Immortal. I remember I put one up called Dark Venom Insane something, and then I put it as like a little AMV. There's Demon Punisher again. We used to run ass on Gears of War. This is Matt. I don't even remember playing Xbox with Matt. I thought we only PC gamed, but I guess we also played Xbox sometimes. Jericho? You may know him these days as Jericho, the Twitch streamer. We used to play some Call of Duty together back in the day. When I first posted the co-op video that Ray William Johnson picked up, it was like right after Jericho and I really started to become friends. So Tucker and I go way back. Obviously, we don't talk that much anymore. We've kind of fallen out of communication. But back in the day when Black Ops dropped, we used to play a lot. This is Kyle. I've talked about Kyle quite a bit from like old stories, like when I went up to Michigan State, it was to visit Kyle and party with his frat. This is the guy who got me my first voice acting gig in Tropico 5. I believe this was my first Xbox 360 friend. His name was Kimo Sabe originally. We played Gears together. This is Andrew. Oh, he even changed his name on here to Hugbees, so it looks like he's been on here at least within the last 5 or 6 years. Andrew and I go way, way back, of course. The Advocate, I remember him. His name's Landon. We used to play Gears together. We even made machinimas together. He still makes content. He streams now, but he still does Gears only. This is my friend from high school, Steven. We played a ton of games together. He was actually one of the first people to motivate me to post like content talking. So Bad Company 2 Fun Tactics, I made almost all of them with Steven. Colton is the guy who I sent my very first Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 commentary to see if it was worth posting. It was like my 0-21 video, which was like a parody of the content at the time. And I was really nervous about it, so I sent it to Colton to see if it was a good idea, and he encouraged me to post it. Damn. What a fucking nostalgia trip. Alright, let's ride. Jesus. It's been a little while since the last time I sat you down at the fireplace with my bathrobe slightly ajar to tell you an embarrassing story from the period in my life where I've LARPed as a fucking mysterious anime character. This was around the time I was like 18, 19 years old, so like freshman, early sophomore year of college, and I've told many a pathetic story from this sad compendium of miserable social ineptitude. And there's one I haven't shared with you that I thought I'd share today. This was actually the first date I ever went on, like first official date. I'll just give you a brief lore update for those that haven't seen any of the other videos. Back in early college years, I thought it'd be great to reinvent myself as a mysterious anime character in real life. It worked for the anime characters. Girls were always trying to constantly like gobble on their meat. And so I thought, well, if it worked for them, it could work for me. So I wanted to be like super unique. I wanted to wear a chain with my favorite video game disc on it, Psychonauts, so just be like a fucking chain with Psychonauts on it. I also refused to talk to people, so if people talked to me or asked me questions, I'd respond with like moans and grunts instead of words. It was really goofy shit. Like talking to me would be like talking to an NPC in Banjo-Kazooie where they just respond with that's how I would pretty much respond to shit, or just complete silence. I have no doubt a lot of people on campus probably reported me to authorities as a potential threat to the university in those early year and a half, however long I spent doing that. But I eventually grew out of it. But during this time, I actually did get a date. My first real official date. Now, while this was my first date, it wasn't like I was a completely kissless virgin. I was a virgin who had been kissed once. It was a dare. A girl was once dared to kiss me because that was seen as such a punishment that in a truth or dare game, they made it a dare to kiss me. And I was like, fuck yeah, this is my time to shine. Probably pre-came and shit my pants at the same time. But anyway, I managed to get this date because a friend of mine from high school actually invited me to a party. We hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and they invited me out to go drink with them. At the time, I was completely straight edge. I didn't want to touch drugs. I didn't want to touch beer. I also wasn't even sure I ever wanted to lose my virginity. I was starting to think it might even be best if I didn't. But they invited me to this party, and I was still in this mysterious anime phase, and he invited me to play beer pong with him, and I was like, well, as long as I don't drink. And he's like, fuck it, Charlie, I'll just drink for you. Just fucking play with me. And I was like, sure, let's go. So we were playing, and then eventually his friends called him to do like a keg stand or something, so I needed a partner, and a girl hopped in to play with me. And I didn't say a fucking word to her. And I guess that must have been cool enough because she started talking to me, and then I eventually like mumbled out like, do you want to go to the beach? And she said yes. She gave me her number, and we set up a beach date for the next day. And my God, I don't even think I slept that night. I remember that night after the party, I went back to the dorm and I was just busting out hundreds of crunches and like bicycle crunches and shit, trying to sculpt out my abs speedrun style. I didn't eat. I only drank a ton of water, just trying desperately to get my six-pack to pop out a bit more. I was a lot leaner back then because all I focused on was being like ripped, but my arms were super skinny, so I just kind of looked like an actual poorly drawn anime character physique-wise. Nowadays, I'm just actually fucking jacked. But back then, I was like, all I need is abs, and girls will want to fuck me real good. So I'm in my dorm for hours just fucking doing an impromptu P90X routine till the sun comes up. And I text her, she doesn't respond, I start to panic, I texted her again, still didn't respond, I'm fucking freaking out, I'm like, oh my God, I've ruined it, I fucking blew it, holy shit, it's all over, she hates me, she probably reported me to the police because I was creepy, oh my fucking God. I text her again, I fucking triple texted her, literally the worst possible thing you could do. She finally responds just saying she was sleeping, and then I realized that that's probably about par for the course because it was like 9 a.m. I was like, it's fucking like Saturday, and I'm texting her at 9 a.m. like 1,000 times. It you know, stands to reason that she might just be sleeping in. Fucking having a manic episode in the text messages there at 9 a.m. and then she still agrees to meet with me. She's like, yeah, we're still down for the beach, let's go. So we meet at my car. I play my boner jams, which was a real risk for me because the music I listened to then and the music I still listen to now isn't really popular. It's mainly like metal and shit like that. And luckily she likes that music. In fact, she even knew some of the bands like Cybreed. She liked Cybreed, which is still my favorite band right now. So that was cool, but I'd never done small talk or anything. So I didn't know how that was supposed to go. And I think she was picking up on that, so she took the initiative to talk to me. So she asked me, hey, did you have fun at the party last night? I said, nope. Which is a great response because, I mean, that's super cool. Like, hey, this guy is so goddamn badass. He didn't have any fun last night. But I do remember saying the only cool thing about the party was meeting you. I was like, that's kind of suave. So I hit her with that bit of smooth ass cheeks right there, to which she didn't really say anything. At least I don't remember her saying anything. Maybe she had just gotten completely sodden panties and, you know, that's probably what happened. But she continues, you know, standard stuff. What's your major? At the time it was digital arts. This was before I switched. Do you like digital arts? It sounds cool. What is that? And I was like, I fucking hate it. It's just making 3D animations. It sucks. So I'm just constantly doing my best to ruin any kind of positivity. That whole car ride was basically like condensed pessimism on wheels. And so she just keeps asking me these questions to which I'm giving like the worst responses to imaginable, convinced like the anime characters I've seen before that being different or being negative is cool to women, which it's definitely not. But she eventually gets to the dagger. What do you do? Like, she probably assumed I had like a job or something because she did. So she's like, well, what do you do for work? You know, what do you do? And I was like, can't get into that. It's a secret. Which obviously piqued her interest because, like, what the fuck does that mean? Am I like a CIA spy? Am I a hitman? Assassin? Like, what the fuck is that? She's like, well, what do you mean it's a secret? It's like, I just can't get into that. I can't talk about it. So she keeps poking the sleeping bear. She's like, well, what do you mean? What do you do? Like, it's kind of weird. Like, what do you do? And eventually I'm like, I make videos on the internet. Keep in mind, this is 2013. The idea of being a YouTuber was a foreign concept back then. I'd also never told anyone about this. I never said out loud that I made videos online. I always kept that like my biggest top secret. I never ever talked about it, but in this instance, I was fucking desperate. I was pulling out all the stops. I was emptying my pockets of all the possible fucking spaghetti I could fill on the floor, vomiting anything that might help my chances of getting me laid. I would have told her I was Santa Claus if I thought it would help my chances of getting my cock wet. I was just going all out, just this once, just trying. So I told her I make videos on the internet, and she laughed at me, which just felt phenomenal. She thought I was just kidding because I had hyped it up so much to that grand, wet fart of a reveal. She was probably just relieved more than anything, because she probably thought I was a psychopath with the way I was answering, but I dropped that nugget of truth on her, and at the time, like I said, this wasn't really anything anyone talked about. Like, YouTuber wasn't a thing back then. Most of the most popular shit was like Facebook pages that people knew, and when it came to YouTubers, most people only knew like the biggest ones. The big one back then that I remember most people talking about was Epic Mealtime, and I also remember even things like I'm Schmacked were kind of big back then, but other than that, there wasn't a ton else that college students would think of when they hear of internet content creator YouTuber. So she didn't really find that all that impressive, and I've never treated it like a job or anything, but I just thought it was going to be a good answer to that question, one that she probably hadn't heard before, and she probably never did hear it before because she just straight laughed at it, which didn't make me feel like my chances were being helped. She thought that I was just making like a joke out of it because I just made it like this hyped up thing, like, no, it's a big secret. It's a fucking government secret. I'm not allowed to say it. If I say it, the government's gonna come fucking kill me. And then I just reveal like I make fucking gameplay and commentary videos on YouTube. So she giggled at that, and then she asked what the channel was, so I showed it to her when we parked. I brought up the channel, and at the time, the channel video that would autoplay was my titty simulator game, which of course was a kind of weird look, so I bring that up. At the time I had like 800,000 subscribers, which is a fucking ton, and she was impressed by the number, but the content itself I don't think she was too fond of, because it was titty simulator, with me talking about fucking honkin' milkers being dragged around by their nipple, and then some of the other related ones were other weird games like Don't Shit Your Pants and things. So she didn't really want to stay on the channel that long, but she said congratulations to me, and I was like, well, okay, it didn't really work very well now, did it? So we finally arrive at the beach. Confidence is shot. I can tell that this mysterious anime character facade's not doing me any favors. So we end up just going to like a pretty crowded area on the beach at Clearwater, and just laying down, and she played music with her earbuds in, and I just kind of laid there, you know, pretending like this was productive, like, yeah, I'd always wanted a tan, I'll just fucking lay here with my ass cheeks hanging out, I guess, why not? And just fucking sit there doing nothing while she's listening to music at the beach. At the end of it, I just kind of felt like I was an Uber driver who stayed a little too long. Like, she requested a ride, but then I had nothing else to do, so I also just went to the same destination. So we just kind of stayed there for like an hour, and then she's like, alright, I'm ready to head back, I'm kind of hungry. I didn't even bother asking if she wanted to get food with me, because I could already just pick up on the vibe here that it wasn't really going anywhere. So we go back, and then she hugged me, and I was like, fuck, it was all worth it, I got a hug, let's go! Woo! So I got a hug out of it, which means I was a champion that day, but we never talked again, surprisingly. And that's how my first date went, so overall, pretty successful. Got off to a great start, really, in the whole romance world. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. I also think it's a pretty interesting look at how things have changed recently, because back then, YouTuber wasn't even a word in anyone's vernacular. No one had ever really like heard of that before. It wasn't really an explored concept, just kind of like this emerging hobby that some people would pick up on. But nowadays, I think it's like 60% of kids want to grow up to be like a YouTuber or internet creator, which is wild. So in less than a decade, it has completely changed. But back then, yeah, that shit was not looked at too positively. But anyway, I just wanted to share this story because I haven't done this one before, and I thought it was worth sharing. That's about it. See ya.
Deal. How about... Oh, there goes the heat. Woo! What heat? It's so cold.
It feels good. Yeah. Why don't girls like nice guys?
Oh, yes. That's a good question. Charlie, what do you think?
I think you're not that nice of a guy. You're probably weird. You're probably scaring them away.
Yeah.
And the not nice guys aren't weird. They're just mean.
Yeah. Yeah. And that leaves a great area of actual nice guys. And there's your help.
Yes. You're just... My help is...
Thanks for your question. You're weird. Next.
Yeah, you're just not nice. Fucking goofball.
Were you ever a nice guy, Charlie?
Oh my god, yeah. I was that quintessential Reddit nice guy in high school. 100%.
You weren't that bad.
In text messages? Like...
Oh, my knee!
the like fell. The lungs are just collapsing.
How did that even happen?
What the fuck?
What are your most embarrassing moments? It's not advice, but it's a good question. Matt, what's your most embarrassing moment?
Why don't you kick it off?
I made a whole video about it. It was in high school.
Which one?
When I was in high school and I was about to get my lung surgery, I texted, you know who.
Give me a first letter.
D.
Our grade?
No, she was below us. You ended up making out with her one time.
Matt,
I'm
you
actually
sick
sick. All right, go on with the story.
So I texted her. We had never spoke before, and I had like just recently added her on Facebook.
It was me, by the way.
And I reached out to her. I was like, I'm about to get fucking surgery. I could fucking die in here. I just wanted to say I think you're incredibly hot, and I really like you, and whatever. I read the text in a video. I don't remember exactly what they said.
Did she respond?
Yeah, she was like, wow, that's weird. Well, I mean, she was like, wow, that's cool. Yeah, it was very short responses because it was so creepy.
Matt, how could you? I didn't know. I'm first hearing this right now.
You knew.
I had no idea.
You knew.
I had no idea. And I was like, Mom, I like this girl. And it was 8:30 at night. So she took me to get her a Valentine's Day gift.
Oh, no.
I got her.
No.
You know those Hershey Kisses that are like 3 pounds?
Yeah.
I got her that, and I put it in her locker.
And then Charlie was making out with
Yeah, and I turned around and Charlie was making out with my girl. You remember who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
But no, and so afterwards, same as you, I had barely ever spoken to her, and afterwards, she came up to me angry. She was like, "Did you put this in my locker?" And I instantly just go, "Yeah, but I got one for everyone." And she was like, "Then why does nobody else have one?" And I was like,
they ate it.
I still remember I said, "I could show you the receipt," and I ran away.
Oh, that's sad.
Now you went with the lie you couldn't back up like immediately. Wrong direction.
It was the first girl I ever liked. Who are you waving to?
Our boy.
Oh, Rex
He's
Gun.
he's like, what's going on?
He's got to come in. It's our guest.
Yeah, Rex Gunderson just
He
showed
needs to
up.
put on a mask and come say hello.
Yeah, you can hop in the hot tub.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
It might not be the right group for you.
Makes you tier 1 dank in the gift sub, Justin.
Charlie made me cry for the first month I worked with him.
I've seen you cry before.
You have?
Yep.
When?
You remember in our basketball state championship run?
I do remember that, actually.
Yeah, I've seen you fucking you weak coward.
I was crying for you because you got dunked on so badly.
What do you mean? I did not. No,
You got dunked on so badly, our coach almost fought the other coach.
That is not at all what even happened.
Do you actually not remember?
I would call it an exaggerated layup.
Oh my god, yeah.
Where I just happened to be
And
nearby.
I will give you credit that he was an 8th grader at the time, and he's absolutely going to the NBA. He's nasty.
I got laid up on by
With the hand turning over and slamming into the
that is
rim.
that is not how it happened.
Eye to eye with his balls.
They call those. Imagine if somebody broke in and Rex had to shoot them.
Oh.
We're all spectating from a hot tub.
It would just be a reaction clip.
Yeah, we're going, oh!
Yeah, we could do some like the goofy YouTube shot faces.
Wow.
You'll never believe what happened in our hot tub.
That would be nuts. We kidnap Bernie's, the body in the hot tub.
What do you do to stop the blood farts?
That guy's been asking that for 30 minutes. Why did you finally read it?
Finally gave him recognition.
I feel like this has to be answered.
Yeah, go to a doctor.
Seek medical help.
Yeah, please.
Stop eating nails.
Thanks to Resub Soup.
What would you rate your happiness out of 10?
10.
Actually?
Probably 9.
9.
Wish I was taller.
Huh. No.
Is that so surprising?
You're the perfect height.
Imagine if I was 6 foot, I'd be unstoppable.
You know what they say? You're shorter because God made you perfect faster.
Do they say that?
Who says that?
I don't know. I've
Did my
never
mom-
been to church.
My mom tell you to say that?
It makes sense if you don't.
Thanks for the 2 gift subs, Gord. Did you follow your dreams or give up on them? My dreams were My dreams were to be a professional basketball and professional football player simultaneously.
So I think it's going well.
I'm pretty close. So I'm still following them. I'm still in pursuit.
You're getting there.
Yeah.
You've been putting in the time.
I've been putting in a lot of work.
We still haven't gotten that basketball hoop, but you've been doing good work.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite theme park ride? Men in Black at Universal.
Oh.
Fucking blasting shit on that ride, and then you spin around, you're fucking
Yep.
blasting the other car. It's so good.
That's the adult version of Buzz Lightyear from Disney.
Oh, it's so good too, yeah.
Both great.
Last time you guys went on it?
I went right before the pandemic.
What?
Yeah.
Rex got kicked off because he whipped out a 9mm.
This blaster, it's not even firing projectiles.
Do any of you have foreskin?
Let me check.
No, serious question.
No.
No.
Yeah, so we wouldn't know. Ask somebody else.
Yeah, fucking dummy.
God.
This loser's got foreskin. What are you doing with that? Yeah, can you get him out? Thanks for the gift of BRD. This was a really fucking terrifying one. And I know if this multiverse is real, I did die here. One time I was getting off the interstate and I just fucking passed out. Like, eyes rolled into the back of my head and I was just out. And then I came to right as I was approaching a red light, and I fucking slammed the brakes real hard.
Never even come close to not being conscious.
I don't know what happened.
Let myself ever.
I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I was going whatever the interstate
You gotta
speed.
sleep more, man.
Yeah, I was going whatever the speed limit was on the interstate, so it was 70.
You would say that in front of Rex.
Well, no, you know me. I
No,
I literally am speed
absolutely.
limit or under. How long have you guys been in there? 3 hours.
And it's raised 4 degrees since we got in.
Oh, actually I can answer this one if you guys don't have one. Do you have any prank call stories? This wasn't that long ago. When I had first moved into an apartment, I randomly got a call from some guy who claimed my mom had just run over his brother with her car. And it was supposed to be like a scam to get me to go over there, and they were gonna mug me, I imagine. Because he was like, you need to get here right fucking now, and if you hang up this phone, I'm coming to your place because I know where you live. Clearly I have your number so I can be over there. Your mother is fucked up, and we need my brother to get medical attention, so you're gonna get your ass over here, you're gonna drive him to the hospital, don't hang up this phone, this and that, and I was believing it for some reason. I was like, Mom, you fucking idiot, you just ran over this guy's brother, and he's mad, and now I'm getting an earful. Why the fuck did you do this, Mom? So then I was panicking, I was like, okay, Jesus Christ, where? All right, I'll be there. And then common sense hit me, I was like, wait, why don't I just text my mom? So then I put it on speaker and I texted my mom. I was like, Mom, did you kill someone today? She's like, no, I'm at home. And then I was like, okay. So I just hung up.
That's like when you have a dream that your significant other cheats on you and you're mad at them. And you're just mad at your mom and she doesn't know why.
And that's how you met him, right?
Yeah. I went to the meetup and it was just Danny shaking me down for lunch money.
Ooh, any substitute teacher stories? We had the worst subs.
Did we? What?
We had the worst actually, you're directly involved in my one story. You was my favorite sub, but you got hurt.
I got hurt?
Yeah, you got punctured with glass. How do you not remember this?
When did that happen? Did I black out?
Maybe. Were you driving a car?
What happened?
We were in chem class. And we had the older sub. I don't remember his name at all, but he was a very old man and he was lovely. He was awesome, but he never made us do anything. And for some reason, as always in school, we started fucking around with the chem equipment, and you set something up that was pressurized, and it was a beaker. So we were working on it, I looked away, and I was actually talking to the sub, and all of a sudden it just exploded. Just empty glass, just shot everywhere, and you got cut by it.
It must have wrung my ears and made me pass out. I don't remember that at
all.
all.
It was 100% you.
I think I know what teacher you're talking about, but I don't remember.
You would always read his newspaper in class?
Yeah, I don't remember doing that.
Yeah, that was when we were still in trailers.
Yeah.
So that must have been freshman or sophomore year.
Most cringe memory? Yeah, when was the last time you guys had a big cringe?
I try to block them out if I can.
More recent, in 8th grade instead of 5th grade, I texted a girl that I loved her after knowing her for 3 days.
That's pretty good. That's not.
I think everybody did that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
She didn't.
that last week.
She didn't. feel the
Yeah,
same.
mine's when I do that shit, I was in college. The one that I guess the one that goes along with that I remember is when I was doing my figure drawing course, we were doing like that's where I drew the portrait of my dad. There was this girl in the class that I liked a lot, and I tried to start a conversation with her, and I blew every line. I couldn't even say hello. So I started like scatting at her. I was like, did
it work?
I mean, she laughed.
You should have showed her your art. She
Yeah.
would have been all over you.
It was like something right out of Ed, Edd n Eddy. It was fucking horrible.
Sounded like Courage trying to explain.
Yeah, my eyes were popping out of my fucking skull.
Manchester is the final clue to the Zodiac Killer.
Oh, this is a good question. I know Danny has to have one. Any road rage moments?
I don't think so. Like I like to drive kind of fast, but I don't freak out at people, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't really get road rage.
I'm usually calm too, but there's only one time I know I wasn't. There was this drunk driver, and I know for a fact he was fucking drunk. He blasted by me going like 80 and a 40, and he almost hit us. So he came and swerved real quick. He went up on 2 wheels and slammed back down and kept going. And he was going to a Walmart, which I was also going to. So we both pulled into the Walmart, and I just rolled down my window and gave him the finger. And then I was so fucking afraid that I did that I turned around and left.
It'll still be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not even worth it. Like, this guy's a clear psychopath. I don't know what I was thinking, so I just fucking left.
I'm I'm a vengeful driver, so like if someone's being an asshole, I will try and get in front of them to like slow down to be an asshole to them, and I flick people off kind of frequently if they're driving like a dick, but I don't rage.
Same here. I throw out the finger willingly, all over the place.
Anything unexplainable happened to you that stand out? My dad will swear on a stack of Bibles and hentai that we saw an alien once, a UFO. We were on a lake, and there was this really bright orange, yellowish light over the lake. A huge, like, blinding light that I remember. And then my dad and I looked at each other, and then when we looked back, it was gone. I assume it was some kind of, like, I don't know, like a fucking solar flare. It could have been really anything. But my dad swears it was a UFO that looked at us and ran away.
It was the sun.
It was close. It wasn't the fucking sun. And it was also kind of late. It wasn't dark like nighttime, but it was like getting to that point. It wasn't the fucking sun. It was like very close by. But he thinks it was aliens. So anytime that he starts talking to me about like ancient aliens building pyramids, and I'm like questioning it, he's like, Charlie, you know we've seen one, right? I'm like, Dad, I still don't think that was an alien.
Do I have immunity? I'm not asking you for diplomatic immunity. Does talking about something my friend did once help?
Absolutely.
I won't tell you my friend's name.
It was in a different state, a different
Yes,
Yeah, he
my
doesn't-
friend from Arkansas
He doesn't even go to this school. Like,
learned how to make coupon codes, like barcodes that would scan. What? Yeah, no, it didn't happen. No.
I got an anecdote for you. Were you guys ever like 4chan B users?
Yeah, I think we've all at least been there.
So like, I was pretty big on. I used to go on every day, and one of the fads was like video game coupons. It was like $60 off, and like people would post these, and
Yeah, I wonder who made those. It called them Jupon threads.
Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It was like the full price off the game.
Yeah, they worked. From my friend. My friend was very young at the time.
He didn't know right from wrong.
Right. He was under 18, statute of limitations.
He was a minor.
My friend.
He may be 26 now, but he wasn't.
No. Yeah, I can't believe he did.
Different symbol on the chest.
Right, yeah, he had the Robin symbol.
Yes.
Most awkward place you've ever gotten a boner. When I was younger, going tubing would sometimes get me hard. Like on
consistently?
Sometimes. Not like often, but like my friends would my friends that would have a boat or something, and like they'd have a party, they'd take it on like a tube, And sometimes I just get like fucking hard, and I'd be like, I gotta get off the tube, so I just let go and fall
The
in.
worst is when you were going through like the puberty stage and you were just in class, and all of a sudden you're just hard as a rock for no reason.
Yeah.
Why is this happening?
Yeah,
that's the
It's
fucking worst.
You gotta either tuck or
Yeah,
hold the
you
backpack up in front of you.
tuck or hope you don't have to like get up
Yep.
and do anything.
No, I changed the clock.
No. Yeah, we've been going
It's
4
your
hours.
turn. What the
We
fuck?
need to stop. I need to go.
Thanks to resub City.
I actually need to go. Fuck.
No, but
No, but look
Hey,
at these
what-
questions.
Matt,
Space
you-
boners are illegal.
We've
contacted your mother.
Everybody keeps gaslighting Matt so he stays.
Yeah.
Jeez, Matt, you're so funny.
Man, these guys aren't gonna be able to survive without your
Yeah.
cutting edge advice, man.
Yeah.
This goes into just chatting, right? That's
I
how
would
find it.
assume so.
Oh, there you go.
Hey,
Second.
oh, we're
Oh,
right.
we're third.
We're right next to him. We did it. Oh my god. Lola Bunny has been redesigned. This is not a drill. I've seen meltdown upon meltdown right now. We're going into fucking DEFCON alert. Lola Bunny in Space Jam 2 has been changed. They wanted to avoid Lola Bunny being as sexual as she was in the 1996 movie with Michael Jordan. So in Space Jam 2, they've toned it down so that way people don't associate erections with Lola Bunny. Lola Bunny from Space Jam is iconic. Basically the genesis of all young men's first boners. She was like the tutorial boss of puberty. Kids would watch the Space Jam movie, see Lola Bunny, and get that weird feeling in their pants and then wonder what the fuck was going on. Lola Bunny is the #1 cartoon character most people think of when they think of hot cartoons or some shit like that. Not even furries, just like a general audience, since Space Jam was so big. And this is confirmed on Hivemind, the game show Ludwig and I do on Twitch. This question actually came up. What cartoon character did everyone think was hot? Lola Bunny was the #1 answer by a fucking landslide. It wasn't even close. So, obviously I want to talk about the Lola Bunny redesign. And my heart breaks for all of those Lola Bunny fanatics that have never stopped jerking their meat to Lola Bunny in Space Jam from 1996. I've seen multiple people on Twitter come forward, look at my collection of Lola Bunny figurines and animatronics and homemade stuffed toys. What am I going to do with it now with the redesign? Now it's useless. You've ruined it. So, hey, the heroes out there with the Lola Bunny collections, this is a tough pill to swallow, I know, but I'm sure we'll be able to push through it. Let me go ahead and go over the redesign. I actually looked it up on Twitch last night first, so I'll just give you my reaction to it there. I'll play the clip. Thoughts on the Lola Bunny redesign? Haven't seen it, but I heard they made her less sexualized. I think that was the dumbest thing they could have done. They should absolutely try and bring the furry audience in. I thought it was going to be a lot worse. I thought it was going to be much more drastic. The only difference is they gave her like compression shorts. She doesn't. It's pretty big actually. The more I look into it, yeah, no, yeah, never mind. I guess I was looking at the face more. Completely changed the uniform. There's absolutely like no definition at all anymore. This looks like a kid drew it, like for fan art of Lola Bunny. That's rough. This actually, to be fair, this really does look like what Lola Bunny would look like from 1996 to 2021 if she aged naturally. Titties non-existent, starting to sag, shrinking a little bit. No more muscle definition. Getting old sucks. So maybe that's what they're going for. I think that's a dumb idea. Why would you not want furry enthusiasts to go see your movie? The furry community, those people, they'll spend $15,000 for a crayon drawing of their fursona getting butt fucked. They would see your movie 10 times, 15 times even. Like, you gotta be real fucking dumb to think that there's any value in redesigning a character that furries would vibe with. And not even furries, like Lola Bunny, that's like the #1 character people say that they thought was hot from a cartoon. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're just really dumb. You're super fucking dumb. So I'm gonna be honest, I expected the redesign to be significantly different, like drastic, like Teen Titans Go shit, where they turn Lola Bunny into like an amiibo looking thing. it at least is still pretty closely resembling Lola Bunny, at least like in the facial features and everything. What they did is, in order to avoid sexualization of the character, they removed her breasts, and that's really like about it. And they made the basketball uniform more baggy, looks like something I would have worn in middle school. That's the main changes they made, and she's also a lot less detailed. Like, there's no shadows anymore, there's no like muscle definition, she still has like wide hips. It's just a very weird change. It's like the idea that these execs have of sexualization is only titties. Okay, how do we avoid our character being sexualized? Take the fucking titties off! You know, it's kind of a weird approach to it. I just really don't see what the point is. You know, like, why even bother? You've sacrificed a lot of detail now. Lola Bunny in 1996 looks like a much higher quality production than the current 2021 Lola Bunny. There's so much more detail and clearly so much more care put into that character than this 2021 one that looks like they just hired someone off Fiverr to slap something together. I just don't really see what there was to gain with the changes, in all honesty. Sonic, for example, the redesign, that was a huge benefit to the movie. If it went forward with that like Lovecraftian abomination Sonic from the early trailers, the movie wouldn't have been nearly as positively received. But this change with Lola Bunny is just so trivial. Like, in the grand scheme of the movie, you're not making the movie better by making her less hot. You're not bringing more people in because the character's less hot. You're pushing some people out that probably would have only seen your movie to jerk off, but I mean, that's money in your pocket, and with these movie execs, that's really all they care about. They're fucking face-fucking people's wallets at the movies. Like, you know, I don't think they necessarily have a conscience about that. Keep in mind, when I say less hot, I just mean like they made a conscious decision and have made it very clear they didn't want the character to be sexual. I don't really, you know, get hard from cartoon characters. I'm not a big hentai guy. Not to be blasphemous or anything, I have no problem with people that are. It's just not for me personally. But I just, again, don't see what the point of making this decision to change these things was. I don't see there being a positive benefit. I only see like negative backlash about it. Take, again, for example, Sonic, when they announced those changes and they showed those changes, people were fucking elated. Jubilation across Twitter when they showed the new Sonic character, which was much better. Here, I haven't seen anyone celebrating the changes. Even the people that didn't like how sexualized Lola Bunny was originally, they didn't like handle it well either with this change, because their idea of desexualizing a character is just removing titties and removing all detail. It's not exactly an optimal solution. And of course, in the case of literally everything, people are screaming censorship and quoting 1984. 1984, of course, being the book that everyone quotes but nobody's fucking read on Twitter. This is very, very obviously not censorship. You can still go back and watch the 1996 Lola Bunny original and spank your fucking skin flute till the cows come home. They've simply changed the character here because they just didn't want people being turned on by her, I guess. The people making this movie must just think movie watchers are the horniest organisms on the planet, where if, you know, men go and see this movie in the theaters and Lola Bunny's got titties, they won't be able to control their primal animalistic Neanderthal instincts. They'll just start beating on their fucking cock right in the movie theater, just whacking their penis off because Lola Bunny's got titties. So they had to take it off, otherwise the movie theater experience would be ruined. You know, I don't know why they have this perspective, but again, it's not censorship. It's just not that deep. It's an out-of-touch movie studio that changed a character thinking that it would be good for the film for some reason. I don't really understand why they got that impression, but yeah, that's really about it. It's not a good redesign. Like, even, like, let's say you didn't want the character to be, like, sexual at all anymore. I'm sure there are other ways of handling it besides just removing all fucking detail from the character and making it look like a Saturday morning cartoon as opposed to, like, a full-fledged, full-blown, big-budget movie. But yeah, that's about it. So yeah, last week I took you on a journey through the artistic genius of Charles White, the modern-day Da Vinci. I showed you some of my greatest pieces from my time as an art major in college. Of course, my crowning jewel, my magnum opus, being this portrait of my father that I created. When I first saw this, when I rediscovered this artifact here, this treasure, I actually didn't know it was my dad at first. I thought it was one of the models from the class I drew it in, which was figure drawing, where you had people come in, and I thought the model just happened to look like Jared Fogle from the Subway commercials. But the reason I knew this was my dad is because I recognized the chair he's sitting in, and I was like, wait, that's my fucking dad I drew, huh? And then, of course, all the similarities just started hitting me. It's a very abstract interpretation of my father, but to the keen eye, the trained eye, you'll immediately recognize it, I would say. Now, is this the single worst piece of art in history? Absolutely not. Is it the best piece of art in history? Yes. Yes, it is. I really love everything I was able to capture here. If I was to go back and redo this, the one thing I'd do is I'd get rid of the camel toe. My dad, he doesn't have like a visible camel toe or anything like that, but I hit him with some moose knuckles here, and he didn't deserve that. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just there were some folds in the pants I was noticing, I think, and I just accidentally reverted to like hentai techniques. So a bit of a miscalculation there. I also might want to have put some legs on the chair, because right now it looks like it's a floating chair, like he's fucking MODOK. But everything else is right on the money, I would say. I really like what I was able to do with his torso here. It kind of makes him look like a thwomp from Super Mario 64, just like a giant fucking block. He's not like this wide or anything, but I was playing with dimensions, of course. As an artist of my caliber, it's nice to distort reality a bit and play around with proportions, which is, of course, I was experimenting here with great success. I need to definitely get that framed and maybe find some candles to put around it to make it look like some kind of satanic ritual where like that's the deity we're worshipping or something. But it definitely needs to be like in an art museum or something, I would say. But anyway, this isn't about the actual art pieces. I wanted to tell another story from my days as an art major, because I hinted at a few tales from back then in the last video, and I figured I'd share one right away. This is one that I've only touched on briefly, like in the podcast and in the past. And I never bothered to finish the story because it's extremely embarrassing and I actually feel pretty shameful for it. But I figured it's 2021, baby. Shame's a thing of the past. So let's fucking get in here, raw and no rubber, and I'll just tell you it like it is. So I took a figure drawing course, which is where I drew that piece as well as many others, where it's basically drawing people and things that you see in person. And one component of this course was drawing nude models, the idea being that you capture the human anatomy like it is, and you just go in there and put that pencil to the paper and you let it all hang out there. No secrets among the art students, prolapse rectum and all from the model, it's going on the canvas. And it's that shit that you used to see in old movies where, you know, the protagonist would go into an art class and everyone's drawing a naked guy whose dick is flopping around. It was that, but I took the course in real life. I didn't know it at the time, so when I went in and saw a naked man posing in front of everyone, I was pretty shocked and caught off guard. I thought I'd walked into like a Reality Kings porn shoot or something, but it turns out that was just a component of the semester, and it was pretty fucking weird and uncomfortable. It was a 3-hour session twice a week for this course, and the nude model we had was this guy who would strike a pose that we'd do our best to capture, and he would just listen to music after striking the pose, so he wasn't even putting his heart and soul into it. He'd just throw on the boner jams and transcend to the avatar state and leave this corporeal dimension, leaving us struggling art students behind in the fucking fallout barren wasteland of art, doing our best to capture his weird superhero pose. The position he chose was like the combination of Crimson Chin meets Goatsy. It was something kind of like this. So he came and he had hands on his hip, leaning forward like this, but he had a little stool in front of him so he could put his leg up, and he leaned forward a little bit, just so that way you could see a little bit of his butthole if you were unfortunately positioned behind him, which of course I was not directly behind him, so I didn't have like the full butthole spread action, but I had like tip of, like outer rim of anus plus some wrinkles, because I was still on like the back side, I didn't have front, so I saw, like, from my position, since his leg was up, I had a little bit of like cock head dangling in front, like kind of like a sunset behind his ass cheeks, and then like asshole rim plus wrinkles. It was like a Banksy painting, like if he drew the beach and then like put some ass cheeks in front of it with the dick behind it, you know what I mean? It was a very uncomfortable situation to be in, and especially just to sit there and with like my little pencil measuring his asshole circumference, trying to make sure all my dimensions are right because the professor was grading on like dimensional accuracy for like the figure drawing portions. Obviously these pieces here, she just wanted to gauge where we were at for the most part, but when it came to actually drawing what she had in front of us, she would pretty much evaluate us based on how close we were to capturing the dimensions. So everyone was like really going deep into capturing each segment. The technique she taught us was to look at everything like letters in the alphabet, like for example, a asshole would be kind of like a C. from my position, because I wouldn't have the full circle, so it wouldn't be an O, it'd be just a C. So then I'd have to measure out the C on the paper, and not to get into like the rubric and the grading criteria, but just to explain that I had to sit there for 3 hours thoroughly analyzing the wrinkles and dimensions of a man's asshole, ass cheeks, and like cockhead, and it was just really uncomfortable for the most part. So after, I only did this for one course. After this, I went home, because I went to college not too far away from where my parents lived. I went home and I was like, look, you guys need to come up with an excuse, because I cannot sit in this course for the next 3 weeks drawing dick and asshole for a collective 6 hours a week. I just can't do it. So we eventually came up with the idea that we would use religion as my excuse. So I didn't want to like just not go to the course, because I didn't want to fail the course, because it was like a 3-week course. And by missing all of that, I would absolutely fail. So it would have been just a huge waste of money. So we used religion as like the scapegoat. So I had my parents send her an email, like acting all outraged, like, how could you have our son Charles drawing butthole in your course? This directly goes against our beliefs in the Lord and his teachings in the Ten Commandments in the Bible. This is absolutely unacceptable. Charles will not be attending the course, and we expect he will still get full credit, because we wouldn't have allowed him to take the course if it was disclosed beforehand that nude model drawing was a requirement. It sounded like something a fucking Scientologist would have written, except far more polite. They weren't like mean about it or anything. It was just using religion and the inability to see butthole and cock as an excuse to not go to the course for 3 weeks. And they sent it. And then she sent me an email and then talked to me saying, look, she understands. She apologized to me, but she didn't need to do. And she still gave me credit and told me just to sit out the 3 weeks and come back towards the end. So, yeah, I got out of drawing that by using religion, the ultimate excuse. It was a genius plan, to be honest, and I feel really bad about it. And the reason I've never told this is because I really am super embarrassed. I should have just toughed it out and drawn more dick and asshole, but 6 hours a week thoroughly measuring a guy's dick and balls and stuff, it just wasn't exactly what I had signed up for as an art student. It never even crossed my mind that would be one of the art curriculum, like part of the art curriculum. So I just kind of panicked. I was like, look, I just don't want to keep doing this. I really don't. I'm not trying to get into like furry porn art or anything. I just wanted to make some cartoons, not these kind of cartoons. I just wanted to get out. I felt trapped, and of course the only out was playing the religion card, and luckily my parents were on board to send that email, and I still got credit. I still passed the course, and yeah, that was that. So I still feel bad about it, like lying to her, because she was a super sweet professor and just a really nice person all around, but I just really didn't want to keep going to that course and doing that for 3 weeks. But if I do now have the tools to draw asshole if I'm ever in a situation that calls for it. Like, let's say I'm in a situation where a bomb is going to detonate and the only way to defuse it is by drawing the villain's butthole. I would be able to capture his brown balloon knot down to the millimeter and save the day. So it wasn't a huge waste of time or anything, but you know, I never finished the course, so maybe I wouldn't even be able to fully figure out how to capture a butthole, but I feel like one course was probably plenty. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Yeah, it's that magical time again where Grandpa Charlie comes over, sets you on his lap, asks you what you want for Christmas, ignores it, and tells you old war stories. Today I wanted to take you on a journey, a spiritual quest through the content I posted online when I was 15 years old, when I was just a boy coming into his own, a coming-of-age story of Charles when I was still just coming to terms with the fact that I might not get any taller. And I found some of it today, which put a big smile on my face, and I wanted to share it. Now, as I've said, I've made a couple videos on this, and in those videos I told you all that I made this channel when I was 11. On this channel I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos that I deleted, both out of embarrassment and out of fear, because a lot of the stuff I uploaded was like music from unsigned rappers like Soulja Boy. Before he had a label, I used to post his songs on my channel way back then. And stuff like that, and I made montages using really popular music, and I was worried about getting striked for the DMCA. So I lit the whole library on fire and pissed on the ashes. I removed hundreds of videos, and I still regret it to this day. I'm still shaking my fist, cursing the day that my prepubescent mind decided that this was the proper course when dealing with a potential threat of DMCA. When my video got picked up by Ray William Johnson, the Q-Op video, I panicked. I thought like all of a sudden my channel was going to be on the radar of like music industry hitmen. I thought there was going to be like assassins coming for me because I used a Breaking Benjamin song in one of my Gears of War montages, so I just fucking blasted all of those things out of existence. And to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if there are assassins that the music industry sends against 12 and 11-year-olds for music, but I really do wish I just privated the videos instead of just outright removing them, because I have still not found a way to get those back. Hopefully YouTube still has it somewhere, but I have no idea how to access it. But anyway, what I did find isn't those videos that I removed, but I found some of my old Justin TV live streams. That's how long I've been doing fucking content on the internet. I used to stream on Justin TV pretty often. I'd say like 3-4 times a week, and I was around 14, 15 at that time. And brother, let me tell you what, these are some of the finest live stream clips you'll ever see. As God is my witness, I make the claim that these are potentially the best live streaming clips to ever survive the Justin TV purge.
Shit, I'm the last one. Critical. We can do oh, shit. 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 Oh, shit. Shit. Ah! Damn it, I ran out of ammo. Ah! Split the defense. Split the defense. Hustle play. Go, Critical. Buy something. Shit, I bought the same damn gun. I hate this fucking gun. Shit. I did it! Holy shit! Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'm back. Okay, what's going on here? Alright, who wants to tell me where to go?
Now that second clip, I know you're going to need to cool down after all that adrenaline coursing through your veins after such a high-octane Paper Mario stream there, asking the chat to just guide me through it. How naive I was to think the chat had any fucking idea how to play the game, or really any game they backseat on. So, this is the only 2 surviving clips I could find of my Justin TV streaming career. I only streamed for like the first half of 2010 and maybe late 2009, I don't quite remember, but I streamed like Luigi's Mansion, a whole bunch of old style, old school games. And I'd really love to see some more of those, but they don't exist anymore unless Justin himself somehow kept the records from my old channel there. But for those that don't know, Justin TV was the predecessor to Twitch. Before Twitch, there was Justin TV. I remember when I was streaming on there, the most popular streams were like 200 viewers for Angry Video Game Nerd 24/7 streams, and also a channel called 4Player Podcast. And other than that, it was mainly just channels like mine, where it was like 10, 15 viewers, just playing a bunch of games in almost unrecognizable quality, so you didn't even know what the fuck you were looking at. It looked like snuff films or footage of Bigfoot. But that was just kind of the fun of it. It was just a crazy, wild time for the entire internet when it came to content creation. Now we're in luck because I got a fucking double whammy here. I'm coming in with both fists. I also found my old GameFAQs posts. Now, as I've said on the podcast, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about it in videos before, when I was first starting to create content using like my voice and narrating stuff, I came up with this series called Fun Tactics, and it was for Battlefield Bad Company 2 as well as other games, but Bad Company 2 is where it really started with making commentary videos. And I used to post every video from the Fun Tactics series on GameFAQs, because at the time, GameFAQs was the most popular forum for gamers. This was like the hub of gaming. Like if you had gamer gunk in your veins, if you were an ultimate turbo gaming warlord, you were on GameFAQs writing shitty guides and participating in arguments there. It was like Reddit, but without everyone pretending to be super genius MODOK masterminds, supreme intelligence overlords. And it was just such a nice trip down memory lane seeing all this, because I thought GameFAQs had wiped all of their old shit from their old unused boards, but I guess for some reason these fossils have survived, which is great to see. Nowadays, GameFAQs isn't as popular as it used to be. I think there's only like 4 or 5 active users anymore. I really don't know. I don't know who's still using GameFAQs or what for, maybe to buy and sell drugs, but I haven't really heard anyone talk about it in a long time. But I gotta tell you, going back and visiting it feels so good. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these bad boys. Here they are in all their glory, all of these incredible Fun Tactics posts. Oh, goodness gracious, still the best fire to ever drop on the Bad Company 2 GameFAQs board, I would say. Now, I scrolled through a lot of these reading some of the comments because I was looking for one guy in particular, and I talked about it on the podcast. I had like an arch nemesis in here, like the Thanos to my Avengers. His name was Boney Tony. I'll never forget his name. He would insult the fuck out of me every time I posted one of these, but I couldn't find him in any of these threads. I don't know if like he removed his account to remove the post or something, but I couldn't find any of them anymore. So I don't know what happened there. I guess maybe there was like a truce at some point that I forgot about, but man, I still remember he would insult my voice, which is why in one of the videos I was talking about how it's my real voice, and I'm not afraid to be confident in the way that I sound. And then there's this post right here, episode 5. This was a very controversial one. So when I made this advanced spotting technique, people did not like it. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I know people were really upset because I wasn't actually helping the team at all. I was just kind of standing still and just making a mockery of it. And I gotta fucking tell you, they held my feet to the fire. I was thrown to the wolves, it felt like. They did not like the video, and I felt terrible. I felt horrible. I removed it and came up with a different fun tactic the next day. It was rough. They were eating my asshole for lunch. I wish I could see the video, because like I said, I don't actually remember what I did in it. If I had to guess, I imagine I was using like a tracker dart and shooting a teammate, maybe? Because at the time, I know I hated recon players that just camped in a bush sniping. So I guess probably what I would have done is just taken the tracker and shot my own teammate with it so the enemy could see them, which would make sense with the title, but I don't know for sure. I'm just spitballing because that sounds like something I would have done in Bad Company 2 back then. That would be my guess. But yeah, anyway, that was definitely the most controversial fun tactic video I ever made, and just seeing these posts again is such a fucking joy. It's just, man, what a crazy time on the internet back then. I think this is every surviving artifact from my early days on the internet that I could find. I really do hope at some point I can get access to the old deleted YouTube videos I had, because fuck, I want to see those so badly. I had AMVs and shit, I had montages, I had 1v1s, it was fuck, I really want to see all that shit again. And there were boner jams galore in those videos. I had boner jam after boner jam in those montages, and I don't remember a lot of those songs. So I'd like to hear those songs again too, like shit. I mean, hopefully those still exist somewhere on like some dusty old crusty ass YouTube server somewhere that I can eventually get access to, but for now, can't find them, and I just wanted to share this shit with all of you because I thought it was a really cool trip down memory lane and just a little journey to the past. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Oh my god. This is such a stupid plan. If this thing flies, Tiana, I'm going nuts. Shit! I knocked it down, I knocked it down. God. Oh my god.
This are Colorado cases.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Smoking device with suspected marijuana in the pipe bowl, small red hot tin containing used syringe, 3 Ziploc baggies with white the sister.
Baby Lisa.
It crawled on my leg. Jesus Christ. My leg's never gonna feel clean again. Fuck. My whole area has been compromised. I have no fucking idea where it went. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. This thing's gonna be fucking haunting my dreams now. It's not a phobia. It snuck up on me. In my moment of weakness, fucking Dog the Bounty Hunter just dropped some sage wisdom. I was feeling vulnerable and then a fucking cockroach crawls on my leg. It just got me at the right time. I swear, if it shows its face again, I won't even blink. But, just, got the best of me in the moment. I should have used the Spider-Man training lessons to really take him down, but I panicked.
And tell me, will you?
I fucking hate you guys don't understand. You probably get those bitch-ass cockroaches that can't even fly. In Florida, we get the palmetto bugs, which can fly. Actual shit of nightmares. Why is he shirtless now? I don't know.
Okay, get out of the way. Searching good. Okay, we want to make sure that that's for you, Jason, so just let him grab.
Oh!
You like it, don't you, homie?
Everybody calm down for a minute.
Oh, I did it.
Outside, let's go.
All that grunting you heard right there was the sound of a hero. A fearless hero who looked a cockroach in the eyes and took it down. We got him, baby! Jackpot! You see that? My methods are unorthodox. My battle cry may be misconstrued as being a pussy, but god damn it, the results speak for themselves, baby! We got him! Tell your friends. Now I know how Dog the Bounty Hunter feels when he catches a fugitive. I fucking looked that bitch in the face and I'm like, you know what? I'm standing my ground like a real man. And then I screamed and slapped it with a large book. Like a real man, baby. That's how we do it. Bang. Fuck. Tetra, go. Tetra, it's behind the toilet. Tetra. Tetra. Go. Go, Tetra. Come on. Tetra, go, please. Justify our purchase of you. You are adopted. You're in very dangerous territory.
Where is it?
It's right on this side. Tetra, eat it, eat it, eat it.
On the side of the toilet?
Yeah, oh, she's got it. Oh, she's fucking got it. No? Fuck. It's still there. Oh, God, it's so fucking big. Document this in case it gets the best of me. Fuck.
Tetra, go.
Oh, I'm going straight primal on it. Fuck it. You tormented me for too long. Ah!
Did you get it? Oh God, don't tell me that.
That's definitely not the one from yesterday. This came in handy though. Thanks, Tetra, for all the useless shit you did, I guess. Now you can clean that. I'm gonna go cry into a pillow. How appropriate. The cockroach is actually going towards the cockroach on that. Oh my God, it's gonna move.
It's moving, it's already moving.
Oh my, Tiana, this is so fucking big.
I know. Towards the floor.
Fuck.
Oh, there it is! Go get it!
Oh, shit! Tiana, if this flies, I'm gonna shit my pants.
Tetra, no.
Oh, is it dead?
I think so. Hit it again.
Oh.
Hit it again.
I hate these fucking things. Oh. Jesus Christ. It's definitely fucking dead.
Hit it again. I don't care. Okay.
Okay. You can clean it. Tiana, I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack.
Great for you, because it knows you're the weakest link.
I'm gonna fucking scream. Your first cockroach encounter? Yeah, you're gonna have to try a lot harder than that.
Sorry about that.
Jesus! You're playing a dangerous game.
I'm gonna smash your windows.
Oh no. No! It went in my cupboard?
Yeah.
Jackson, what
You're
the...
infected.
What the fuck?
Don't worry, I'm going in there.
You're the worst exterminator ever.
I never said that was good. Come right down here.
No, I'm
Get
not...
right in the midst of the cockroach.
I'm not getting anywhere near that. What the fuck, Jackson?
What? That was fast. What do you want me to do?
You should have just hit it while it was on the ceiling.
Is it still there? I can hear it. It's shouting racial slurs at me.
The technique that's feared by all cockroaches.
I wonder if I can kind of coax it out. Does anyone know the song of the cockroach?
Oh, it's got No! My coat hanger.
Probably impaled it in there.
I can't believe you've done this, man.
What if we get a little dish of milk and leave it there for it? Come out like Santa Claus and then whack.
I was gonna flank you or something through one of the other open parts of the wall.
Yeah, it's just calling troops. Is that you screaming out to me?
Yeah, I was screaming for anyone that would listen, really.
Didn't you just kind of blow it further into your house?
Well, I don't know.
You thought he was living in a house full of pussies? Someone's come flinging coat hangers at him.
Weird Australian utensils. That's true. He'll tell his friends not to fuck with this house again, maybe. Like how Brickbeard always left one alive on the crew to tell the tales. Are you gonna stay awake for like an extra hour in case I need you?
You're a pussy.
Yeah, you'll wake up in the middle of the night and come in here and start eating the roach bait.
Oh, I might be able to gas it right now. That's a dirty bomb right there.
Or the cockroaches just swarm out.
Crawling over each other to get fresh air. I think it's gone.
You just snap your own neck.
You come in the morning feasting on my lifeless corpse.
Oh, baby, Charlie must have been a good boy this year because Santa Claus brought him a McRib to make him puke. Yeehaw. Do you want to try the McRib? That's because it's like dog food, huh? It's because you like dog food. I've never tried it, but it looks like dog food. Yes. I've never had the McRib. That's not an exaggeration. I know that sounds like blasphemy and a sin, but I've never been interested. Even as a kid, I thought the McRib looked pretty bad. Also, good news on the fries. I think I got at least 6 or 7 fries in my order, so that's pretty good. Off to a good start. The fries kind of slap. They weren't feeling too generous with the fries today, huh? I guess they couldn't get their shipment of sewage in to turn into fries. Oh my lord, look at this! Wow, the McRib looks incredible! Grease stains. Oh man. I opened this and I could feel the love energy radiating off it. This McRib is vibrating at a dangerously positive frequency. Oh, look at, that's a lot of sauce, team. McRib fans, you can't be disappointed with the look of this sandwich. I mean, just get in here on this bad boy. Oh, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. I'm just going in. No ceremony needs to be conducted here. I don't need to get like a pentagram out and make a little satanic ritual out of it. I'm just diving right in. The pickles. Pickles have transcended. I still think the McRib looks like a blister that's in the process of healing. Like the meat on it just doesn't look good at all to me. And I got some nice fries to complement the experience. All 7 of my fries. If there is a God, he's not paying attention because he let this slide under his radar. Eating this McRib reminds me of the time when I was a child and my uncle was over for the holidays. The whole family was, but my uncle in particular, Uncle Todd, he was over and he shit his pants. Yeah, I remember it very clearly. We were eating dinner and it was outside. And he came up to my mother, who was next to me, and asked if she had a separate pair of pants that might fit him because he had just shit himself. I mean, there was no shame in there. He just let us know straight up he shit his fucking pants. And, of course, we didn't have a pair of pants that would fit him because he was skinnier than my dad, and, of course, I was like 12 years old at the time, so there's no way he was going to be able to squeeze into my size ones. And so it was just a real disaster because then he had to finish the rest of the holiday dinner with poopy pants and shit, and it was weird. But biting into this McRib is flooding me with those memories. Like, this is what I imagine his pants must have tasted like. Well, sports fans, I gotta tell you, I think the McRib not only lived up to the hype, but exceeded it. I remember looking online, it said there's like 3,000 grams of sugar in the McRib, and I could taste every goddamn gram in those bites right there. I wouldn't be surprised if I puked out cotton candy or something next. It was pretty wild. What an experience.
That's our McRib.
Yeah, baby.
McRibbies!
Yeah, we should each just
McRibbies!
split over.
Is there 2 McRibs in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was letting you sweat.
Yeah, well, I was certainly sweating.
Oh my god, it smells like my arteries are closing.
Yeah, just take a peek at the cross-section, of course. You get 2 pickles, a couple onions. The last one I had like an excess amount of sauce, but I guess they're running low.
Can I pull the onions off since I hate onions?
No.
I was gonna do the same.
No.
okay. I won't pull them off.
Yeah, no, you're gonna
Yeah.
ruin the you're gonna ruin the
I'll
character.
keep them on there. I'll keep them
I'll
on
leave a
there.
couple on there.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just lessening the onions.
All right.
By 100%.
This looks fucking disgusting.
What do you mean?
I'm not gonna lie.
It makes me nervous that there are ribs with no bones in them.
Well, it's not. It's just called the McRib. I think what it actually is like a slab of old ham that they like fished out of the septic tank.
That's just what I wanted.
But it tastes good. Like it's a good set of old ham.
You told me it was mediocre.
No, it's good.
Trying it?
Oh, unless you guys have like some kind of
we
McRib
were
dance
all
you
gonna
want
go
to
at
do.
the same time.
Okay, yeah, here we can cheers to McRibs.
Cheers.
My second McRib of the day. It's even better than the first time.
It's disgusting. It is actually fucking disgusting. Like I feel like I'm gonna be sick.
If you look at it, I'm sorry if pickles fall on your keyboard. It's just kind of not held together well. It looks really fatty.
I was expecting to not be this grossed out by it, but it is actually gross.
Well, this is my second McRib of the day. So
how do you feel about it on your second taste?
Well, if I die, you know why.
You like it?
No. But shouldn't eat.
Yeah, it tastes like I'm eating plastic.
I think that's what makes it so special.
People are very excited when this comes back.
Every single time, Matt.
That blows my mind.
Yeah.
It blows my mind.
Well, do you understand the hype now?
Yeah, I get it.
Can't
now.
wait to be sick again. It's time for the McRib.
How much do we have to eat of this?
If you can finish the whole thing, that'd be lovely. We are professionals, Matthew.
That's true. You haven't finished your whole one.
Well, this is my second one. I'm chipping away.
Are you using?
When I did the first one, the reason I'm doing this is because when I did the first one, I went catatonic while I was eating it. I didn't say a word. I was just like absorbing the disappointment and despair.
It is like surprisingly bad.
Yeah.
I'm not quite as angry as Danny is. Like I'm not like this is gonna make me puke on the spot. When I look at it, I'm gonna puke on the spot.
I imagine Tetcher's gonna puke just looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm only eating it because I feel like I have to, but it's not good.
Well, I mean, I did pay a premium for the delivery of 3.
Is it more expensive the more they deliver?
No, but it should come with a warning like, Charles, I see you purchased a McRib earlier. You're only allowed 1 ration of McRib per day for your own
will
health.
Die.
Yeah. You're reaching toxic levels of McRib consumption.
I never thought I'd have to eat McDonald's fries to make myself feel better.
Yeah. But it's got good nutrients. It's like 80 grams of sugar, 4 grams of protein, and like quadruple what the human body is capable of digesting in sodium. So you're gonna have a lot of energy.
I have 1 kidney, so I might just die.
That's a good point. That's like a guaranteed kidney stone.
Yeah.
Damn.
It'll flush out your system.
Our organs are gonna be mummified. No, I finished. What are you talking about?
You still got more sandwich, Charlie.
Daniel Palmer, are you kidding me? This man's about to waste a McRib. That's a crime. Here.
Oh, Jesus.
They're gonna be thrown in the slam.
Here. Is this enough, Dad?
No, you have to finish it. Don't skimp, Matthew. 1 bite. Oh, that's gonna put you in the history books, baby. Yeah, with one kidney, eating the McRib is like a suicide attempt.
I really don't like it.
Yeah, sharing in the delectable gourmet of McDonald's McRib.
The boys just sitting around enjoying it.
Yeah, people are really fucking dumb to get excited for this. It's like getting excited for like math homework or something. Any final thoughts on the McRib? Did you enjoy your time with it?
I'm gonna be sick.
I honestly think we're all going to be sick.
That's the slogan of the McRib. So give it a 1 out of 10. What do you think? What are we thinking, boys?
I'm going to go with a 1. I'm not going to lie.
1.
I'm gonna go with the 2, only because you might be able to like live off of it if you really had to.
Yeah.
Like a 1 is just 0 anything.
Yeah.
All right, I guess that's fair.
I'm gonna go to a 3, and I'll tell you why. It's the onions. I've been on the internet for a long time. I've been cruising the wacky World Wide Web and surfing the cyberspace since the early 90s. Even when Charlie was just a baby boy suckling on mama's titties, I was peeking over her shoulder to get a look at the computer monitor in the background. I've seen many different phases of the internet. I'm sure a lot of you remember dial-up, that abominable piece of shit. It made this unholy screeching sound that sounded like somebody was strangling Pac-Man in the back of a moving dump truck, and it was slower than fuck. If you wanted to load a 2-pixel image, it'd take all day. And God forbid someone tries to use the bathroom in your household. Like if your dad goes into the bathroom somewhere in the house to take a piss, your internet's crashing for the entirety of that bathroom visit with dial-up. It was terrible. But I look back fondly on that era and the memories associated with it. There was a sense of mysticism when it came to the internet and this mysterious cyber world. Especially with friend groups. You know, you'd be talking to your friends about Halo 2 and one of them would bring up, hey, I read online that if you shoot this specific sign with enough rockets from the rocket launcher, it spawns a golden warthog. Oh, you read that on the internet? Well, it probably isn't wrong then. I mean, shit, I was 8 years old and getting scammed. I was being used like a fleshlight by scam services. There used to be a bunch of banners where it's like, click here to win a dirt bike. I'd be like, what the fuck? All I have to do is click here and win a dirt bike? I'm in. So then I'd click it, I'd start filling out surveys and like putting all kinds of sensitive information into it. And next thing you know, my parents' fax machine has been hacked and I don't have a dirt bike. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, because sometimes when it's late at night, I just get these nostalgia boners thinking back on the internet content I used to consume, watching old stick figure animations from Stick Figure Death Theater, that old website, old animated music videos, and I'll just go on this nostalgia journey where I'm just fucking blasted back into my chair like I'm traveling through time watching this old content. And that's what I was doing tonight, and I figured, I might as well share some of it. See if I could inspire some nostalgia boners in some of you out there that might remember it. Now, the first one I'd like to share with you is called Mission to the Moon. This is from a band called Lunar Active. It's an animated music video, and it's criminally underrated. It never took off the way that I thought it should have. It was made around the time Ultimate Showdown was made, and of course, everybody's fucking seen that. It's a classic masterpiece. But I think Mission to the Moon should have been in the same conversation. This song flew under the radar on a website called StickPage, that I think it was StickPage, and this thing just bangs. So I'm just going to share with you an excerpt from it and just talk about it.
The Earth's demise was imminent and it could not be saved. They assigned him to be the messenger who led the planet. No, they'd arrange a paradise on the moon where we all may go. Morning came, he woke up with little time. Preparation. He threw on some postcard in the truck to the story race. Wrote out the blueprint, the components in display. Created one that could carry him into space. He hides in his lunar paradise, and sometimes he yells, paradise is paradise. But loneliness can be
This thing just absolutely slaps. I'm not going to spoil the ending for you since the song is a story about a man who was tasked with taking humanity to the moon where aliens built a paradise for us because they knew that the Earth was about to explode. So I don't want to give away any of the lore here, but I just wanted to play at least a little bit for you because this whole thing is just so fucking good. And just watching it for even a second, it immediately takes you back to an era where Flash animations were king online. Flash is dead now, but back in the day, that was the most popular content online that I can remember. I still remember going to Newgrounds and watching Flash animated porn. I remember desperately watching tutorials trying to figure out how to make Flash animations of my own, but I just never had the talent or the drive to follow through with it. But it was a great time, and this music video immediately just takes you right back into the fucking pilot seat of that era. Now please allow me to sit you down by the fireplace again and tell you old war stories from back in the day. The next piece of content I'd like to show you is a stick figure animation, and I know this genre isn't dead. Stick figure animations still exist and are still pretty popular, but even modern stick figure animations can't compete with the masterpiece that is the Castle series from Oscar Johansson. These were very popular on Stick Figure Death Theater, which is a website that I think's been dead for like 15 fucking years by now. The only people that know that name anymore, it's triggering like a Winter Soldier episode in them right now. but it was very big there, and that's where I found it and just got glued to it. It is extremely impressive animation, worthy of Academy Awards. It's as if Christopher Nolan got butt-fucked by Michael Bay and decided to make a stick figure series. It's really, really good shit. So I'll show you a clip. This is from Castle 3, Part C. Keep in mind, the upload on this video is 2015, but I think the original release of Castle 3 was in 2008 or 2007. Somewhere in that ballpark, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even 2009. It was still over a fucking decade ago, not 2015. That's just when Oscar decided to post it on YouTube.
He took 2 of our men. He said something. Shut up! Look, it has begun. Hold it!
What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Enough to blast our way out of here.
Not only is the action super stylized and super well done, but also the music and audio design is top notch. I fucking love the soundtrack to the Castle series. Makes you want to pump your fist and shit your pants. It also has a really interesting story with a really interesting group of characters. It's the whole package. The Castle series is an absolute joy. Now, there was going to be a Castle 4, which was going to be the conclusion to the storyline and just wrap up the whole franchise, but as of 2018, Oscar has moved on from the project and put it on hold indefinitely, stating that he just doesn't have the drive for it at the moment to put everything into it that he'd want to, which is understandable, but still is a bit of a shame that we won't get to see the ending to Castle series. But still, the series stands the test of time. It's been over a fucking decade, and it is still top-notch, one of the best, if not the best, stick figure franchise that I think has ever been animated. It's so fucking good. Next up, Flash games. Addicting games, Miniclip, the two classics, the two titans of entertainment during the old middle school years, and nothing was more fun or more popular than the helicopter game, the original Flappy Bird. Looking back on it now, it doesn't look like much, but I put more hours into this naughty girl than I did Skyrim. I have so many hours clocked on this game, and I was the best there was when it came to the helicopter game. Truly a classic. Now, of course, during this time, RuneScape was also popular, as well as City of Heroes. Those were two games that I sunk a ton of time into. Both of these games still exist, RuneScape in an official fashion, and City of Heroes through private servers. I've streamed both quite a bit, so it's not as nostalgic to go back and watch videos of the games there, because I can still play them, and they're still just as good today as they were back then. But the helicopter game, I couldn't even find it when I was looking for it online. All I was getting was helicopter simulators. I'm sure it still exists out there, and I didn't look that hard because I probably wouldn't enjoy it anymore. But shit, I just wanted to at least reminisce on this game here. I'm a little upset with this video, though, that didn't have Hypercam 2 on the top, unregistered Hypercam. That would have really completed it nicely. But yeah, anyway, I don't want this to be too long, just showing old content and talking about it. So I just wanted to show a few things because I was really feeling nostalgic tonight. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. There's nothing more douchey than when someone starts talking about how much money they make on the internet and just kind of rub their wealth in the face of the people that got them there. The second someone starts flexing their insufferable little dickhole around, bragging about how much money they bring in every month, they lose my respect. And that's a big deal. When you lose my respect, that's like losing one of those beautiful gold stars on your elementary school report card. Like, it hurts. And I have no doubt people lose sleep over it. That being said, I feel like now I have to defend myself and my financial security because now I'm experiencing this influx in stinky Reddit armchair psychologists hyper-analyzing everything I've done with Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon card openings on my stream, and everyone wants to pretend to be my financial accountant all of a sudden, talking about how I'm going to lose all of my money, I actually have a serious gambling addiction and need professional help. Getting tons of emails about it. It's genuinely pathetic stuff. And I know on the internet, Reddit and Twitter in particular, everyone has this hero fetish and fantasy where they're this crazy masked vigilante that saves the day. If there's someone that did something wrong, they will be the one to take them down and bring justice. If there's someone that needs help, they will swoop in and make sure they get that help. Whether or not they understand the full scope of things, from behind the keyboard, everybody is James Bond and they're going to save the day and get the girl on the internet. It's sad stuff, and I never really thought that I would be the target of this shit, for like these people trying to save me as if I'm some damsel in distress. I'm being consumed by a gambling addiction. I know I can't teach you social skills, but you have to be pretty fucking out of touch to think the things that I say give off serious gambling addict vibes. I thought it was a joke we were all in on, and I still think most people are, but now there's a massive community of people that clearly aren't in on the joke and think when I say things like, it's just investing, or we don't use the P word out here, P being profit, you know, things like that, they take it as actual addiction shit. I guess I need to finish every one of my sentences when I open cards with a /S so that way they can understand it's meant to be a joke and they can give the updoots to the left, put it in terms they can understand. I don't know how much more clear to make it. I fucking call addiction the A slur. Like, how much more on the nose does it need to be that it's not meant to be taken seriously? I don't open cards that often. It's like once or twice every 3 weeks or so. It's not like the most frequent content I make, but it's content that's always fun to do. I don't chase a high. I don't constantly research cards to buy. I literally just take like the first couple things I see on the most popular website that does cards, TCG Player. It's nothing that I'm thinking about constantly. I don't know. I don't understand like what else to say in that regard. People are saying like Charlie's clearly chasing the dragon now. He can't get enough of that high. He's huffing that cardboard in the bathroom every time he gets off stream. It's, oh my god, it's dangerous now. It's just out of control. The fucking cards just sit in my bathroom closet. Like, it's not like I have some kind of shrine dedicated to them like Helga with a Hey Arnold statue out of bubblegum. It's just I open the cards on stream, we get some cool shit sometimes, and we have fun. That's it. There's nothing deeper than that. Now, before I get in deep to debunking the whole doomsday conspiracy theory of the downfall of Charles White's sanity lost to his gambling addiction shit, I need to address the viral clip that happened a couple days ago where I pulled a Snorlax on Wubby's stream, and then Tiana, who was doing a drunk stream next door, came in to just tease and make fun of me, but it came out more aggressive than she wanted it to be. She was aiming for it to be more playful, but it just didn't really get across that way. And that's become a big deal, unfortunately. And this clip has had every psychiatrist come out of the woodwork online and put their degrees to good use finally, and they're analyzing everything about the clip, saying that Charlie is clearly afraid to admit his addiction in front of others, and this is supposed to be an intervention from Tiana, when neither one of those things is the case. Tiana opens more fucking cards than I do. She opens them on stream with me. She'll open cards when I'm not even around just because she has the itch for it. She doesn't give a fuck about the cards and is in on the joke, but unfortunately that night, none of the jokes she made landed like at all. Unfortunate, but that's what it is. And then when it comes to me being afraid to admit my addiction in front of people, A, I don't have an addiction, and B, the part they're using to make that point is one of the most obvious jokes I think I've ever made when it comes to opening cards. She asked me when I bought the packs from Wubby, and I said 2 weeks ago before our promise. Obviously there was no promise made, that was just a joke. And then she asked me again, and I said, it was 4 days ago. And then she asked again, and I said, it was this afternoon. I think that's like one of the most basic jokes you can make about it, bringing up the timetable of when you actually bought the shit. But I guess somehow people actually thought that was me trying to hide when I purchased those beautifully greased packs from Wubby. Which is sad, but whatever, I guess. You don't really have to look further than the titles of the videos I make about card openings. Just look at the fucking titles. There's nothing I won't do for rare Pokemon cards. 105 boxes is not enough. It's never enough. I don't have a problem. I still don't have a problem. It's not an addiction. Just look at those fucking titles. Like, how much more obvious do I need to make it that it's not supposed to be taken seriously? It's self-aware. I'm not actually fucking addicted to cardboard. Like, it's just so incredible to me that this even needs to be said. and I'm so fucking tired of the Reddit threads and emails talking about it. So I figured since everyone wants to cosplay as my accountant, I'll give you all some homework so that way you can actually see that I'm not financially ruining myself for the future. I'm not making reckless decisions that are going to burn down everything around me and push the people I love away, or end up homeless, sucking coke out of a stripper's asshole in a year's time because of this addiction to cardboard or anything like that. I would have thought and hoped that everyone was socially aware enough to be in on the joke, and most people are, but there's still a large portion of people that express genuine concern and disappointment and disgust in the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Openings that I've been doing. So I'm going to do something I've never really wanted to do, and we're going to talk about money here. So first thing you need to understand is internet content creators, they make significantly more money than you think they do. Whatever number you're picturing for a content creator, double it. It is an incredible amount of money that people on the internet make. Disguised Toast actually made an incredibly insightful video into the salary of a high-level Twitch streamer, and that's out of date. It's significantly higher in modern times, but it is a good insight into where a lot of the money in that field comes from. So for me, what I'm going to talk about today is I'm only going to talk about on the Twitch side of things, that financial side. I'm not even going to bother talking about YouTube or anything like that. We are only going to talk about my earnings from Twitch in relation to what I spend on my fucking cards that I buy for the streams. It's pretty fucking sad that I feel the need to even make this video right now. I wish this didn't turn into some negative thing, because the streams opening all this shit have been a lot of fun. But as is tradition on the internet, there's a large group of people that just straight up fucking ruin this kind of thing. So I figured I might as well climb on the top turnbuckle here at WrestleMania and just tackle it right by its fucking titties here. So only talking about Twitch and only talking about Twitch subs. That's how we're going to handle this today to make everything as simple as possible. On Twitch, a sub is a reoccurring monthly payment that a viewer gives to a streamer to unlock special emotes and just to show support for a streamer that they like. There's 3 levels. There's a tier 1 sub, which is $5 a month, a tier 2 sub, which is $10 a month, and a tier 3 sub, which is $25 a month. There's also a Twitch Prime sub, which is a free sub that everyone gets on Twitch that you can give to a streamer where it's free for you to sub to them, but the streamer still gets the full amount as if it was a tier 1 sub. That's everything that you need to know when it comes to subscribing to someone on Twitch. Now we're going to look at last month for me. Last month I had 31,000 subscribers on Twitch. That puts my channel at number 5 overall on the Twitch subscriber charts, which is absolutely incredible to think about, and I really can't express my thanks enough. I've said that multiple times during streams, but that level of support is unbelievable to me and really does mean the world, so a huge thank you for that. And for the sake of making things super simple here, we're going to say every single one of those subs is a tier 1 sub, which is $5 a month. That's not the actual case, but Twitch doesn't like me and anyone going into exactly how much they earn from the platform, so we're going to stick with everything just being a tier 1 at $5 a month. Now, how much does a streamer get of that? Well, the safe thing to assume is they get half. That's not exactly the case, because most streamers get more than half of a sub. But for the sake of keeping everything simple and for the sake of argument, we're going to say half. So go ahead and dust off your old abacus over there. What is 31,000 times 2.5? 2.5 being half of $5. I'll go ahead and spoil the surprise to Charles White's pop mathematics quiz here. The answer is $77,500 a month just from subs, and that is an extremely low ball estimate. There's also other avenues streamers make money from, which is ads that play during the stream as well as donations, but we're only going to look at subs here. Just Twitch subs. I'm not talking anything about YouTube. I'm not talking anything about anything else. We're only looking at one specific area here today, just to make it as clear as possible. $77,500 last month just from subs. That number is absolutely fucking crazy. So, what did I spend on Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards last month? After rummaging through the trash cans looking for receipts and everything, I was able to calculate right around $11,000 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards I purchased last month. That's actually on the high end. It was less than that, but 11,000 is a nice number to work with here. So $11,000 was spent on that. So what is 77,500 minus 11,000? I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's $66,500. Wow. I hope Charlie can survive off $66,500, but naturally your next thing will be like, well, that's not the only thing you bought, I'm sure, Charlie. What about your monthly expenses on that, like your house or something? Okay, so we'll factor that in now. My monthly expenses to live in this house is all bills and everything included, right around $2,400. So let's go ahead and do that next step of mathematics here. I'm not trying to confuse everyone. I don't want anyone's fucking brain exploding and like blood leaking out of their eyes from all this intense calculation here. But 66,500 minus 2,400. Another pretty simple one, I would think. That brings us down to $64,100. Damn. Really struggling to survive off that, I gotta tell you what. But now the next thing is, Charlie, I'm sure you bought some shit for yourself. And you'd be right. I bought groceries and I bought games to play. Those are really the only two things I ever really spend money on. So I couldn't really find an exact number for that, but let's just go on the really high end and say I spent $10,000 buying premium groceries, nothing but caviar and unicorn tears for me to drink. $10,000 I spent on groceries and Steam shitty games. So 64,100 minus 10,000, which is outlandish, nowhere near what I spent, but just to keep proving a point. That brings us down to $54,100. That is still an insane amount. That's still fucking crazy. Now, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, I also spend a decent chunk of money in private paying for other people's animal surgeries, like when their pet gets injured or needs life-saving surgery and they can't afford it. I like to come in and pay for it to help them out. That's something I've done for a little while now, but I don't think I need to even put those in this calculation here because I think the point is already being made. And then, Charlie, what about luxury? Did you buy anything for yourself? Look at me, asshole. I wear the same fucking white t-shirt and basketball shorts every day. I'm like a goddamn cartoon character. I don't really buy a whole lot of things for myself. I don't need a whole lot of things. What I buy is shit for fun content to keep making, for me to have fun with and for people to enjoy. That's really the only thing I ever really buy. So no, I didn't really have any other expenses aside from that kind of shit there, which is groceries and food, and then the cards that I bought for streams. That's really it. I don't spend much money. I just don't. So $54,100. And this is all just off one thing, which is Twitch subs, and a really low ball on Twitch subs, by the way. That is an incredible amount of money still left after these ludicrous purchases that everyone all of a sudden is super concerned about. You don't understand. Everyone likes to pretend they understand the full scope of everyone's situation when it comes to anything on the internet, but you just don't. And it also doesn't take an extremely smart person to recognize that when I buy those Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon boxes to open on stream, it's not like it's just a net loss. I'm making money back off the streams and then when I post the highlight videos onto YouTube. That's never my goal. I'm not trying to make money off of those things. I do it for the fun of the content, but that's the reality of it. That's what happens. When I buy those kind of things, money comes back in from it. Even though I don't sell the cards because I like jerking off to them, I still get money back on that. A return on investment. I don't genuinely view it as an investment that's just a joke. Calling it mystery investing, it's just a joke, but really in actuality, I do get money back on that. So it's not like I'm just flushing that shit down the toilet or wiping my dog's asshole with it. It comes back. So I just don't understand, like, you have to be overdosing on Xanax and heroin to, like, close your eyes to the obvious fact that this isn't, like, a problem. I don't have an actual gambling addiction. It's just content. It's just me buying things to make some fun content with. I'm not at financial risk. I think it's pretty easy to survive off $54,100 a month. Now, obviously, that's not money that's guaranteed every month, but that's still an extremely high amount of money that most people, myself included, can easily survive off of. Now, I appreciate people that were genuinely concerned and just inquisitive, like, Charlie, are you sure you can do this? I'm fine with that. It's the people, specifically Twitter and Reddit, that use it as a way of shitting on me and calling me extremely irresponsible and reckless and prone to all kinds of gambling addictions and mental illnesses and shit like that, going deep into this some kind of pseudo-therapist role where they like to just go through everything like, oh, if you look at Charlie's left iris, you can really see it start to flicker a little bit and twinkle. It really seems like it's reigniting an old gambling passion of his. I hope he doesn't go down the slippery slope. Oh, another box of cards, Charles? I'm disappointed, and I can't support the gambling demon awakening within you. I'm going to have to take my leave now. It's too painful to see. It's so fucking frustrating. I don't have an actual fucking gambling addiction. I thought we were all in on that joke, but clearly there's still quite a few people, a large portion, that lack the social awareness to pick up on that. I don't have a susceptibility to gambling problems or anything like that. I'm not making reckless decisions. I'm just getting these card boxes because the streams, opening them, joking with the chat, and just having some fucking fun have been really enjoyable. That's really it. It's just some fun content. It doesn't go deeper than that. These people probably laugh at flat earth conspiracy theorists and shit like that and reptilians, but they themselves do the same shit. They're just speculating on nothing based on nothing without knowing anything about my situation, and it is extremely sad. And more than that, it's just frustrating. So yeah, just wanted to clear all this up now. Hopefully I can stop having these fucking threads hyper-analyzing all this shit, because it's just not that deep. That's really about it. So yeah, I've got a secret, and I'm not afraid to share it right now. Much like Bruce Wayne keeping his Batman identity a secret, I've got something that I've been keeping from you. And you're not going to believe me when I tell you this, but it is the truth. I used to be a virgin. Not only did I used to be a virgin, I used to be a turbo virgin who was extremely proud of the fact that he was a virgin. In my early college years, I used to brag about being a virgin to anyone that would listen. I was like those dudes that stand on corners with the sign saying the end is near, just talking about doomsday. I was that with virginity. And every day was virginity day for me. I made a video talking about this a little while back, about how I used to brag about being a virgin. I really went hard on that being a core part of my identity in my early college years. When I did talk to girls, I would treat it like I was on Shark Tank and I was pitching my virginity to them like a business that they should invest in. It was very sad and pathetic. But I figured I'd share a few more stories from this era of my life, this arc in the Charlie anime, because there's some real golden nuggets in there that I think maybe a few of you could learn from. Though I don't imagine too many of you watching this right now think virginity is cool or something worth bragging about all the time, unless of course you're trying to be a pastor or teaching abstinence at a high school or some shit as like a sex ed teacher. But anyway, I wanted to share a couple of these stories. So the first tale from the compendium of Charles White's virginity stories is actually one that I shared on a stream recently. It was my sophomore year of college, 2014. Five Nights at Freddy's is the hottest shit, just came out. We've never seen anything like that. Our assholes blown wide open by Five Nights at Freddy's. It was a dark and stormy night, and my roommate had a girl over. It wasn't anyone romantic, they weren't together, they weren't, anything at all. It was a friend of his from high school who came down to party at the university. I did not go to a party that night. I stayed in the dorm room watching cartoons. After the partying had ceased and everyone had their fun, my roommate went to bed, but she didn't. She sat on the couch and watched whatever cartoon I was watching at the time. I think I was watching Justice League or some shit, so she was wet. And she just started talking about how much fun she had at the party and eventually asked me why I didn't go with them. And I tried to play it cool. I said, I had better things to do. And if I had a cigar, I would have lit it in that moment right there and just blew a big fucking puff. I was really trying to be suave about it, but the reality is the reason I didn't go was because I wasn't invited. It was a very low-key party, and this was when I still wasn't super familiar with my roommates. They were probably afraid I'd crawl on top of one of the tables and start trying to lead like a virginity chant, like, raise your hands if you're a virgin. Oh, just me? Even better, something weird. So they didn't ask me to go, which is why I wasn't there. But anyway, of course, me being this virginity evangelist that wouldn't shut the fuck up about virginity, we talked more about some shit, I don't remember what, but of course, me being the mysterious anime loser virgin extraordinaire back then, I eventually steered our conversation into a talk of virginity. And I started telling her about, how great it is being a virgin and how, maybe I'll lose it soon if I'm really feeling like it, as if I had, a ton of options, like my fucking cell phone was full of applicants to take my virginity. And she said something that still rings in my ears sometimes when I'm trying to go to bed. After telling her all of this about my virginity and telling it with a, a real smile on my face, really fucking saying it with my chest like I am a virgin, she hit 19-year-old Charles with a giggle and a wow, that's so sad. And she thought I was kidding, so she started making jokes about it, and I insisted that no, I was being serious, and I was like, damn. On the inside I was like, damn, that was brutal, that shit hurt, but she's not wrong. The more I say it out loud, the more I realize how sad it is. And then she goes on to say, I'll suck your dick if you want. And I went into a full fucking meltdown mode. It was like something out of Tom and Jerry when like the stars are going around when they're like knocked out. I was having like a fucking meltdown. And I eventually just went into like full Redditor mode. I was like, oh gee, whoa, no, madame, I could never ask such a thing of you. Absolutely not. I would not have that. I'd like my virginity to stay, thank you very much, you harpy, you succubus. So I stood my ground and declined the blowjob, which was a more than generous offer from her, might I add. She was just gonna take one for the team, a real champion. Like, what a great friend my roommate had. And honestly, I probably saved her life by declining that blowjob because I don't think she quite knew what she was dealing with and getting into. She was about to bite off more than she could chew. She was like Icarus flying way too close to the sun. If she did give me that blowjob, I would have blasted an unholy cum shot at an unreal velocity that probably would have pierced the back of her throat and gone out the other side. It would have looked like she got hit by a fucking sniper. My wiener had never even been accidentally touched by a human female. The closest thing my cock ever got to a girl touching it back during that time was when a girl accidentally hit me in the balls with her criminology book when we were standing up from the table in the classroom. So if she blew me, I would have busted a nut of biblical proportion, a dangerous nut. So really, I made a noble decision and saved her life by declining that. And I think that incident right there where she said it was so sad that she was just going to offer me a blowjob really put it in perspective how sad it really was. Because it was so sad that not only did she tell me to my face how sad it was, but she tried to offer like consolation, as if she was trying to console someone who was grieving. Pretty wild stuff. And I figured I'll share one more story because this one's just as embarrassing. Probably not as embarrassing though. It's probably worse. Before my sophomore year of college, my high school had a reunion party at one of the girls' houses. And this is when I just started drinking and I was getting after it. I was fucking hitting that alcohol real hard. And one thing that I talked about this in the previous bragging about virginity video, but one thing I used to do is I would get drunk and start bragging about my virginity in different accents. Well, I remember at this high school reunion party with all my old high school classmates, I reached that level of drunk where it was time that Irish Charlie come out and start talking about his virginity. So for the whole night that I can remember before total blackout, I was talking in an Irish accent about how great it is being a virgin and how everyone who had lost their virginity had just failed to reach enlightenment. I was the happiest one being a virgin, all in an Irish accent, of course. And then I do remember one of the girls kissed me and I pre-came down my leg. I don't know if it was like a pity kiss or something or like pent up feelings from high school, though I doubt it because I was a real fucking weirdo in high school. But I remember one of the girls kissing me, and I pre-came down my leg. At least that's what I tell myself, that it was pre-cum. Honestly, it could have just been a full load that I blew down my leg. I really don't know. But I do know I wasn't invited to the follow-up high school reunion party the next year. So there's a very good chance that I might have just shit myself, honestly, down my leg. It could have been anything. It could have been any mystery fluid coming out of there. I couldn't tell you, but yeah. Just a couple more tales from this time where I thought bragging about being a virgin was cool. Again, the lesson to take away. Bragging about virginity is a weird thing to do. So yeah, probably just avoid that. Don't do that. That's it. See ya. Earlier this year, I made that video talking about how Jackson, Danny, Matt, and I were going to be writing a full-fledged porn production for a very well-known company in the industry. It was going to be a very expensive budget from the company, and it was going to be an episodic release. In total, we made a runtime of something that would go right around like 4 hours, so it was basically the fucking Lord of the Rings of porn. And we created an actual masterpiece. If you took all of the porn out of our porno, it would still be an American classic, like a really fucking great movie. But unfortunately, we did all of that before the pandemic hit and shut everything down, fucked everyone in the ass. So they never actually made our porn series. And I thought it'd just be a real waste to let this sacred script go into obscurity and forgotten, lost to the tides of time. So I thought it'd be fun to at least share some of episode 1 with all of you. I don't want to give away any of the big twists or developments in the universe we've created, because who knows, maybe we shop the script around and it lands a home on Amazon Prime as Rian Johnson's Knives Out sequel. So just in case, to err on the side of caution, I'm only going to share with you like the main points in some of the dialogue so you can see where we were going and what we're setting up, but I'm not going to reveal any of the big shit to you. You're just going to have to sit there and salivate waiting to see if this will ever be finished. So, to break it down in a nutshell, it's called The Fucking at Rock Hard Manor. For what it's worth, I thought that title was way too aggressive. It comes out raw, no rubber right away. I just didn't really like the title of it too much, but that I was overruled by the group, so that's the title, The Fucking at Rock Hard Manor. And it is a murder mystery thriller pants filler. So it's basically, basically just think of Knives Out. I think that's a really good example right away. So as you can likely imagine, the story takes place in Rock Hard Manor, where Shock Rockhard has called together his closest friends and business partners to celebrate the creation of the Good Sensation Mark I. The Good Sensation Mark I device was created by none other than the esteemed inventor, Dr. Zachariah Good Sensation. The Good Sensation Mark I is basically a ray gun that cures PTSD. Well, actually, think of it less of a ray gun and more like the microwave emitter from Batman Begins that fucking vaporizes all the water in Gotham. It's that, but it cures PTSD. Now, if I may, I'd like to read you some dialogue from Dr. Zachariah Good Sensation. This is when he's trying to flirt with some of the women attending this celebration. This is unlike anything you've ever seen before, I guarantee it. You don't understand. How could you, though? It's utterly ridiculous to think you could. I myself have been trapped in my lab for 3 years trying to understand it, held hostage by my own hubris, crafted from the finest polymers I could get my hands on thanks to Shock's financing. Ah, yes, such a delicate balance of madness and genius. You know, girls, if I had made even one miscalculation in the creation of this, I may have very well lost my life. And as you can likely imagine, the women were beyond impressed, sought in panties immediately. However, not too long after this interaction, something goes awry, as is standard in murder mysteries. So Shock Rockhard is making an announcement, thanking everyone for being there to celebrate this, because he's very happy. Shock Rockhard, as you well know, he's one of the most decorated veterans in the entire history of the American Armed Forces, and he unfortunately suffers from PTSD, so he had Dr. Zachariah's Good Sensation working on a device to help alleviate his troubles, as well as his other comrades. Shock Rockhard and his wife, Tootie Rockhard, are at the top of their staircase making this announcement when they ask all the attendees to raise their glass in a toast. However, the lights turn off. A loud, euphoric moan is heard, followed by the sound of a body tumbling down the stairs. It sounds like 10 wet potatoes all getting pushed down a staircase at once. The lights turn back on, and everyone horrified as they see Shock Rockhard's lifeless body at the base of the staircase. Who could have murdered Shock Rockhard? He had no enemies. He was loved by all. The lights were only off for a matter of seconds, and there's no visible wounds on Shock Rockhard's body, other than, of course, a couple of bruises and scrapes from tumbling down the stairs, but not enough to kill a man, and they happened after the moan. A very interesting and peculiar death. Madame Tootie Rockhard goes to check for a pulse. She realizes there's no pulse. He is pronounced dead at the scene. Then, as everyone is grieving, mourning, the doors kick in. They fly open, and smoke pours in, flooding the foyer. A shadowy figure moves through the smoke, and loud gasps and even a scream are heard from the general vicinity of the audience. And as the smoke clears, a grizzled detective emerges. It's Detective Mike Mitchell. Now, before I get into Mike Mitchell, I'd like to tell you where that name comes from. Mike Mitchell is the name of a character a buddy of mine played in a really low-budget piece-of-shit movie. He played a character named Detective Mike Mitchell, so I thought it'd be really cool just kind of to put him in here as an homage to that and keep that legacy of Mike Mitchell alive. So Detective Mike Mitchell comes in, and he immediately takes control of the scene. Mike Mitchell says, "No need to scream, ladies and gentlemen. I've heard it all before." He takes one last puff from his cigar before flicking it off to the side. Mike Mitchell slowly approaches the scene. Madame Tootie Rockhard is still face down on Shock's chest. Mike Mitchell extends his condolences. "You must be the wife of the deceased. You have my sincerest condolences, madame, but right now, you're in my crime scene." Tootie Rockhard replies, "Crime scene? What do you mean?" Mike Mitchell, "It's quite simple, really. I could see it immediately. A fall from such a height would not have killed anyone, but the evidence is on his face. A smile. Why? If he had truly died from falling, there would be no smile. No. He was already dead, madame. It would be at this point the audience is made more aware of Shock Rockhard's face, and they see the biggest smile they've ever... It's at this point the audience gets a very clear view of Shock's face. There is a massive smile on it that looks like a kid on Christmas Day, smiling from ear to ear, looking like a 9-year-old boy that just went to Disney World for the first time. Magic in his eyes, little stars in his eyes. He looks like the happiest motherfucker on the entire goddamn planet. But now that's a bit interesting, isn't it? You see, most people at the Rockhard Manor that night assumed that he slipped and fell when the lights went off, but if that was the case, why would he be smiling? There'd be panic washing over his face, not a big smile. So it's a very interesting conundrum Mike Mitchell is faced with, a very difficult case he's going to have to crack. Detective Mike Mitchell then arrives at the natural conclusion that this had to have been a murder. The audience then gets to hear the thoughts of Detective Mike Mitchell, one of the greatest minds in all of detective history, putting Sherlock Holmes and L from Death Note to shame. Mike Mitchell thinks to himself, no signs of distress, and no signs of a struggle apart from the one with gravity. The smile on his face, why? What happiness can be found in death? A minor abrasion on his L4, no doubt from the tumble down the stairs, but from my time in chiropractic school, I know there's no way that was fatal. Though the stairs are made of oak, the strongest wood available on the free market. Why oak? Mike Mitchell immediately looks up to those kneeling around him, observing him. They seem to be waiting on his every word. Mike notices this and immediately shouts, "Someone fetch me the blueprints for this house right now." The audience confusedly looks around at each other before Dr. Zachariah Good Sensation scratches his neck nervously. Yes, Detective Mike Mitchell, right away," says Dr. Zachariah. Dr. Zachariah Good Sensation then rushes away from the crowd, and Detective Mike Mitchell returns his head towards the body of Shock Rockhard. He puts his ear to the deceased man's stomach, and the voiceover returns. His thorax is nearly shattered and his lips chapped. Circumstantial, possibly, but definitely indicative. But of what? I won't read all of the dialogue here, but Detective Mike Mitchell continues to thoroughly analyze the corpse before he begins to turn his attention to something else he noticed upon this inspection. Dear God, what is that smell? Detective Mike Mitchell then quickly stands up in disgust and covers his nose with his hand. But then he screams as he realizes his hand is covered in semen. Good Lord! It's clear to me now, everyone. This man is not only dead, but he has ejaculated as well. The crowd gasps in shock, and Tootie Rockhard is heard wailing even louder now. Mike Mitchell inspects his hand and starts to try and shake the cum off. Alessandra, the maid, walks up to Mike and wipes his hand with a paper towel. Thanks, hon. Glad you were here to get me out of that sticky situation. As you'll soon learn, Mike Mitchell is a wisecracking one-liner straight out of an old 80s movie. The maid giggles and rushes away to dispose of the paper towel. Mike Mitchell turns to face the crowd. They're all talking amongst themselves and turn their attention back to Mike to give their entire focus. So what's next, Detective? If what you say is true and Daddy was indeed murdered, then one of us is at fault here. This was said by his daughter, Vanessa Rockhard. Everyone looks uncomfortably at each other. Some individuals move apart and some awkwardly scratch their necks and take calculated sips from their champagne flutes. Detective Mike Mitchell then says that everyone needs to split up and look for clues. I'm going to go ahead and stop here, and I've brushed over a lot of the dialogue and a lot of the other context, building all this up with the other characters. I just wanted to give you like the very core elements that happen to set up the events of the fucking at Rockhard Manor. So yeah, why was Shock Rockhard smiling upon his death, and why was he filled with so much cum in his trousers, so much so that it was leaking out into the hand of Detective Mike Mitchell? It truly is one of the best mysteries to ever be posed in fiction. And yeah, it's really about it. Just wanted to share a little from the porn script here. I know there was no sex at all in any of this right here, because that was like the hardest part for us to write, was putting sex in this story. We just focused on like the whole mystery narrative and coming up with good twists and turns and like an actual good world building, and putting sex in it was actually pretty difficult. So we did manage to fit it all in there in ways that make sense, but the main thing here is you will be watching this porn for the plot, because the narrative is a fucking banger, if it ever does get made, which I'm doubtful that it ever will now at this point. But either way, just wanted to share this with you. That's about it. See ya. When I was a young teenager, I had a really weird relationship, and I don't mean with like a creepy uncle or anything like that. I had a weird relationship with masturbation. Now, this will come as a massive surprise to many of you Redditors out there, but when I was a young man, I was extremely religious. I got baptized twice just to make sure the Lord took notice in case he missed the first one. I wanted to make sure he took notice and saw that I got baptized. And this led to a lot of fear, especially when it came to my penis. I was fucking afraid of my wiener. But like all young men, those hormones are pumping and you just gotta slap that skin flute around to show it who the boss is. And when I did masturbate, it was a fucking nightmare. I'd sometimes cry after it because I felt like this sacrilegious act condemned me straight to hell as some kind of unforgivable sin where the devil knew I masturbated and made a special room in hell for me. It was rough. If you listen to the official podcast, I've kind of talked about this a little bit in the past, but I used to ask my parents permission to masturbate and then ask them like a million times if I was still going to heaven if I did. It was bad. It was bad. And the reason why I'm saying this today is because I felt like sharing a story that I just remembered because I was going through some old boner jams. I was looking at old music and I came across Bullet for My Valentine. Bullet for My Valentine is a metal band and they used to be my favorite band during this time period, during all this here that I was just talking about, setting the stage. And Bullet for My Valentine made it impossible for me to jerk off. I don't mean like the band themselves, like the band members didn't come to my house and slap my dick out of my hand every time I was about to jerk off, but I owned one of their posters that I hung on my wall in my room. It was the only poster I ever owned, and the only reason I bought it is because I saw in like old 90s and 2000s movies, the cool kids always had like a ton of fucking band posters and shit, like Misfits and Green Day with the Beating Heart, and I was like, shit. You know, they're kind of cool. I'll try that too. So I went to FYE. I don't know how many of you even remember FYE. That's like the Blockbuster of music. FYE was a place that sold CDs and some DVDs. You could buy one CD and a pack of gum for like $90. That shit was a straight up fucking scam. But I went to FYE and I picked out a Bullet for My Valentine poster. And it wasn't a very cool poster. It wasn't like album cover art or anything like that. It was just a picture of the band members all staring at the camera. So when I hung that on my wall, it looked like those pictures in old cartoons where the eyes would follow you around like some Scooby-Doo shit. It was a kind of fucking weird poster, and it was the only thing on my wall, so I had this white fucking wall. It'd be like this. If I hung that poster right next to the Redline one and the Redline one wasn't there. It was just a completely empty wall with this one poster. It looked like some kind of religious thing where I'd like light candles in front of Bullet for My Valentine and pray, hoping to summon their spirit into my house or something. It was fucking goofy. But I thought it would help make me look cooler, so I'd take like some pictures in front of it and post it on MySpace, like, hey, I got a band poster and shit. They're a pretty popular band, people liked them, and to be fair, their music still absolutely slaps. I was listening to The Poison today, and that album still has some absolute bangers on it. So I was like, okay, this was a good idea, this is cool, people think I'm a little cooler now because my room's got Bullet for My Valentine poster in it. But when I wanted to masturbate, I realized a massive problem. I hung the poster in the middle of the wall directly behind me. And my room was very small, so I could reach out and touch it like here. And I had the poster right behind me. Like it was my shadow. And the poster was looking over my shoulder. It was directly behind me. It was like Bullet for My Valentine was always staring at whatever the fuck I was doing on the computer at this time. And I didn't realize how intrusive that would be when it comes to masturbation. Like, you know when the screen goes black on your phone or computer when you're watching porn and then you see your own greasy reflection there? Well, I had that, plus all 4 members of Bullet for My Valentine watching it with me. It was like some shit out of a horror movie where when somebody wipes off the mirror, there's another reflection in it. So it's not like I jerked off very often back then because I was so afraid of it. I wouldn't jerk off for like 5 or 6 months. I'd carry around like 6 months worth of nut, and it made me absolutely mentally ill. I had OCD, like actual obsessive compulsive disorder, not that shit they talk about on Twitter where someone cleaned their disgusting room because I had like fucking 15 Travis Scott meals lying around and shit all over the place, so they cleaned it and then said they were OCD because they wanted it clean or whatever. No, you just wanted to clean a dog shit messy room. I get it. It's not OCD though. I had a whole lot of shit going on during this time, and this Bullet for My Valentine poster was about to make it a lot worse. Because every time I did try and jerk off, and that poster existed there for like 2 years, every time I tried to jerk off, I fucking couldn't. I couldn't focus because I knew Bullet for My Valentine was right next to me, watching it and watching me. It fucking felt so uncomfortable. I remember I put tape over their eyes one time. Every band member's eyes, I put a little piece of duct tape. Do you know how fucking insane that looks? I probably would have looked like an actual serial killer if someone came into that room and saw that. Like, Charlie, why is there duct tape over their eyes? That's like some Zodiac killer shit. I had to stop listening to Bullet for My Valentine's music because every time I heard it, I'd think of jerking off, which is probably not what they were going for when they were making their music, trying to inspire some 16-year-old boy to just constantly think about touching his dick. It's so fucking terrible, all just because I bought a poster to look cool. And I should have just bought like an album poster, but that was the only thing FYE had was like this selfie of all four of them holding their instruments or whatever. It was terrible until one day I finally reached the boiling point and I just ripped it off the wall. I just ripped that shit right off the wall and I never looked back. Just so I had freedom to masturbate in my masturbatorium again. And I tell you, that relief when I finally did bust that age-old nut without Bullet for My Valentine haunting the room was euphoric. It was like a curse had been lifted and it was safe again to masturbate in the room. It was all just because I bought a fucking band poster to look cool. But to be fair, Bullet for My Valentine's music, still good. Still good music, yeah. I just wanted to share this because I was listening to the album again and it brought up all those repressed memories that I guess I just stored in the back of my mind. Now, I want to make it clear, I did still masturbate during this time. I wasn't a coward. I wasn't a pussy that was about to abandon masturbation just because I was a little uncomfortable with a band watching me do it. I still did manage to bust some out from time to time, but it made it a lot more difficult. So yeah, Bullet for My Valentine ruined the fun of masturbation for me for a little while. That's it. So yeah, there's a couple things I want to talk about today, so let's just dive into this shit. I recently turned 26. On August 2nd, it was my birthday. I celebrated by sticking a couple extra fingers up my butthole that night. That's not the point. The support on the channel and the streams have just been overwhelming, more than I could ever ask for, so I didn't need any birthday gifts because I truly am, as cliche as this is, beyond thankful for this support. So instead of receiving gifts, I wanted to do a backdoor reach around and change the game here, reinvent the meta, and give all of you a gift for my birthday. And that gift I'll be giving you as a little secret Santa here is video ideas. A couple video ideas I've been sitting on for a long time that I'm not going to do anything with, but for any up-and-coming aspiring content creators, maybe you could execute these ideas and it could launch your internet career. I think they're absolute bangers, I just don't really want to do them myself. So the first idea was around Halloween, where I was going to wear this blow-up doll as like a skin suit, kind of like some Ed Gein shit here. The blow-up doll kind of just right now looks like one of those ancient fish that we discover once every like decade, where it's like some prehistoric fish that looks like actual dog shit in the ocean. So the reason why I didn't do this, but I think it's a great idea, is because this blow-up doll is like wearing broken glass. Like, it's nothing but jagged edges. It's like you're trying to have sex with Lara Croft from the PS1 era. I just didn't want to blow her up and get inside because I'd probably emerge covered in lacerations. So while I do think it'd be a good idea to wear like a blow-up sex doll like this as a Halloween costume for something, it just wasn't worth the risk for me, because this would be about as painful as jumping into a jet turbine. So I mean, feel free to pursue that if you'd like. But the next one was actually a lot less dangerous. It's just I didn't feel like doing it. I even got the props I needed for it. So the idea was I bought this signed Michael Vick jersey, and it was a Christmas gift for my dogs, where I was going to wear this Michael Vick jersey and let them beat me up. Kind of as a way for dogs to get revenge on Michael Vick for what he did to them. I just thought it'd be cool to give the gift of revenge to dogs for the fucked up shit Michael Vick did. But I couldn't do this one because my dogs aren't aggressive at all, and they wouldn't even pretend to hurt me or do anything like that, and they wouldn't even destroy the jersey or anything, so the idea just wouldn't work. So yeah, I just wasted like $50 on Michael Vick's jersey, and it'll serve no purpose other than just wiping my ass with it. But anyway, those are two video ideas that I think anyone could, use and maybe find some big success with, perhaps. I figured it was worth at least putting it out there if anyone wants to try some new creative shit. But on to the next thing I wanted to talk about, and it's something that I've struggled with for a long time. I've been waging a little war with myself about whether or not to open a P.O. box, because I've always kind of liked watching the P.O. box unboxing videos, especially like iDubbbz Bad Unboxing, and it always looked super fun. I just never felt like I'd enjoy doing it personally. Until recently during a stream, the topic came up again, and someone in the chat said, hey man, I'm a vendor at a card shop, I could send you some of the unused Yu-Gi-Oh cards that we don't do shit with. And I swear to God, my eyes lit up with little twinkles in them like a child who just got told his parents aren't getting divorced. My pupils dilated, the temptation to sin became overwhelming, my asshole puckered. It was like a scene out of Tom and Jerry with the devil and the angel on the shoulder. The devil was screaming, "Charlie, open that fucking P.O. box, there's Yu-Gi-Oh cards ahoy!" And even the angel was like, "Charlie, it's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you may want to consider this." Obviously, like a sensible man, I decided to open the P.O. box. I wasn't going to let that opportunity fall down the shitter. And it's not because I have a problem, I don't have a problem, I just happen to like some children's card games toys. Who doesn't, huh? Is it a crime to like children's trading cards? I don't think so, and if it is, then the law's wrong. How about that? Maybe I'm having a midlife crisis. What are you gonna do about it, pussy, huh? Maybe I'm gonna buy a motorcycle next and get a flaming skull tattooed on my neck. What about it? So yeah, I opened a P.O. box for some fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards, as cool and adult as that sounds. So I decided, since I already opened the P.O. box, I'll just open the floodgates here and just publicly post the P.O. box. You're welcome to send me shit, and I'll probably do some unboxing things with it if it seems like fun. But I just thought, it's already there, I might as well do something with it. And like I said, I've always enjoyed the bad unboxing videos, so just doing something even similar to that I think could be a lot of fun. Obviously, it won't be up to Ian's level when it comes to bad unboxing, but I think it'll at least be something enjoyable. Yeah, I'll put the P.O. box in the description below. Feel free to send whatever the fuck you want there. Also, I keep getting asked if I'm only going to open Yu-Gi-Oh card booster boxes and shit. The answer's no. I'll do Magic and Pokemon, fucking even porn star trading cards if those things exist. Like, sure, I'm always open to, like, opening shit like that. It's a lot of fun. But for the P.O. box, it doesn't just have to be, like, cards and shit. You can send whatever you want there for, like, some bad unboxing kind of shit. And once again, I'd like to reiterate, I don't have a problem when it comes to buying Yu-Gi-Oh shit. At least not a diagnosed addiction or anything like that for the moment. It's just a hobby. It's what I like to call it when it comes to buying Yu-Gi-Oh booster boxes is mystery investing. That's exactly what it is. And I don't like this rumor being spread that I have a susceptibility to a gambling addiction. Maybe I bought a lot of scratch-offs when I was younger, but I learned. And now I don't have a problem with gambling. I invest in some Yu-Gi-Oh boxes. It sounds pretty sensible to me. But yeah, anyway, just to wrap it all up here, I do want to give another massive thank you to just everyone for all the support recently. Like I said earlier, it has been incredible, just absolutely overwhelming on the channel, on streams. It's just been absolutely fucking wild. So really, thank you so much. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since I've told this story, so go ahead and hop on my lap here by the fireplace and I'll tell you a tale. As is common with most of my stories I've told on the channel, this takes place during the period of my life where I thought it was cool to be a mysterious anime character. This was like my early years of college. As you can probably imagine, my ability to socialize during this time was absolutely pathetic. Having a conversation with a magic 8-ball would have been more fun and engaging than talking to me back then. Those poor souls that talked to me back then probably instantly regretted it, because having a conversation with old Charlie was like talking to Alexa if she was overdosing on Xanax. It was rough. Why is this important though? Because this is setting the stage for one story I haven't told yet. I've told so many stories when it comes to all of the fucking weird and creepy interactions I've had with women. All my fault, of course, just because I was so unbelievably socially inept. Like, it's hard to put into words how bad I was at recognizing social cues and how to be, like, acceptable in society. I fucking bought one of those fake cigarettes one time. You know that shit that kids would buy from Spencer's when they were like 12? I bought one of those things when I was 18 because I thought it looked cool and I hated real cigarettes. You know how fucking sad that is? I'm surprised I didn't buy one of those colorful propeller hats and started spinning it to try and look cool or something. It was rough. So what I'm saying is, socially, I was the worst thing you could fucking imagine, but it didn't stop me from trying to have conversations with women. I tried to fake confidence, fake it to make it, and all of that shit, and today's story will be in that ballpark. So, this story takes place in a location where all good social interactions take place, at GameStop. So let me take you back to the past when my social interactions sucked ass. This is GameStop 2012, 2011, somewhere in that ballpark. I was, of course, virgin boy Charlie, if you can even believe that. Some say I lost my virginity before my dad, but the truth is, I was actually a virgin, embarrassingly enough. And I was doing what all virgins did, using Reddit for some advice. And Reddit is one of the worst places when it comes to seduction and just general advice when it comes to human interaction, because it's the blind leading the blind. The people giving that advice, they have likely never talked to a human being before. They're probably getting all of their social cues the same place I was. Fucking anime. So I was using anime and r/relationship or something, I don't remember what subreddit, and these two things were clashing, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take both of these, do like a little unholy fusion dance, and become this Ultra Chad, the product of great advice and great animation. And I was going to channel this and show that, you know, I'm becoming more confident in myself by flirting with girls in public. And I chose my first rodeo to be at GameStop. Before going to GameStop, I had decided that I was going to march into GameStop, right up to the counter to the girl that worked there and call her beautiful right to her face. I was going to look her in the eyes. I was going to say, ma'am, you are fucking beautiful. You are gorgeous. I don't know what I expected to happen next because I didn't have a follow-up. Maybe I was fantasizing like one of those dream scenes where all of a sudden, like an anime, the girl blushes and then she calls out her 3 twin sisters or something. And they all fall in love with me. I don't know. But that was my game plan. And I was hyping myself up. I was like a football player in the locker room before the championship game, headbutting lockers. I put on a necklace, and I never wear a necklace. I found like this old gold necklace from probably when I was a kid, but my neck is still the same size as a kid's, so it still fit. I spiked my hair up real well, fucking drowned it in gel, and I mean drowned it in gel. I looked like a freshly born baby covered in amniotic fluid up there, and I felt like $1,000,000. Today was the day I was going to say to a girl, she is beautiful. So I hop into my Batmobile and I cruise on over to GameStop. I get to the door, I open it, and it's like everything else just melted around me. Time froze, and there she was, behind the desk, the only female employee at this particular GameStop, and she looked miserable. Probably because she's working at a fucking GameStop, but I was gonna make her day better by being the only man in GameStop history with the confidence to say that she was beautiful. You know, I'm sure she doesn't hear that every day from other socially inept fucking slime balls. So I was going to be the first, the trendsetter. Truly a pioneer. So I meandered around a little bit, just making sure I was building up enough confidence, going over the lines in my head. The line I was going to use was when she was done ringing me up, I was going to say, "Thank you, beautiful," and then wait to see her response, see what she says to this, hoping that she wouldn't call the police or have security come tackle me. So I finally pick out a game, some used game I'm sure, because I was big into used games for a long time. I slam that shit on the counter because I'm ready. She starts by asking me a couple questions. Am I a member of GameStop Power Plus Ultra program? Well, no, I'm not. She's going off script. I wasn't accounting for this. It's freeform now. The dialogue has been all fucked up. I'm getting a little jumbled in my head. I'm getting nervous. I wasn't expecting to be interrogated by her today. I'm not a member of this GameStop program. Would I like to be? Well, shit, would it help my chances with you? I don't know. I'm going through all kinds of scenarios in my head. It's like a visual novel. There's a bunch of different branching paths I could choose from. I'm panicking. I'm breaking down a bit. My composure is starting to falter. There's sweat on my brow and a tickle in my sack. I was not prepared for this at all. She then asked me, do I want my receipt? Another question I wasn't anticipating. Do I say, "Thank you, beautiful," now? No, that wouldn't make sense because she asked me a question. I can't just respond with a... I have to answer the question. Everything's all falling apart at once. It's like Salvador Dali's painting where the clocks are melting. I'm running out of time. I don't know when to say this line. And no, I don't really want this receipt. What am I going to do? Wipe my ass with it? I paid $3 for some garbage used game. I tell her, no, thank you. You keep the receipt. And that's when she says it. A sentence that could dampen the pants of any man, even the strongest men. She says, "Thank you for shopping at GameStop." I freeze. I don't know how to respond. I stand there for what feels like hours, looking at the ground, wondering, is now the time? And then I decide I muster the courage within myself, the strength to go forward. I say, "Thank you, beautiful." I'm still looking at the ground when I say this, because I haven't earned the right to look my GameStop queen in the eyes yet. And then I do what any sane man would do. I ran away. I fucking jogged away. Before she could even, actually respond, I started jogging away with the bag in my hand like I just stole the game from GameStop. But I did hear her say, "Oh." I know for a fact she said, "Oh," as I turned my back to run away. I ran all the way to my car, hearing that "oh" in my head the entire way there, got in, slammed the door, and I thought to myself, Charlie, you did it. We just made that employee extremely uncomfortable, and man, do I feel like shit about it. It was a good lesson to learn. That was probably already like the 5th or 6th time that lady had been hit on that day by fucking weirdos like me. She probably just up and quit that day. That was probably the last straw right there. I don't know, because I never went back. I was just so goddamn embarrassed about this whole thing, but I do imagine she quit that day. But yeah, I tell you this story in the hopes that people will learn from it. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Don't be a fucking weirdo, and don't, yeah, that's basically it, really. That's about it. So yeah. Today I saw a video of an overwhelmingly intimidating tough guy. I'm talking full-fledged DEFCON, red alert, sound the alarm, sirens blaring, full chub, full throttle, tough guy. This rare specimen was spotted in the only environment you can find these kind of scary Pokemon, Whole Foods, obviously. Now when you look at me, you probably see a pretty intimidating, scary guy at a 5'6" imposing frame with a big set of fucking pythons on him. Yeah. I can understand why people would think that I'm probably as tough as they get, but what if I told you there's a man that dwarfs even my profuse masculinity? And he's not just a man, he's a father.
People won't learn. These people won't learn. You're a bunch of idiots wearing masks. You know it's not real. Look at you fools. You got a fucking doily on your face, you retard. You look like you fucking got it off your mom's countertop. You feel better now?
Looks like you got a Sharpie off your mom's countertop and scribbled in some weak-ass facial hair. This whole freakout here reminds me of the old Bagel Boss guy. You remember that guy that was extremely short and melted down about women not wanting him at a Bagel Boss restaurant? I get the same vibes from this guy. He just came in here looking for a fight with a chip on his shoulder, mad at the world for fucking nothing. Of course it's about masks. You can look at this guy and immediately tell he doesn't believe in masks and probably believes the world is flat. But I mean, anyway, this guy's dressed like he's trying to go fishing but accidentally wandered into a Whole Foods and now is upset about the whole ordeal. Unfortunately, he's brought his family here with him to embarrass them, and make no mistake, they seem extremely embarrassed by their father as this video continues.
You look like an idiot. You're a child. Trying to make you wear a mask. Shut up. Shut up. Yelling at people. You're a dork. Look at you, you giant fucking dork. What are you gonna do? No boy. Come outside. Come outside and show me how tough you are.
The guy that confronted our protagonist is about twice the size of him from what I can see here, so I'm pretty sure that the dad was already starting to sweat a little bit and really praying that his sons would pretend to hold him back, which they did beautifully. It just saved him a lot of embarrassment so he could keep talking shit, knowing full well that the guy that he was talking shit to could literally eat him. I swear to God, this guy could suckle on his nipples standing up. The mismatch in terms of size was laughable. So it was extremely lucky that the dad decided to melt down with his kids nearby, able to get him out of the situation that he's caused. He really does not look like somebody you'd want to piss off. Just look at that beard, that majestic beard. He looks like an old blacksmith who made the tools for the Olympic gods to use. He looks like the kind of guy that would fuck your ass up in a fight, and then just fuck your ass, just because he's that powerful.
I'll beat that fucking mask off your face like a fucking retard. Fucking pussies. You're all a bunch of pussies wearing masks. Losers.
Goodbye.
I will say, I respect that this man keeps shit-talking even as he's being carried away like a baby out of a Toys R Us throwing a temper tantrum. He doesn't let the embarrassment of getting picked up by his son stop him from talking a lot of shit for no reason. I actually do love the shamelessness from the father here. He feels no level of embarrassment after being picked up and carried away. His son was so shameful of his father breaking down here and becoming a public nuisance that the only course he could find was picking him up and removing him from the property. After decades of butt-chugging Miller Lights in the bathtub, the father has just lost the ability to feel shame. And this is the result. This looked like something out of Fall Guys, just getting grabbed and carried away slowly outside of the store. A great meltdown, though. Another good meltdown. I gotta tell you, the mask debate here, which isn't really a debate, there's one side which is right, and then the one side that's wrong. The wrong side obviously being the ones that think masks are the devil or a muzzle or a microchip or some shit. That's clearly the wrong side, but this whole dichotomy here, this war on masks has been the gift that keeps on giving in terms of public freakouts and meltdowns. Every single day, there's a new troglodyte that decides to wander out into the world and just go fucking wild about a mask. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to showcase a real tough dad out there, making sure the local Piggly Wiggly here knows that he's the boss, he's the sheriff, and if he sees you wearing a mask, well, he's gonna shit in his little diapers there and go wild in public. So keep that in mind next time you think you're going to a Piggly Wiggly in a mask, because this guy might just come around the block and put the kibosh on that whole operation by yelling and screaming and screeching. So anyway, that's about it. See ya. I actually kind of feel bad for younger people growing up with just total access to the internet with all of their lives being posted online, because I feel like the internet, specifically things like Reddit and Twitter, are training these people to be losers. They're not ready for actual social interaction because they can get it all from the comfort of their own home behind a screen, which is great in some cases, but I also think it makes them less adept to handle actual socializing, more specifically, greetings. Greetings are the most important moment of meeting somebody new. It's what people judge you on instantly. Like if you come at someone with a fucking French kiss attempt, you're going on a sex offenders registry. You gotta know how to properly greet someone and how to read social cues, which is what today's video will focus on. I'm making this not because I have the most insight or I think it'll be some profound video that's going to change the way some of you are perceived socially, where you'll be the fucking star quarterback of your high school football team as a result of watching this, or you'll be the most charming guy on your college campus or at work when you hit on the interns. I'm making this because recently I fucked up. I was meeting somebody new and there was a big miscommunication between us in the greeting. We gave each other, of course, the little one of these, let each other know we're coming in to interact, and they went for a handshake, and I went for some daps, and then as we were making contact, I ended up locking him up as if I was about to start a thumb war with him. I got him like this, as if we were doing like some kind of friendship rope. And there's no doubt in my mind, that guy now thinks I'm a lunatic because of that greeting. It was entirely my fault. I misread the handshake, and I went just for my classic daps, because I'm always a daps kind of guy. I'm always going for daps. I like to keep it informal, unless of course it's in some type of professional setting, which it rarely is. So I went for the daps, they went more professional, and we just ended up with a chaotically disgusting situation. So I'm going to teach you how to avoid something like that.
Okay.
Okay, you ready? Get in greeting position. We're going to do a simple handshake first. So just do it the way you do it normally. This is a formal greeting. Can you pull in? Thank you, Andrew. As you can see, fingers all around the outside, perfect. That's very formal. But if you want to do informal, which I think is necessary, it's called a dap. You know daps, right? Okay, come in, slow it down. Contact. Firm contact, palm to palm, slide it out. And then you can bring it in, end it here. And if you have a height mismatch like this, you can come in for like a little nipple bite, get sensual, little nuzzle, bring it out. All right? Yeah. Then you bring it in. And give them one of these. You bring it out, and then you're right back to a conversation. You've just met each other. What I don't want to see is confusion. So Matt's coming in for a handshake, and I'm going in for a dap. You end up with something like this. This is a train wreck. This is a catastrophe. What do you do from here? You grab maybe here, get like an old style Caesar's greeting, but no one does that. And that's a big issue. Matt, full speed. Beautiful. Now, full speed and bring it in. Okay, full speed handshake. One more. Perfect.
Maybe explain when you should know to bring it in and when you shouldn't.
Oh, that's a good question. You have to read body language. So Matt, just freestyle. He's going in for that. Oh,
that was a different one. We got to do the thumb lock. So like this, we'll always go there. We never do it from there.
That's a good point. Huh. But do you see what I did? I read his body language. So when I saw him go 90 degrees, that's when I knew it was a handshake. When you're a handshake, kind of like 45, a little obtuse. But I read that. That's a handshake. That's just freestyle. Bringing it in. I see it. Handshake. I see it. That's a big dap. Oh! And the southpaw. It's all about reading your opponent. It's about getting in tune with someone. The height mismatch, it's not going to matter once you get experience. So practice this. Get your mom downstairs. Tell her to throw handshakes and daps at you. You hate to see it. Give me that grip.
If you throw arms, that's of equidistant length at parallel angles, you're going for the hug.
Yeah, that's.
And the way you meet it is the opposite sides. I went this way, Matt went this way.
Yeah, you don't
So
wanna-
lock how perfectly. Now, formal greeting is 2 taps. But if it's a little more formal, a little more friendly, you can tap and rub a little bit, just a little bit.
Slide a hand down on the ass.
Yeah.
Good grip. Tell the
There's
intern thank
also-
you.
This one's good for if you're working with people you don't like or children. So, because it's in and out. You go up here, what's up? And just keep going. Just keep walking. Your day is now finished with them.
I believe that's a high five.
It's a high five, that's correct. All 5 fingers. Notice how you kind of cock back, not too hard because you're not trying to look like you're going to slap them, but nice solid palm action.
Beautiful.
Right there.
More advice, just stare at the elbows.
Yeah, stare at their elbows. Always
Oh.
works every time.
Every time.
What are some other common greetings? Oh yeah,
No one does that anymore though, unless you're a pedophile.
or you're playing in a Smash Brothers tournament. And then, even then it's just kind of like they just kind of lazily do it.
Yeah. It has to be pre-planned, and you want to do it with the closest people. It's up top and swim around for the down
That's
low.
such an advanced
It's
maneuver.
really hard to do. Let's give it
That's
a
like
try.
some rocket power shit. Oh!
And then you just walk on.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, it's all about adapting to what your opponent's throwing at you.
That's true.
You never want to lead a greeting, and I think that's the problem.
We said there was nothing worse than going for the handshake when you're going for the dabs, but what it really is, there's nothing worse than somebody going in for the knuckles
Yes.
and you try for the
Okay.
handshake.
So let's
rock,
give
paper,
advice
scissors
on
them.
how to avoid that horrible conflict. Matt, I want you to go for the fist bump.
All right.
So this is it's a fist bump and then the handshake. So I'm going for the handshake, he's going for the bump. What needs to happen is you need to give. Most people are going to switch, but then Matt, if you switch, now we have the same problem.
Yeah.
You go once, you switch once, and if you see they're also switching, you stay firm. So we go in, and I see, oh, I got to switch, but now I'm done. So now Matt will switch to the correct form, and now we're good.
I think the
Okay.
proper
One
form
time, and that's it.
There's always one switch and that's it.
Exactly.
Hard stop. I'm tired of the people who will hold for 5 seconds. You quick shake, just a little
Quick shake.
little quick shake, and you're done.
Oh,
Nice.
another mistake that I see, Andrew and Matt, if you'd be so kind, I'll come in here a little closer.
Yeah,
Andrew, Andrew, get the little pussy fingers in there where it's only the fingers in the palm.
Ooh, don't do this.
Ooh, that's the worst.
That's
You're not
disgusting.
British royalty.
Yeah, that's
Don't
terrible.
do that.
Hand grip, by the way, Matt, if you would be so kind.
Oh.
Tight enough to be firm, but don't.
Yeah, don't squeeze.
Yeah.
You're not trying to hurt.
Casual
Feel the
business.
hand. Once you feel the hand, get a grip on it and shake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't got to squeeze it. Just make sure you
the
got
arm,
it.
Yep.
shake, release. One shake, jiggle, let go.
Yeah, one shake, little jiggle to shake off any like
Absolutely.
sweat or dirt, and then
Exactly.
pull it back.
That's another good point to bring up, Andrew. I'm glad you brought that to the class. If you feel sweat in the handshake, it means that they're attracted to you, and that gives you the advantage. So that's something else to take
Use
note
that to
of.
your advantage. Make a move after that.
Yeah.
Should we practice kissing?
Like we could save that for the other seminars.
And then what do you do if your hands are dirty or you're sick?
Yeah.
You can go for the back knuckles.
Oh, yeah,
Turns
yeah.
off,
I've
or
never seen that.
you can go to the advanced elbow taps. Just
Ooh.
a quick little tap.
Those are good for the
Keep
bar.
the germs away.
Yeah, those are good for bars. All right, boys, I think we got all the greetings.
That's it. Cool. Yeah.
I've told a lot of really embarrassing stories from my past. I'm not shy about it. I'm not afraid to spread my cheeks and let you all get deep in there into some really pathetic and shameful moments of my life. However, there's one moment, and it's really recent too, that has been so shameful I've debated making it public because this is something I've talked about. I did something that I absolutely hate, but I did it for the sake of science. Not that that washes away the sin, and you'll see what I mean. It's TikTok. I've been shitting on TikTok for an extremely long time, before it was even born, back when it was still Musical.ly. I'm like the fucking T-1000 Terminator going back in time to kill John Connor before he was born. I did that with Musical.ly. I tried to fucking kill Musical.ly before it evolved into this even more deplorable platform called TikTok. And one thing I always make clear is that I think becoming famous on TikTok is the easiest shit in the world if you follow the main trends. And I still believe that, but when doing this experiment, my experiment was I was going to make a persona on TikTok and pursue the TikTok clout, climb my way to the top of the swamp, overthrow the greats like Charlie D'Amelio, so then I'd cement my place in next year's Super Bowl halftime performance, shaking my hairy ass right alongside Jennifer Lopez, all by just following and exactly copying what they do, what's popular on TikTok. But the problem was, It was too shameful, and I fucking quit. I wasn't gonna even share this story just because I didn't complete it, and it's just so goddamn embarrassing. But another YouTuber did the exact same experiment I did, but did it much better. This is from Scott. He was more successful at it, and he had a much better approach and committed harder than I did, so props to him for that. He chose much easier things to emulate. He chose, you know, the shit that's relatable, where you choose names at random, and then people that have those names, you know, like your shit, and it goes viral that way. I chose to directly copy Charli D'Amelio, who's a dancer on TikTok that posts anywhere from 10 to 25 videos per day. Anytime she would do a dance, I would copy it exactly to the best of my ability, and my ability sucked some fat fucking asshole. My dogs probably could have done more impressive dance moves than I was able to muster. The only experience I have with dancing is in my high school years, where I used to try and learn to break dance and use it to impress girls, but it didn't work because I was so shitty at it. I just looked like a psychopath or some loose cannon that was missing his medication. So my dancing fucking sucked. It didn't take off for obvious reasons. But anyway, let me show you my TikTok. This is a tough pill to swallow, but yes, this is me, without any semblance of pride or shame. I came up with my alter ego Shade. I thought It's Shade here would be a hit with the younger demographic because the name is fucking raw, it's fucking dope. That shit just sounds lit for young people to say. Plus, I also created a little mystery. I covered my face for the most part. I had a little beanie on, and I had that, you know, bandana across my face. I thought the mystery would be great. You know, like the Masked Magician, you know, who's doing all these crazy tricks? Or Buckethead, the guitarist, who's shredding the guitar like a motherfucking angel? I thought that would be me on TikTok. And I think it could have been if I had chose something easier to emulate and, you know, didn't feel any semblance of remorse from doing this awful, awful, awful garbage. Now, I did this in mid-December of 2019, and my New Year's resolution for 2020 was just to give the fuck up on this experiment because it's so embarrassing. So I haven't done it in a long time now, and I only did it for like maybe a week-ish. But anyway, hope you got a box of tissues out. You're going to need those bad boys. Let's check out my first TikTok here from Shade.
It's really you.
Pretty good content, I would say. I did not freestyle that. That was directly ripped from how Charli D'Amelio did it at the time. I even tried to emulate the same way they talk on TikTok, so I had a little caption, "There's so much more than meets the eye." You know, I mean, who doesn't like Transformers, right? You know what I fucking mean? That's some like pseudo-intellectual deep shit for like a 13-year-old that goes on Reddit sometimes. I thought maybe they'd read that and be like, wow, you're right. Maybe there is a lot more under that mask. Who is that? Could that be the legendary Dave Grohl? So anyway, I also used the hashtag #SoMisunderstood because it was popular at the time. It got 400 views, and doing absolutely nothing but copying. So really, the first dipping of my wiener tip here into the TikTok cesspool was pretty successful, I would say. It wasn't bad, it could have been better. I also did black and white for all of the videos to try and carve out my own little aesthetic for Shade, which I don't think did it any favors. I don't think people like anything at all that goes against the grain, so that was probably just a bit of a misstep on my part to make Shade a little more unique.
I don't wanna bop that beat. Hop up in the Jeep. Put a little bitch in drive. Fuck my 9 to 5. Disappear for weeks.
Yeah, those are the moves that'll make you want to kiss your mother just to thank her for giving birth to you so you could exist in a time period where I'm able to bust some ass like that. Yeah, for sure. Also, I should go ahead and say this. I apologize to all 20 of the Shade fans. I've played you like a fiddle. You had no idea you were simply numbers in a scientific experiment from a mastermind. Ha. You fools. Shade was made up all along. It was me. Fuck. It's so goddamn embarrassing. Even just going through this TikTok here is sad. Like, the amount of times I've debated with myself to delete it, but then I'm like, no, Charlie, you should come back to this at some point. Shade needs to ride again. And then, like the angel on my shoulder is like, no, Charlie, don't listen to the devil. You really don't want Shade to ride again. Nobody does. I mean, fucking Shade is like one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. If Shade's out here making TikToks, something has gone awry in the world.
I loved you and I wish I never did. I swear to God, you stupid bitch.
I still bear the scars from the shade experiment. Like Scott in his video, each TikTok only took a matter of 30 seconds to a minute to make. It wasn't a whole lot of effort, and it wasn't a total failure given how many I made and how much I put into it. I can chalk up the lack of explosion and the reason why Shade wasn't number one. I can chalk it up to 3 key components. Number 1, I chose something that I suck asshole at, dancing. I chose an area that I have not the smallest bumblebee's pubic hairs worth of skill in. So that was a huge turnoff for a lot of people, I imagine, who are used to like really fluid moves and shit, where I come in there like the fucking Tin Man trying to rock and rumble with the youngins, so that already was the wrong choice. Number 2, I didn't show my face. On TikTok, that's probably one of the biggest components. Everyone's face is there, and they're used to seeing that, but so by covering it up, I feel like that only shot myself in the foot. There was no one else on the platform that I could see that had their shit covered. And number 3, and probably the most important now that I think about it, in fact, absolutely the most important, the number 1 thing that I fucked up on, I didn't stick my tongue out. That is the most important thing on TikTok. If you go to anyone's TikTok, any popular person's page, they're sticking their tongue out like they're performing cunnilingus on a ghost. It is all over the place, and it is fucking disturbing because it's like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds doing these weird lip bites and tongue out kind of shit. It's fucking gross, but you are not going anywhere on TikTok if you're not willing to stick that tongue out. And I wasn't able to do that because that would require me taking off part of the costume, which I wasn't going to part with. Those were the main things that I feel I failed at with Shade. So I noticed that emulating the dances wasn't working, so I tried coming up with my own dances to maybe start a trend in a certain way.
Girl with all that. What you doing with all that ass? Let me touch it.
Not hard like 88, make a bitch levitate, baby face says bitch, I don't play patty cake, charms in the carrot cake, carrots in the patty face, cop a new coupe, no top, this is category. Coming out hard like 88, make a bitch levitate, baby face says bitch, I don't play patty cake, charms in the carrot cake, carrots.
Pretty exciting stuff. If Dancing with the Stars is in need of a new choreographer on set, I'm available for the right price. So what you saw there, I'll go ahead and break the moves down. You saw some body waves. You saw a little arm action going on there into a jerk, which is footstep moves into the SpongeBob walking on the beach, which was all the rage when I was in middle school. So I really thought the SpongeBob might be my ticket to the big leagues in TikTok. It wasn't, though. But I'll tell you what was. When I realized that wasn't working, I did some other really low effort trends, which also didn't work. But the number 1 thing that did work for me in my most viewed TikTok, magic tricks. I fucking called upon the spirit of Chris Angel and used some shit I learned from him on TikTok, and the fucking kids loved that. If you're in need of a magician for a birthday party, I'm available for the right price. So that, while was more successful than the dancing, still wasn't quite what I was looking for. So I gave it one last ooh-rah with the most shameful video I ever made and decided to hang my hat up.
I miss my taco, but in kisses, hope you smile when you listen. Ain't no competition, just compete for attention when you like.
And some real pitiful stuff, I know. That was Shade's last ooh-rah on TikTok, and let me tell you, I don't think he's coming out of retirement anytime soon. TikTok has confirmed, trying this experiment has confirmed everything I felt about TikTok. What a piece of shit. The amount of terrible content I looked through to just emulate these dances, because you click on a song and you see just fucking thousands and thousands, just awful, terrible, disturbing, gross, just shit, derivative shit. It's literally the same exact video and same dance moves repeated across thousands of accounts daily. And even Charli D'Amelio, in her 25 videos per day, will post the exact same dance, at 8 in the morning, and then post it again at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The same dance, the same moves, the same song. Like, I don't really get it. And, I just don't think I ever really will. But, hey, we gave it a fucking try with Shade, and I feel I could have done it if only I'd committed harder. That's about it. So yeah, 2019 is wrapping up, and I actually wanted to do what every 15-year-old girl on the internet is doing right now, you know, the whole 2010 versus 2020 thing. Because a decade is a long fucking time, and I don't think people realize just how long a decade is. 2 decades ago, I was 5 years old, and I actually couldn't even bust any nuts. I wasn't a high enough level to unlock that power yet. I couldn't ejaculate, and that's only 2 decades. On paper, when you hear 2 decades, or, you know, think about it, it doesn't seem like that long. But in actuality, that's a long time. So I really wanted to deep dive in here and just spread apart the ass cheeks of the decade, show you some things I haven't shown you, talk about things I haven't talked about, just do a full colonoscopy of the decade in review. I will go ahead and get this out of the way right now. I was only able to find a couple old high school pictures of me. I avoided a lot of those during that time from low self-esteem, not to immediately get sad and tug on your fucking nipples or whatever, but I don't have many. I know listeners of the official podcast really want to see the one style that we talk about and make fun of a lot that I went through. I used to have my whole head shaved except for my bangs, so my bangs were like this long and they were sharp as shit. They looked like a studded bracelet of bangs. It looked like poorly drawn anime hair. It was just really sharp bangs that were long. Everything else was shaved. And I really wish I had pictures of that because I thought it made me look really cool, like a badass, mysterious biker that was up to no good. But in reality, it just made me look like an inbred psychopath. But yeah, anyway, 2010 was the biggest and most important year of my life that really changed my entire life. And I know that cliche gets tossed around all the time, like, you know, oh, 3 years ago I tried Starbucks for the first time and holy shit, my life changed forever. But for me, that statement is 100% true. And 2010, that was the game changer for me. I'd been doing YouTube for about 4 years at that point. I was doing Gears of War stuff, some fucking magic trick things that I'd delete instantly. Then I moved on to gameplay and commentary for like Call of Duty. Then I started doing obscure games, shitty games. And then in 2010, Ray William Johnson picked my video, my QWOP video, to use in one of his, and as the primary video in that showcase. If you don't know who Ray William Johnson is, you're definitely too young to be watching this anyway, or you're very new to the internet, but Ray William Johnson was the biggest channel on YouTube during that time. And honestly, whether you love him or hate him, he was a pioneer. He was the first person to be able to make a living doing YouTube and internet content creation in general. He was the first internet millionaire totally from YouTube. He pretty much paved the way for people to make a career off internet content. And Ray William Johnson during this time, he was like the fucking Jimmy Fallon of internet content creation. And he picked my video to talk about and, you know, make jokes about and stuff. And he linked it in the description, and my channel blew up. Absolutely fucking exploded. And that really opened my eyes to, you know, what I could do going forward. Because at this point, I was still under the delusion I was going to be going to the NBA. But slowly but surely, I was starting to realize that a man who's 5'6", who is only good at shooting three-pointers, probably doesn't stand a good chance of getting drafted. I was having wet nightmares about not making the fucking Orlando Magic and shit and not going to a D1 college basketball school as a starter and, you know, slaying pussy on the regular. I was starting to realize I wasn't going to be a college basketball or NBA superstar. So confusion was coming. I didn't know where I wanted to go, what I was passionate about, other than making videos. And when Ray William Johnson picked that up, it really opened my eyes and my ass to the possibility of what can come from internet content creation. I'd always loved making videos, but I never wanted it to be my job or anything. I always wanted it to be my hobby, and I'm proud to say to this day, I still treat it exactly as I did back then. Purely a hobby that I do for fun. And that really lit a fire in me to keep making things and keep enjoying that, because outside of making videos, I really wasn't very happy. It's not like I was bullied at school or anything. I had friends, but not like actual close friends that we'd go hang out and do stuff with. I was always kind of like the last person people would think to invite, but I was always on good terms with everyone. I just was pretty fucking lonely. I had really rough self-esteem and a self-image that was fucking terrible. I viewed myself like looking like Nosferatu from the SpongeBob episode Flipping the Light Switch. I hated looking in the mirrors, which is why I don't have many photos of myself. I also had really bad acne at the time, so I started taking Accutane. I ended up taking Accutane twice because one wasn't enough, and Accutane's like a fucking nuke for acne. So that shit was pretty hardcore. It was just a rough period outside of making videos, and when this happened, it really just, it inspired me in a way to just, you know, push through the shit that wasn't making videos so I could get home and make some shit, because that's where I was really having fun and really just actually enjoying myself. Now, as promised, I'll show you some old high school photos of me, and this is actually kind of hard for me because this is like the fappening for me. Like, you know, my dick pics, ass pics leaking, whatever, but having my old high school photos come out, it's just kind of really embarrassing for me. But I'll show them here. This is me on prom night. I know, I didn't mean to make you so wet out of nowhere. But yeah, anyway, here's beardless Charlie at a nubile 18 years old. I didn't want facial hair. I always shaved it, never wanted it for even a day. I'd shave pretty much every morning just to get rid of it because I thought it would look bad on me. I was not even happy on prom. You can see I don't look very, you know, like I'm having a good time. I look like I've just watched my dog get hit by a car. But it's just, I didn't know how to smile for photos. I didn't know how to show that I was happy. It was rough, man. And here's a picture of a young Larry Bird at the free throw line. I know, this is the best quality I could find of any basketball photo I had. And it looks like a fucking Sasquatch sighting, if Sasquatch was 5 feet tall. But yeah, eventually I changed my hairstyle, grew out my facial hair, and I've never looked back, that's for sure. In 2011, though, I had the health problem with my lung collapsing a few times. And then I kind of took a break from making things and just kind of wallowed in some self-fucking-pity. But then after a few months, I finally came back full throttle, full erection, and I've never looked back. Also, I had found something else I was equally as passionate about, which is helping people. I'm sure some of you remember, but during this time I was donating all of the YouTube money I was making to charities. I did that for the better part of 5 years, and I really thought that that was going to be making a difference and helping people. And then, I've talked about this before, but I soon came to find out a lot of the charities, almost all of them that I was donating to, were fucking horrible charities, and the only person I was helping was that fucking corrupt asshole at the top of that food chain. So I stopped donating it to charity, but I can't say I regret donating all that because I really do feel like in some small way maybe it did help, maybe someone out there saw it, or maybe some of it even actually got to the cause that it was supposed to be going to. Who fucking knows? But I do think that it was worthwhile, and I'm very proud of those donations, and I really do hope in some way they did make a difference. And speaking of making a difference, you guys have really changed my life. I know it's some real cheesy shit, you've probably heard it a million times. You fucking crack open a fortune cookie and it says thanks and shit. I get it that people say it a lot, but I mean it, I really do. You all, with all the support over the years, have genuinely changed my entire life, 100%. Especially during the early years when, you know, I was in a really rough state mentally. The positive comments and emails, that was huge, and it still is to this day. So I just want to say a huge thank you, a big fucking thank you. Now, another thing that I started to really want to do is to do more content than just video game related stuff, because that was all my channel was for the longest time, just gameplay and commentary of old games, shitty games, sometimes new games. And I really just didn't want to be just the gameplay commentary guy. I wanted to branch out and do new things, so I started doing infomercial dubs, the Real series. And then from the Real series, I started dubbing over fucking animals going wild in public. You know, cows running across the road, you know, after robbing a bank, shit like that. From there, I started doing other things, and then eventually I branched out to doing face stuff like this. I've always wanted to keep doing new, bigger, and more creative content. I never want to just be doing the same thing or feeling obligated to keep making the same kind of content, which is why all of it's so varied. Some videos I've made are 30 seconds long, some of them fucking 30 minutes long. It's just whatever I thought would be fun to do at the time is what I'd make, and I've always enjoyed doing that. I've never liked to be just, you know, restricted to one kind of, you know, content, and I think that's what keeps it fun. I feel like the reason a lot of creators on YouTube get burnt out or tired is because they're doing the same thing every single day, and I can't imagine how that could constantly stay fun. I think it's very important to keep bringing variety to the content so that way you yourself feel like you're evolving with it and having more fun doing these new creative things, and I've just always loved it. I realize that this is kind of all over the place. I haven't really structured this decade rewind very well, but fuck it, I'm just letting it all come out here. So, from high school to freshman year of college, I had no fucking idea how to properly socialize with human beings. I must have been the most uncomfortable person to be around in like a circle when everyone's talking because I didn't know what to do. I'd sit there quiet like a goddamn statue saying nothing. When someone make a joke and everyone was laughing, I'd sit there stone-faced. I wouldn't even fucking smile, and I wouldn't contribute anything. The entire conversation would go on with everyone talking around me, and I wouldn't say a word. I didn't realize that I didn't know how to talk to people. And it wasn't until my sophomore year of college that I had these roommates that showed me how to be social. It's not like they sat me down like a fucking intervention, like, hey, you're creepy and you make us feel like you're one bad french fry away from lighting the campus on fire. They just led by example. They took me to parties and stuff. I watched them. They'd introduce me to the people they knew at the parties. Be like, hey, Charlie, tell them that story of how you saved my mom from getting mauled by a bear at the zoo. They really showed me how to talk and be around people without being a fucking weirdo. That was around 2013, and that shit was a game changer for me as well. So a lot has happened in the decade. A lot of positive change has happened for me across the decade. And 2019 was probably one of the best years of my life. 2019 was a year of rebellion for me as well. All of you fucking pussies out there telling me to cut my hair, and I said no. I said fuck no. Now my hair is getting kind of long as fuck. I still can't do a full man bun, but I can do that, what is it, the Geralt of Rivia? This shit, kinda. I know, if you're wearing panties, you're gonna have to change that shit. Look at that. Beautiful. Now I only need it to come down to like right here. Then I'll be a real monster slaying, masculine mountain madman, volcanic testosterone and shit like that. Point being, fuck you. I grew my hair out all of 2019 and I'm not stopping. Not for a long time, baby. I'm gonna let my hair get all the way down to my ass crack. I'm gonna wait until I can actually accidentally get my hair caught in my asshole. And then, maybe then, I'll cut it. And only then will I even think about cutting it. But yeah, anyway, I mean, it's just been a really great, fun year. The streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical have been a lot of fun. I've been doing a lot of different content that I've had a lot of fun making, and it's just been a really fun year. And hopefully 2020 will be just as fun. And I really just kind of wanted to do this little wholesome kind of decade review, just because, I don't know, I haven't done a yearly answering questions thing. I want to do something a little different. So I thought this would be a fun little way of talking about the last 10 years or so and putting it in a little nutshell. But anyway, that's about it. So yeah. Hi everyone, it's Charlie coming at you with a hot take about Epcot. The food at Epcot is awful, terrible, abominable. Now that is not talking about the Food and Wine Festival because that shit bangs. I'm talking about the actual restaurants in Epcot. I think they all suck fuck. But I want to say the best part about Epcot is something I think we can all agree on. It's Spaceship Earth. That's the ride inside that giant golf ball where it takes you through the wild and wacky world of 1982, where you sit in the slowest moving vehicle humans have ever created, just moves slow as shit through these old animatronics where they go through the history of communication, and it all leads up to the far-off future of what if you had a computer, and what is a computer? But what really gets my dick hard about Spaceship Earth is that it breaks down every single time you go on it. I swear to God, this bitch breaks down 5, 6, 20 times a day. It's more of a feature at this point and less of a bug. When you're going on Spaceship Earth, account for a 30-minute delay for the ride's breakdown that's inevitably going to happen while you're on it. I've never ridden Spaceship Earth without it breaking down. So at this point, it's really just part of the experience. But anyway, let's get back to the topic of Epcot's restaurant food being absolutely inedibly terrible shit. In yesterday's official podcast episode titled Jackson Quits Again, we talked about Epcot, Andrew and I did, because we had both recently gone to Epcot and we're just utterly disappointed with how bad the food is. This was Andrew's first time eating at one of the restaurants there, and I don't think he was prepared for the level of food quality you get. I've been multiple times over the last 2 years, and every single time going to a restaurant was truly miserable and left the shittiest taste in my mouth. I would have rather rim-jobbed the chef than eaten the food that they gave us. And I don't even blame the staff, because I'm pretty sure it's Epcot's policy to just destroy the food that you order just to make sure there's no chance of foodborne illness. So let me play you a clip from the podcast.
Oh, we didn't even talk about our dinner. We only mentioned that it sucked. Fucking Italy. Good God. Good fucking Lord. Good fucking God. How does a restaurant that's supposed to be Italy just serve shit worse than Olive Garden? Here's your breadsticks, and they give you prepackaged breadsticks.
Yeah, they actually give you store-bought breadsticks, and when they give you, like, bread, like how most Italian places give you little appetizer bread before anything, it's hard as a fucking brick. It is the stalest, oldest, it's genuinely like chewing glass with almost as much flavor. It's unfucking real.
How the fuck did they get away with that? And also, it's expensive as shit. You sit down, and almost all of us got the special, which was chicken Alfredo. And it was a single chicken breast, which was very small and extremely dry, and a generic Alfredo pasta for $30.
I don't like when people say that it's dry because that makes us sound pretentious. When we say dry, imagine like if someone took a chicken, froze it after it's already been cooked, and then ran it over with a car tire. It is so fucking bad.
It was miserable.
Terrible. Terrible. And it's not just Italy that's sucking fuck at Epcot. I went to the hibachi place in Japan before this one. It was like 8 months ago. The hibachi place had I had to watch them ruin chicken, rice, and vegetables in front of me since it's hibachi. They cook it on the fucking grill in front of you, as hibachi chefs are known to do, but they overcook it for like 10 minutes. As your chicken's going from like a nice moist center, I'm watching it dry out, whittle away, and turn to this cadaver of a chicken breast. This fucking Frankenstein's little monster zombie here of chicken in front of me, as the rice is off to the side getting turned into like fucking mashed up sandpaper. It's terrible.
Do you think it's
fucking
maybe
awful.
just they cook the shit out of everything to avoid lawsuits from like food poisoning?
Yeah, 100%. It's to avoid foodborne illnesses. Oh, and when I ate at France, I got a medium rare steak. I'm not a big meat eater or a red meat eater anymore, but when I do, it's medium rare. I got a medium rare steak, and that shit came out looking like something you'd find in a sewer. It was still somehow like turbo well done and passed off as my medium rare steak that I ordered. It's fucking incredible. It was like Santa Claus gave me a lump of coal for being a naughty Epcot boy. It was miserable. Fucking miserable.
Why do you keep going back? All of these stories like, yeah, 8 months ago I went, and then 6 months ago it also sucked, and then yesterday it really sucked, and that was extra expensive. I'm going next month. I bet it's gonna suck.
To be fair to us, Jackson was visiting, and Disney is the only place that has Star Wars World.
Yeah, Epcot wasn't the plan. We were gonna spend the day at Disney, but Disney was so crowded and so shitty we needed a fallback. So Epcot was only a small gondola ride away, so it only made sense to go. And plus we were all hungry, and everything in Star Wars World had an hour-long wait just to get fast food that's fried in the fucking garbage can.
God.
So we went to Epcot. For the price of the meals and the quality of the meals, it's an absolute scam. I've eaten at a bunch of those different restaurants at Epcot from a ton of different regions that are represented, and all of them have one thing in common. They all suck ass, and the food is dreadfully overprepared. Not just the meat, but every component of the dish is so unbelievably overcooked, I don't know how it could even be considered a meal at that point. At that point, it's just basically dog food. It's not good at all. Now, I've never sent back a meal in my life. I've never complained about food at a restaurant, and I never will. But when you're eating that food, you can literally taste the waste of money. It's just terrible. It really is. It's just somehow, when all plans fail in Orlando, all roads lead to Epcot's utter disappointment just to seal it with a nice shit cherry on top. It's not like I'm planning to go to Epcot for these awful, godforsaken meals that look like something out of a Fallout universe.
That's awesome.
Jesus Christ, I'd rather be eating the fucking bottle caps than the food they serve at Epcot.
Restaurant inspections, sneak your way into the kitchen. Look at these conditions, there's cockroaches and shit. To blow the case wide
If there's
open.
cockroaches, I'd prefer they just throw those on the grill than what they're serving up currently.
Feel cultured about eating food from different cultures, but you know they still get the overcooked.
That was a good
American style garbage.
That was a good question I had while we were there. It's like, do some of these people feel demeaned? Does this feel weird? Because in Epcot, every culture, for the most part, the people who work there are from that place. Like if you go to the Italian restaurant, everyone who works there is from Italy. But isn't this just kind of like a song and dance, like from the 50s, where it's like, look at the strange new cultures? Like I
thought of that too, especially because of our waiter. He had to keep saying "Mamma Mia." Like it's Super Mario. That's not a joke. He said it at least 5 or 6 times. Like it's great to like go look at like the replicas of Italy, but I don't want to go in and feel like I'm walking into stereotypes. It's weird.
That's exactly
because it's fucking Disney. I don't get it, man. I don't know how they're getting away with this food. It's a hate crime on a plate. It's terrible. And yeah, that's the other thing about Epcot restaurants. It feels really weird. These people have to be like a caricature of the places they're from. Like, I don't think this guy naturally says Mamma Mia all the time. After pretty much every order we placed, he said, Mamma Mia, that's a good choice. And that feels just super uncomfortable to be around because it's like they're instructing him to say these things, that this is part of his script. You have to be the most Italian stereotype possible. And it's not just Italy. This was in all the other restaurants as well. It just, I don't know, something about that just rubs me the wrong way. They're making it like a circus act. Like, hey, look at these circus freaks. They're not from America. Look where they're from. Listen to how they talk. Some weird shit. It's not like offensive or anything, I just think it's fucking weird. But yeah, by far the worst part about Epcot's food is the food itself. It's just terrible. It's awful, awful, awful food. I don't know, maybe I've just gotten unlucky for the last 2 years in the numerous times I've been, but I find that hard to believe that it'd be that bad every single time in all those different regions. But again, Food and Wine Festival is probably about the only thing worthwhile at Epcot besides Spaceship Earth anyway, so if you're going when it's not Food and Wine Festival time, you're wasting your time anyway. But anyway, that's it. See ya. I wasn't always this sex god you see before you, the apex of raw sexual energy. In fact, I actually came into this world a virgin. I was born with virginity. My father, he wasn't a virgin, and yet, embarrassingly, I was. And it stayed that way for 19 years, until in the spring break of my 19th year in this plane of existence, it all changed when my Wiener Nation landed on the shores of a Vagina Nation. Consensually, of course. It was an invite for the Wiener Nation to make landfall. At 2013 years after the death of Christ, I had finally lost my virginity. Like a crab shedding its shell, I molted. But what did I do up until that point? Well, I've already shared with you a little bit of my freshman year of college where I pretended to be a mysterious anime character, but this arc doesn't stop there. I used to think it was cool and unique to be a virgin in college, so I used to wear it like a fucking Boy Scouts badge of honor. You know, I would talk about my virginity to any female that made the mistake of listening. It was one of the first things I'd do. I'd basically fucking shake a hand and say, I'm a virgin. You're shaking a virgin's hand, which is probably the grossest hand you could ever shake. Because you know that shit is crusty. If these hands could talk, well, if this hand could talk, the stories it would tell you. So, but anyway, I thought because everyone else wasn't a virgin in college, at least none of my friends were, I was one of the I was the last one to lose their virginity in my group of friends, I thought it'd make me stand out. I thought it'd be like, wow, that guy's a virgin? Holy shit. I didn't even know this existed in this college anymore. Damn, that's exotic. I gotta get in there. It wasn't the case. In fact, it was just super creepy. But I wouldn't listen to my friends. One of my friends sat me down as like a fucking intervention. He was like, Charlie, look, you gotta stop telling people you're a virgin. It's weird and it's not gonna work. But I didn't believe him. I thought he was working with like the Illuminati, trying to restrict my power. But today I look back on that and I see he was a fucking saint. He knew what I didn't. How creepy that was. I was like a fucking vegan. I wouldn't shut the fuck up about being a virgin. Like in parties and shit, if I'd been drinking, you know the virginity talk was coming. I was like a parent giving the birds and the bees talk to their children. And God help the poor women that talked to me when I was drunk and talking about virginity, because sometimes I'd talk about it in different accents. Sometimes I'd be an Irish virgin, other times a Russian virgin. I thought it would be something different and cool. And I acted like I was proud of it. You know, I've held on to my virginity this long. Fuck yeah, baby, this one's for Jesus Christ up there. But I wasn't proud of it, and I knew Jesus wasn't proud of my virginity either, nor my attempt to spit the game at the parties by talking about virginity. That was never gonna work. But it didn't stop me. You see, this all took place around the time that I got my main lead acting role in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I've already shared that story with you. So when I used to meet these women at parties and shit, I would have this 1-2 combo. Hey, I'm in the Hunger Games. And I'm a virgin. That's a fucking irresistible man right there. That right there is a recipe for an Adonis. And let me tell you what, that didn't help very much. But I used to have the Mockingjay trailer on my phone, and I'd show the trailer if they were unfamiliar and just pretend that I was in it, and I wouldn't go back to show them. I'd just be like, oh, there I am. Oh, I was quick, you missed it. I must have tried this combination move 100 times. Like a Japanese bladesmith, I'd keep folding it over, smashing it down, making it sharper, better, refining it, until finally it worked one time. I met a girl at a party, we talked, we made out, exchanged numbers, and we're going to get together for a date. Date comes around and you can already guess the conversational topics. Hey, what's your major? Where are you from? Are you a virgin? No? Why not? I am. Bang. Game over. There's no coming back from that kind of shit. I don't know why the fuck I just felt this compulsive desire to constantly talk about it. It's really not like it was a crowning achievement, and not even to me. I constantly wanted to lose my virginity. and yet I'd constantly hype it up like it was the best part of me. It's just wild shit, and you know, it taught me a hard lesson. That's pretty much when I learned the most important lesson. Stop bragging about virginity. This desire to be unique between being an anime character in college, the fucking mysterious anime character, to being a virgin fucking evangelist constantly preaching the good word of virginity. This desire to be unique really fucked me and hindered me very much in my early formative college years. Also, during this time I had a friend that was a female. I very much liked her. We were friends for like a year. The feelings weren't mutual. I was very into her. She had none of those same feelings for me, but it didn't stop me from telling her that I was saving my virginity for her. How noble. They say chivalry's dead, but yeah, I used to tell her that my virginity is going to be hers for the taking. That had to be the last fucking thing on her Christmas list every goddamn year. It must have been the scariest and most alarming thing someone could tell you like that. And it wasn't just like a 1 or 2 time fluke thing where I mentioned that by accident. No, I told her that shit like all the time. If we texted, it'd be like a lullaby for me. You know, I'm going to bed now. Do you want to kiss my virginity to sleep with your pussy lips? No? Alright, just keep in mind I'm a virgin when you go to sleep tonight. Have dreams about my virginity. It's something I mentioned frequently because I really thought, in my fucking delusion, that being a virgin and being unique like that was cool and not weird. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe nowadays things have changed and being a virgin's the coolest goddamn thing in the world next to pissing in your pants. But back then it certainly wasn't, and definitely not my approach of mentioning it all the fucking time. I think you could be the coolest man in the world, but if you keep mentioning the same shit over and over again, it's gonna make you look like a fucking weirdo. Actually, let me hit you with a fun trivia fact for when you play Critical Jeopardy with your family. The girl I'm talking about in this story here is actually the reason I kept the beard. You see, for the Hunger Games role I got, they asked that you grow out your facial hair, which I'd never even considered doing before. I'd always been clean-shaven. I looked like an 8th grader in debate club. But when I grew it out for that role, she said it looked good, so I kept it, and I never looked back. And now if I shaved it, I'm sure I'd look like a bag of assholes collided with another bag of assholes. So yeah, I guess gloating about virginity wasn't all bad. But trust me, it was all bad. If there's any lesson to take away here from my experience for all of you watching, it would be, don't use like a defining characteristic and shove it down people's throats. Don't try and force people into thinking you are special or unique. Just be yourself, and if they view you as special or unique, great. If they don't, who gives a shit? The two that come to mind right away are vegan and atheist, where people constantly mention those two things if they're associated with that. At least that's the big meme on the internet, and I've only seen it in real life a couple of times, so I don't know how prevalent that is. But just going around and saying things like, I'm a vegan, I'm an atheist, I'm a virgin, and constantly bringing those things up and calling attention to it just makes people not want to be around you. It's a pretty toxic social environment when you're just constantly talking about what you think makes you unique and special. That would be kind of the takeaway from this virginity bragging story, I'd say. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. It's been a little while since I told a story, so I figured it was about time that I sit you all down by the campfire and put some fear in your boners. I'm gonna tell you a really recent story, something that I think everyone can take a lesson away from and use it in their everyday lives. So before I really dig into the meat of this, I want to preface this by saying I have not pissed my pants in a very long time. Now that that's off the table, let's get into what the story is about. As you've probably surmised from that intro, it's about pee-peeing in the pants. It's about a time where I flirted with that devil. And this all takes place in the mythical year of 2019 AD on October 4th. It was literally 6 days ago as of recording this video. It was right before going to happy hour, and if you watch my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, you know that the streams are fucking bangers, and that I also pee a lot. I drink a lot of water, which means I'm constantly expelling a lot of urine from my body at jet stream-like pace. I really fucking pressure wash my toilet when I get in there to do that business, so if urinating is considered a game of chess, then I'm the goddamn grandmaster. Now, this was right before going to happy hour. I had just gotten all dressed up and spruced up ready for action, and we needed to pick my friends up before going to the bars we were going to. But before going, I had the little inkling of a pee-pee coming on. It was still brewing, but it hadn't matured yet. So I figured there really wasn't any point to doing that. The bars weren't far, my friends weren't far. I'd just hold it till I got there and then just do my business out there in public. Just kind of to assert my dominance, like, hey, I'm not afraid to mark a urinal with my seal of approval. I'm not afraid to stamp this with my penis juice. So I just wanted to wait. I didn't see the point in going before heading over. That being said, on the journey to my friend's place, it was still very tame, very manageable, barely even noticed it. Got to my friend's place, didn't notice it. The second they got in my car, it's like they unleashed the piss demon. All of a sudden, all at once, it hit me like a fucking brick. Like a train had left the station, a bullet train, and it was hitting my bladder. There was no putting this genie back in the bottle. I was going to tinkle, it was just a matter of where. In my nice trousers, in a dirty bathroom somewhere on the way, or on the side of the road. The last two options weren't exactly options, because to get to the bar you had to go over this pretty long bridge, and there was no way I was going to be able to hold it through the duration of the bridge, so I'd be just trapped like a prisoner in its cell in the car, just urinating all over my friends. Or I'd have to hold it and literally cork my cock, and I'd probably fucking drown internally with urine pouring out of my mouth like I just swallowed a cyanide capsule of urine. It was just a nightmarish situation because I really had to go. So I informed Tiana, who was now driving, and I told my friends, look, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience, but we got to pull over somewhere to go to the bathroom because I'm going to literally ruin our happy hour and turn it into the not so happy hour by coating this entire car in piss. So they understood, but the problem was there really wasn't anywhere to stop. There was no real gas stations on the way to the bridge, so we'd have to go out of our way to find one for me, and my friends didn't really want to do that, so they're trying to encourage me to just go piss somewhere next to a dumpster around some of the dilapidated buildings, because the area on the way to the bar looks like it's been hit by a nuclear missile, but I didn't want to take that chance. Because a friend of mine got put on the sex offenders registry for public urination. He got caught while peeing next to a building, or on the side of a building, and I just didn't want to roll those dice at all. I bet if I had just went down to take a piss by a building, a fucking cop would have popped out of a bush in a ghillie suit and said gotcha on me. I didn't want to, risk that at all. I'd drop trow for 1 second, just unzip, and all of a sudden a police car fucking drift in sideways, just sirens blaring, and then take me down just for public urination, and then all of a sudden, bang, I'm a sex offender. I just didn't want to risk that at all. I didn't want to take that chance at all, so that was not an option for me. We were going to go out of our way to one of the gas stations that I knew of, and it wasn't that far out of the way, so it wasn't a huge inconvenience, but I still felt bad. Unfortunately, the gas stations were of no help, and also the gas stations look like something straight out of the Fallout universe as well. But the first gas station we go to, everything looks okay. There's a bathroom there, which is a plus. It's one of the bathrooms that's on the outside, so you need a key to get into it. So all confidently, while I'm like basically grabbing my cock, just trying to keep everything where it needs to be before I explode with urine, I go in there waddling in and I say to the guy, hey, look, I've got to use your shitter. Can I get the key to that bad boy? And he's not all there. He sounds like he's one Xanax bar away from just total overdose and collapse. So I couldn't understand most of the words he said, but he kept mumbling about the hot dog man. I didn't know what that meant. I thought he was making like idle conversation. Maybe there was a hot dog vendor outside that he wanted me to go buy from before he gave me the key. I didn't know, so I asked him, what are you talking about? The hot dog man? Who's a hot dog man? I love hot dogs, even though I fucking hate hot dogs. Just anything to get that fucking key. Felt like it was a mission in a video game that I needed to get that key to complete the quest. But so I'm making the small talk, and his answers make no sense to me. He's like, no bathroom, hot dog man. So then I'm starting to connect these dots in my head. Okay, so the hot dog man, no bathroom. Hot dog man must have gone in there and wreaked havoc. He must have just fucking tore that bitch down and lit it on fire with an explosion from his ass or something. So this bathroom is decommissioned is what you're telling me, right? Bathroom is not working because of hot dog man. He just shakes his head, no. Hot dog man. I felt like I was in a goddamn horror movie, as if like the hot dog man was terrorizing this area like the fucking Slender Man. I didn't know what he was talking about, the hot dog man. All I knew was I was not getting that key from him. So I walked out all disappointed because I knew I wasn't getting the key, and it's all because of this menace, the hot dog man, who I'd never even fucking heard of in fairy tales. So I had to waddle back to the car disappointedly, and even in more of a rush, the sense of urgency was overwhelming. Felt like the entire universe was collapsing inside on me. Also, as a side, there was no hot dog vendor outside. There wasn't even the remnants of what could have been a hot dog vendor at any point in time. So I don't know who the fuck this hot dog man is. But anyway, we go up another maybe mile up the road where I know another gas station is, and it's just as decrepit as this one. And this one was like a goddamn orgy of weirdos. There was one guy who I am 100% sure was on spice, because he was just fucking fumbling around. Luckily, he had hit just enough spice so he wasn't totally nude and dragging his dick on the floor, but he was at that level of spice where he can't really stand up properly, and he has a football that he's throwing against a wall and hitting himself with in the face off the rebound. So that's the kind of place we were at looking for this bathroom, and I knew it was going to be gross, and I'm a bit of a germaphobe, but I was throwing that aside because I needed to be strong, because I didn't want to piss myself, because I hadn't pissed myself in at least a long time. I don't know. I was trying to think of like an exact time I pissed myself, but it's been a long fucking time. I have a pretty clean streak there, and I wasn't about to have that collapse on this night. So we get to this disgusting gas station, and it's another one where the bathroom's on the outside, so I need to go in to get the keys. There's a guy in there playing the lottery, and he's taking a long time scratching it off. That's fine. That's not his fault. He doesn't know that I'm about to explode behind him like an IED of urine. So I'm not mad at him at all. He was none the wiser, not his fault or anything. When he's finally done, I go up to the counter. I say, hey man, can I get the keys to that turbo shitter? I gotta go do some business over there. He's super cool about it, gives me the keys, and I'm on my way. The guy who's throwing the football now fixates his eyes on me, and he wants to get me involved in his game. I can tell because while he couldn't really get the words out properly, he was making motions like, I'm gonna hit you with this spiral real quick, Tom Brady style, and I just, I'm putting my hands up like, please, no, thank you, politely, I've got to use the restroom. Finally get around the corner to where the bathrooms are on the side of the place. There's a man asleep on the curb in front of the bathrooms. I don't know if he was passed out or just really tired. Maybe at one point he was the gate guardian of the bathrooms, but now that he found bath salts, now he just sleeps there. I really don't know. But, I go... not over him because I was already on the side. I go around him, and then I finally put that key into the bathroom, and a sense of elation and jubilation just fills my whole body as I finally turn it, and I open it, and I'm greeted with the most unholy smell this world has ever concocted. It smelled like a fucking hate crime. It was the most repulsive, revolting smell I've ever smelled in my life, and I've smelled some shit. I've smelled some serious shit, but this was something else. This smelled like the hot dog man had gone there, killed somebody, and then took a shit all over the corpse. And it's really weird because the toilet itself was pristine. The toilet was clean enough to drink out of, eat off of. It was a fantastic looking toilet, not a speck of dirt or poopy in sight. But the bathroom itself was tainted with the remnants of 1,000 angry spirits that were all shitting in unison. It's no doubt the work of the hot dog man. There's not a single doubt in my mind. He must just be like a serial bathroom shitter. Just goes around shitting in all the bathrooms, fucking terrorizing them, ruining them for people that gotta pee like me. But I really don't know. Anyway, the smell was so overwhelming. For just a brief moment, I relaxed my penis sphincter, and a little bit of urine dripped onto my boxers. I don't count that as pissing my pants because it was just enough where it only dribbled out, and I was able to once again voluntarily collapse the muscle so it didn't squeak out anymore as I finally approached the toilet, and I finally released the sweet relief into the toilet, and I finally peed. I couldn't breathe. It was fucking hazardous to my health, no doubt, with all the shit particles floating around in the air, but god damn it, I finally peed. So the lesson to take away from here, just when you feel like even like the smallest amount of pee building inside of you, just piss. It's gonna get worse. You're gonna just need to pee. Don't try and hold it. Don't be a hero like I was, because you might find yourself in a similar situation where you dribble on yourself and you visit a really disgusting smelling bathroom that really just ruins your sense of smell for like a good 2 hours. But anyway, that's the story. The lesson to learn: pee when you feel like you have to, even a little bit. Don't try and hold it, because that is just absolutely devastating and leads to this domino effect of unfortunate circumstances and a lot of stress. That's it. So yeah. Many of you already know this, but magic tricks were a very big part of my childhood, and even into my adult elite gamer years in college I was dabbling in magic tricks. In fact, the very first video I ever posted on YouTube was of myself performing a magic trick, but I've since deleted it. YouTube still has it, and I guarantee they're still trying to crack the code on how I performed it. Luckily I deleted it though, because otherwise Randy Pitchford would have dedicated his life to figuring out how I solved that and just abandoned the Borderlands series. Fucking Randy Pitchford spent a year trying to figure out how a cam girl squirted so much. Imagine what he would have done if he saw my magic trick. The point I'm making is, magic was a huge part of me growing up. And today, I'm going to reveal to you a secret I invented myself to try and get laid in college. And this shit works like a charm. It's almost impossible not to work. You don't even need to be around women for it to work. If you just perform the trick in your own little isolation chamber, women will probably flock to you somehow, fucking rappelling down into your window. It's a very powerful magic trick, and I'm going to break the magician's code and teach you how I do it. I'm going to fucking full throttle sin, raw and no rubber. Magicians are going to hate me. Chris Angel's going to have a wet nightmare. David Blaine's going to throw in the towel and retire tomorrow, I bet. I actually taught people how to do this magic trick on my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, and people haven't been able to stop getting laid. It's almost been a curse. Every time they do the trick, it's just so much pussy. So I'm going to now take the lesson I taught on stream and teach it to all of you over here on YouTube, and just hope that you can use it for good instead of evil. Now, there's an up-and-coming magician named Jerry Presley who actually performed this trick as he heard me explain it on stream. Performed it for these two women here, one of them looking like Alinity, might actually be Alinity, there's no telling, and he performs it very well and hopefully got a threesome out of it. Now, let's go ahead and get into it. First, you're going to need a deck of playing cards. They don't need to be as cool as mine, but these are my old bicycle ghosts, as they were called. Back in like 2009, 2010, there was like a really cool looking Alpha Chad magician who was like flourishing these cards one time on YouTube, and I asked my parents to buy them for me, and I got them for like Christmas or something. But you don't need to be this cool, is what I'm saying. You can just use any old piece of shit deck of cards you want. You can use Yu-Gi-Oh cards if you wanted to. Now let me give you an overview of the trick. The objective is to get a phone number, man, woman, police officer, it doesn't really matter who, but it was to get an excuse to ask for the phone number. You don't need an excuse to ask for a phone number, but when you're a fucking 19-year-old college student who's pretending to be a mysterious anime character, it helps to have a fucking excuse because you're just a fucking weirdo. But anyway, what I'm saying is it's to get the phone number. So I'm going to perform it kind of for you guys here. So I'd say, hey, ma'am, I like those milkers on you. Those honkers mean business. Can I have your phone number for the sake of this magic trick with my ghost cards? And she'd be like, oh my God, are those real ghost cards? Jesus, I'm already wet, but yeah, show me the trick. So she gives me her phone number. I now send her a text with what card she is going to pull from this deck. And I'm going to give her a free choice of it, but she can't look at that text message till it's over. So I say, hey, you can't look at that, but just wait till after the trick and it's going to blow your asshole wide open. It's going to be the coolest goddamn thing you've ever seen in your life. So, you know, it's just small talk a little bit, and then I get to the trick. I just ask her to cut the deck, or I can flip through the deck. It doesn't really matter. But the deck ends up getting cut in two like this. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't really matter. And then I go ahead and put it on top of it so that there's no trickery here. And then I let her take the card off the top because this is where she cut, and she takes the card, and it's the 7 of clubs. Okay? And I've texted her that already way before the trick even happened. So now the question is, how did I know that? Am I truly just the messiah of magic? The mind freak of madness? The torpedo of trickery? No, I'm something more. I'm a gamer. So my trick is literally one move and then just distracting the person. A single card force. Every card trick ever done pretty much uses a card force. What's a card force? It's exactly what the name implies. You're forcing someone to pick the card you know. The easiest one, the one I always used, was you'd close your eyes, you'd rifle through the deck of cards, someone would tell you stop right there, and you always know their card. That's the 4 of spades. It doesn't matter when you're doing it, it doesn't matter how many times you do it, you can just endlessly do this shit for as long as you want because you're forcing the cards. Stop. Oh, Jesus. Stop. 6 of clubs. You can always know exactly what card you're forcing on someone. How does that one work? You know the bottom card. So when you rifle through, they say stop, you're pulling the bottom card off, well, as long as you have a good grip, and you're always going to know exactly what you're giving them. I invented my own card force, though, and it's even easier. And I swear to God, I should have gotten a Nobel Prize for this discovery. This shit is almost as important as discovering gravity. This card force is a game changer in Magic. So all you need to know is the top card, 2 of diamonds. That's the top card, and that's the card they're going to pick 100% of the time in this trick. So you text them 2 of diamonds once you get the number, because that's 100% what they're going to pick. And now all it is a matter of distracting the person you're doing the trick to. So you have them cut the deck if they want to themselves and make another pile of it. They can ask you to, if they want you to cut it, you can cut it wherever you want. It doesn't matter where the deck gets cut. So let's just say for this time it got cut right down the middle. So now you have these 2 piles. They now give you these 2 piles, and now you start making small talk and moving your hands around. Sports, 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 porn, porn, porn. Then you take this part, which is where they actually cut. This is what their card should be, but now you've distracted them enough, you've wooed them over enough where you put this on top, and then you set the whole pile down so that way they have the illusion that you're not messing with anything. You know, oh, my hands are over here, I can't do anything now, nothing crazy going on. And then you tell them that this card is where they cut, and hopefully they don't realize that it should be this one. So then you take this piece off, you have them take their top card, and of course it's the 2 of diamonds, because I mean, it's just the fucking top card, but they don't know that. They think this is where they cut when they had free choice, but it's not, because you have outsmarted them. You are the intellectual of the group. You're the enlightened Reddit atheist of this shindig. Again, I'll demonstrate. Top card, 6 of hearts. You say, hey, listen, lady, cut this shit. I've already sent you a text. I know what you're pulling. They cut it. Bang. You get 2 piles. You're distracting them. Bang, put that shit on top. Take your hands off. Tell them that's the card. They pick the card. 6 of hearts again. It's incredible how simple it is, and yet nobody ever figured it out. Ever. And no one could figure it out unless I told them. Because this trick is beyond intelligence. This has transcended magic tricks and become a cult movement in and of itself. It is fucking phenomenal. So please, ladies and gentlemen, after having revealed this remarkable secret, a top secret government secret, please use it responsibly. And when you use it, make sure you tell them it came from me, and then you link them to my Twitch channel and my YouTube and stuff. You give me credit for this discovery, this trick, because it's fucking huge. I'm unironically proud of that trick. I actually did get a few numbers with it. I never did fuck all with the numbers, but just the fact that it even got to that point and they could at least fake excitement and wonder from the magic is enough for me. And maybe it will be for you too. Maybe this will launch your social life or destroy it, one or the other. But yeah, that's about it. That's my big magic trick that I invented. So yeah. Calling someone a Redditor to their face in 2019 is a fighting phrase. It's like calling someone a cunt back in the 90s. It's a powerful insult. And I get asked all the time why I take a shit on Reddit or shit on Redditors and Reddit culture in general. And it's days like today that remind me exactly why I have such a shit view of Reddit and why the majority of people have almost no respect for the community. They are so goddamn unhelpful. Now, I'm saying they, and I am a very frequent user of Reddit. I go on there almost daily. I like the posts. I like to go on specific subreddits and see the kind of shit going on in the world. I think as long as you don't go in the comments, it's a pretty goddamn decent site for the most part. But it's the second you accidentally get a little too adventurous, or perhaps you just forget the one sacred rule on the internet, the 11th commandment from God: don't go to the comments section on Reddit, because it's just goddamn embarrassing to even look at. It makes you feel bad for being on the site, seeing the mentally ill, socially rejected, downright depraved community that for some reason all kind of festers in the comment section on any post ever. Professional Reddit commenters who farm karma as if they're some type of drug kingpin and get this superiority complex. They watch 2 episodes of Rick and Morty and follow Bill Nye on Twitter, and all of a sudden they think they have all the answers and they're better than the person who initially posted the thread asking for help. Fucking Reddit commenters make YouTube commenters look like sane cool kids at the lunch table. Okay, so why am I talking about this? I'm still fucking upset about this. Today, Andrew and I went to Beef O'Brady's, as is tradition after a hard workout, and Andrew's car had 2 spiders in it that we came across, so he wanted to look for a solution online as to the most efficient way to getting rid of the spiders. A little pest control action, just Google it, because that's what a modern man does. That's the efficient way of getting answers. Well, unfortunately, Google recommended Reddit threads. Our pro-sage life advice from a 14-year-old, how to do your taxes and get rid of the spiders in your car. Shit like that. Just a flurry of all of these Reddit posts addressing how to get rid of spiders. Now, at the time, we didn't even realize how infuriating that would be. But when we got to Beef's, we opened one of the links, and immediately every single top comment was a horrible, stupid fucking joke that's been said a million times before. Set the car on fire. I'm not kidding. Out of the 5 or 6 threads, that was pretty much the top on all of them. I'm going to show you 4 out of the 6 so it's not just overly redundant. I swear to God, these are all different posts and different people. Although they're not even really different people. They have no sense of individuality. They're just fucking regurgitating, vomiting, ass shitting out all kinds of shit that they read a million times before to try and farm that precious karma or make people think that they're a good comedian. I really don't know. But this is how all Reddit comments go. You go to the comments, the first like 15 are going to be shit jokes that don't make you giggle or exhale at all, only serving to make you just irate because you maybe wanted a real answer or a real discussion, and you're not getting it. Not in the comment section on Reddit. But anyway, here's the first thread. How do I get spiders out of my car? Obviously the first answer, burn it to the ground and change your last name. A real side splitter for sure, not exactly helpful, but goddammit, that comedy is unique, original, wacky, and zany. And that's gotta count for something, so the updoots to the left, am I right? Edit, thanks for the gold, kind stranger, wasn't expecting this, oh my gosh. Edit 2, wow, platinum, holy shit, time to add chocolate to the milk and go wild to celebrate, kind stranger. Now let's go ahead and scroll down, surely it's only, the top comment that has such a great joke. Surely they can't all be busting out unique bangers. Surprisingly, that joke didn't spawn a pun thread, but luckily for us it didn't. Underneath that, though, we're gifted with another great joke. Put some tarantulas in there to eat the smaller spiders. Large spiders are easier to keep track of. Well, I do tip my fedora to that one. Still no actual advice yet. A classic double whammy. It's an Ultima. Fire is the best option. Fill it with frogs. Well, my gentle sirs, these are quite comedic. Finally, at the very bottom of the page with a whopping 2 points, an actual suggestion, glue traps, and a link to them. Now actually unironically helpful, that's not a bad idea. Glue traps for insects, it makes sense. But what do the other experts on the website say? Let's go to another thread, which is basically just a carbon copy of this one's commenters. Different threads, same comedy, baby, because for some reason all Reddit commenters are basically just carbon copies of each other. Go ahead and take a guess at what the top comment's gonna be. Spoiler alert, it's fire, because of course it is. On Reddit, everything that even deals with anything even yucky to the smallest degree, anything with an insect, you can guarantee the top comment in the thread is going to be, kill it with fire, or something with fire. Next highest upvoted, I believe ammonia and bleach create chlorine gas. You're right. So if you want to go World War I on their ass, that might be an option. To be fair, this comment actually has sentimental value to me, because I accidentally created chlorine gas when I tried to kill a cockroach once. I talked about that in a video, so that one I don't really have a problem with. I just thought I'd point it out. But luckily, right under that one, we go right back to the standard, set it on fire. I like the reply, lol, as if they'd never heard that before, or perhaps they just always laugh anytime they see that. Next, nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. It's their car now. Scorpions. Definitely scorpions. That's another big one. It's theirs now. They own it. You lost it. Shit like that. That one's also just as common as fire. So I guess it's not exactly a 100% guarantee it's going to be set it on fire when it's dealing with insects, because it has to compete with it's theirs now. Those are always battling for the top spot. GIF of a car on fire, snakes, sell it, elephants, get some funnel web spiders and dump them in and eat the other spiders. And then one guy accidentally almost lends some pseudo advice, but his advice is basically just saying, you might be fucked. None of this helpful, of course, but very humorous, obviously. New thread, same top comment, gasoline, and says light it on fire, and then a reply. Milking every ounce of karma he can out of that joke, I guess. Bye birds, lady who swallowed a fly, just more fucking garbage. This guy really drops a fat comedy routine on this one. Release a snake to catch it, then you're gonna want to lock a mongoose in there for a few days to kill the snake. Once that happens, you need a large mammal like a wolf to get the mongoose. After this, you'll need to find a gorilla to let loose in the car. They're excellent at wolf wrangling. Come winter, the gorilla will just die off from the cold. Which is more than the guy underneath him who actually lent a little advice received. Nothing a good car fire won't fix. It just goes on and on and on. While I think absolutely the jokes suck ass on their own and are used a million times ad nauseum, I'm not here to just be the joke police. What's frustrating is when you're looking for real answers like we were today, and all you get is the same goddamn middle school lunch table joke that you've heard ever since you were a goddamn child and seen on every thread ever posted on the website. Burn it with fire. Get a snake, lol. It's their car now, lol. Epic lol, thanks for the gold. It's so frustrating. And that's only scratching the tip of the iceberg, the tip of the wiener on how just frustrating and stupid Reddit comments are. That's throwing away witch hunts, which are huge in the comment sections and 9 times out of 10 are wrong anyway, a la Boston Bomber. That's the biggest one. That one Reddit will never live down. It's just this most hostile place and the most humorless place on the internet. Fucking Twitter comment threads that are just GIF responses and shit pictures are more entertaining than seeing the same fucking joke every single time at the top comment in the Reddit thread, the top fucking 20 comments. I mean, if you want to make the dumb joke, you know, burn it down, kill it with fire, lol, do that, and then after that put a period and then real advice, which admittedly some people in these threads did, but they were buried at the bottom. Buried. Giving real advice? No. Give me that same stupid goddamn joke. But anyway, that's about it. Just wanted to vent about it, because today I was getting frustrated for Andrew, with Andrew. Just so dumb. It's so stupid. Just racing to tell the dumbest fucking joke that everyone's already heard a million times on the goddamn website. Anyway, that's it. That's why Reddit's reputation in the comments is pretty goddamn awful. So yeah. Most of you know I hate cockroaches. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a phobia, because I don't pee my pants, cry, and call my mom when I see one or anything like that. But when I do encounter one, I get a bit icky feeling, you know, it feels a bit yucky in the atmosphere around me, like something has truly gone awry in the force to allow this cockroach to exist and be near me at that moment. Cockroaches are fucking disgusting. I think human beings are hardwired, programmed to hate cockroaches, something embedded deep within our DNA. From when we were primitive little fish in the sea to where we are now jerking off the hentai, humans have probably always hated cockroaches. And the reason I'm bringing up this ancient menace is because during a recent stream, one crawled on my leg and I slapped it off and freaked out. and most people view this as cowardice and me being a big old pussy. However, I view it quite the opposite. I viewed it as me being a fearless warrior, slapping down a sneaky assassin on my leg, coming back and finishing the job with huge nuts, big loads of testosterone flowing through my veins. However, most people don't see it that way because they're misinterpreting my battle cry as more of like a whimpering scream of a baby bitch. And I don't view it that way. So I wanted to play the clip for all of you so you could be the judge of yourself whether or not I am a pussy. I don't think so. I think I handle cockroaches the way most sensible people do, and I'm pretty proud of the work I did on that cockroach during the stream. It's twitch.tv/moistcritical if you want to see me fight more cockroaches. But anyway, here it is.
Could look like.
This is her Colorado cases.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Smoking device with suspected marijuana in the pipe bowl, small red hot tin containing used syringe, 3 Ziploc baggies with white the sister.
Baby Lisa.
It crawled on my leg. Jesus Christ. My leg's never gonna feel clean again. Fuck. My whole area has been compromised. I have no fucking idea where it went. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. This thing's gonna be fucking haunting my dreams now. It's not a phobia. It snuck up on me in my moment of weakness. Fucking Dog the Bounty Hunter just dropped some sage wisdom. I was feeling vulnerable and then a fucking cockroach crawls on my leg. It just got me at the right time. I swear, if it shows its face again, I won't even blink. But, just, got the best of me in the moment. I should have used the Spider-Man training lessons to really take him down, but I panicked.
And tell me, will you?
I fucking hate these. You guys don't understand. You probably get those bitch-ass cockroaches that can't even fly. In Florida, we get the palmetto bugs, which can fly. Actual shit of nightmares. Why is he shirtless now? I don't know.
Okay, get out of the way. Searching good. Okay, we want to make sure that's for you, Jason, so just let him grab.
Oh!
You like it, don't you, homie?
Everybody calm down for a minute.
Oh, I did it.
Outside, let's go.
All that grunting you heard right there was the sound of a hero. A fearless hero who looked a cockroach in the eyes and took it down. We got him, baby! Jackpot! You see that? My methods are unorthodox. My battle cry may be misconstrued as being a pussy, but god damn it, the results speak for themselves, baby! We got him! Tell your friends. Now I know how Dog the Bounty Hunter feels when he catches a fugitive. I fucking looked that bitch in the face and I'm like, you know what? I'm standing my ground like a real man. And then I screamed and slapped it with a large book. Like a real man, baby. That's how we do it. Bang! Porn, the great uniter. The one force that ties strangers to strangers in a way they don't even realize. The one thing every human being has in common. The love of porn. The art of porn. The ethereal beauty of the craft. Now, as the title of the video suggests, I used to watch the same porn video for the better part of 2 years. Perhaps a little longer than 2 years, but I'm going to say 2 years just to err on the side of caution. I've made it no secret that I refuse to get a haircut at the moment, and that I also used to have very bad OCD. Not your generic, watered-down, bullshit, meaningless version of OCD where you move your car keys from the counter to the drawer because you don't like them on the counter. That's not fucking OCD, you goddamn bigot. Don't you hijack what OCD actually means. I had literal OCD, and one of my rituals was watching the exact same lesbian porn video for the better part of 2 years. And I want to tell you what happened as a result of doing that. Now, let's go ahead and start. The video was called Nice Pair of Lesbians. Let's take a moment of silence to remember that beautiful video from RedTube.com. It is no longer on RedTube.com. Okay, thank you for participating. The video still exists. I know, I get emails all the time like, hey, I found that lesbian porn that you used to jerk off to, that used to haunt your fucking boners. Here it is. Yes, I know it's still on the internet, but in like 240 and 360p. On RedTube, it used to be 480. 480p or higher does not exist anywhere on the internet anymore. Trust me, I have looked. But that's besides the point. That's just to give you the context of what the video is. Maybe someone else out there used to also have OCD and jerk off to this video for 2 years straight. And if so, You're not alone, my brother, or my sister. You and I now share a cosmic bond, a bond stronger than the bond between a mother and her child. I love you. Now, it wasn't just watching this lesbian porno. I had an entire routine for it, like a choreographed dance routine for jerking off to this video. And I know I've talked about a little of this on the podcast before, but I still get emails asking me to talk more about that porno that I jerked off to for 2 years. So I figured I'd talk more about it. I also get emails asking me what's my Twitch account, and I'm glad you asked. It's twitch.tv/moistcritical. Go drop a follow, subscribe. Love to see you over there. I stream daily. Twitch.tv/moistcritical. Fuck yeah. But anyway, so this routine that I came up with, well, not that I came up with, that I kind of fucking cursed myself with and burdened myself with at the time, I would make certain facial expressions during certain points in the video. I would say certain things to the actresses in the video, and make no mistake, you goddamn delusional incels, the porn actresses are just that, they're actresses. They have a script of certain moves they're going to do. It's not like they're just fingering themselves and ass blasting their assholes with their fists for your enjoyment alone. It is a job. And they are actresses. Get it through your fucking skull. But anyway, I would say things to them like, oh, you're so hot, that's so sexy, I'm touching my dick to you. As if they could hear me. And as if I was communicating to them directly as like the director of this video. It was a really weird routine. It really was. To kind of give you a brief oversight of all of it, I'm not going to walk you through every step that I would do here. In fact, I don't even remember all of them anymore. But before I would watch the video, I would queue it up and let it all buffer and load, because this was a long time ago. I'm fucking using RedTube, so obviously it's a long time ago. And while it was buffering and loading, I would turn around from the video, so that way I couldn't see them, and they couldn't see me, obviously. And I would look at my penis until it was completely flaccid, entirely soft. So that way I was coming in there with like a clean canvas, and they were going to 100% get me from 0 to hero. So once I was certain that my dick was super soft, I would then sit down and get ready for the action. As it would start, I would say hello to the girls, and I'd compliment them on their beauty. The video started with a girl fingering herself, and I would compliment her on how great she was doing, and then the other girl joined in, and then I'd say hi to her, like, oh, hey, you just stopping by? Shit like that. It was really fucking weird. And honestly, I hope the NSA was watching during those times, because I would love to see those documents. I'd love to see that film. I think that shit would make for a really incredible case study on OCD, because that shit was goofy as fuck. And I would love to remember exactly all the shit that I would say. I don't necessarily want to see underage me jerking himself off into the webcam or anything. I could skip that part. But I at least want to see what I was saying to the girls during the video. But that's kind of how it went. Facial expressions, words and things I would say to the girls. It was always the same. I had to make sure I said the same things to the girls. I had to make sure I made the same facial expressions. I even made sure to keep track of licking my lips. I had certain time marks where I felt I needed to lick my lips at those times, otherwise I was disrespecting them. It was very weird. Now, I did this for, like I said, the better part of 2 years, and honestly probably a little bit more, but we'll say 2 years, and I didn't deviate from that video. I didn't venture out. That was my home. I lived in Nice Pair of Lesbians on RedTube, and they took my home away. It's not there anymore. I'd like to remind you all that it's not fucking there. It's a goddamn crime. It's a fucking sin what they've done removing that. But now, to tie it back to the title of the video, I watched the lesbian porn for 2 years. Here's what happened. What happened is I recognized how weird it was, and I started to really combat my OCD, and I started cheating on the porno by watching other videos. I did. I'll come out and say it. I fucking cheated on that porn video and watched other ones. And that's what happened. I stopped being so fucking weird through a lot of effort to try and combat my OCD rituals. I've talked about that in the past, so I'm not going to get into how I did that or the steps I took. But that's the result of watching porn for 2 years. You feel like a fucking degenerate loser, and then eventually you stop, hopefully, if you try hard enough. But anyway, that's the story for today. Thank you all. See ya. This is where you and I can start to bond and give each other's medals. Because when I was growing up, they're called nocturnal emissions as a scientific term. I went to a doctor because it got out of control.
Oh, are you kidding me? So you were at the level beyond.
It was a medical marvel.
I was wet dreaming do you know those lucid dream losers that'll like jack into the lucid dreams like once every couple of hours? I was that with wet dreaming. I still have residual effects. I'll still have wet dreams occasionally, just with the most this nonsensical dreams where like I'm flying a plane and then all of a sudden I come in the plane and then I come in real life. One that always stood out to me and one that I've always been embarrassed about is I was playing with dolls on the bench press bench at my college gym. I was sitting on the bench, so I was rubbing my ass against it while playing with the dolls like I was swiping a credit card and I ejaculated.
What the fuck?
Jesus. You sound like sexually repressed or something.
Yeah,
Maybe you've always wanted to be a cash register.
Jesus. Sounds like something out of a horror thriller like Buffalo Bill.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one.
Yeah, I appreciate these these stories because now I feel much more comfortable.
You're among friends.
There is no shame here. There is no shame on this show, James.